world, and welcome to day 3 of CES 2020. We are at the CNET stage, broadcasting live from Tech West at the Sands Expo Center in Las Vegas. And like every year, this tech show is so massive, but we are breaking down the coolest stuff that really matters and the tech that is going to change your life. So let's get started with our morning news show. I'm Bridget Carey.
I'm Roger Chang.
I'm Joni Salzman.
And this is your Daily Charge. All right, Joan, can we kick things off by talking about this wild Westworld dinner that everyone's talking about?
Right, so Westworld staged some dinners by a mysterious company named Insight that's going to be playing a role in the 3rd season of the series. Insight is a data analytics collection company that managed to find enough details about every guest that came to these dinners to drop little deep cuts from our social media feeds, even down to picking our menu items for us.
Ooh,
all right, well,
wow.
here's a video showing what it was kind of like. Now, over the course of like a couple days, what they were inviting journalists, who was going to this dinner? And it was HBO obviously putting this together to promote Westworld.
Yeah, HBO's marketing executive told me they wanted this to be a sort of ephemeral thing that only invited tastemakers, people of influence. They wanted to create a thing to get people talking from these points of conversation, people that kind of spark conversation. But the point of it was to start to get people thinking about how today's tech reality isn't that far off from the Westworld fiction that we already know.
And it's interesting how basically it's kind of an invasion of privacy, right? When they're in terms of like coming in and sharing personal details, but it's kind of a reminder, it's relevant given all the talk of privacy at this show, right? Apple and Facebook having these discussions.
For sure, and my reaction to the dinner, a lot of people said I was blown away, it really creeped me out. It didn't creep me out because I'm somebody who doesn't share much about myself online. And so it was really difficult for these producers to figure out intel on me. So they didn't have much to work with me. And you know what that drove home to me is HBO, they had to do this the old-fashioned way. They had to do it by just plain old cyber stalking everyone.
Right.
When you think about how much tech giants we've voluntarily given them, they have way more intel on us, and they're able to use it in a way that defies human possibilities. They have AIs.
Right.
They have these fictional strategy engines to come up with all the stuff that HBO tried to reproduce in this dinner.
So the scariest part is the fiction here is nowhere near as extensive as our reality, right?
The fiction is much cuddlier than what we're dealing with right now.
What were some of the things that like these Insight employees were saying to the guests at dinner that was freaking people out, for those that did give a lot of information?
Well, so one of the people that I sat with at dinner, he is, I think, a YouTube kind of personality. He's a tech journalist. And our Insight sort of representative who was hosting us for the evening was named Anthony. And at one point, Anthony came up and just put his hands on the back of Michael's shoulders and said, I mean, this is imagine if you'd actually joined the military back when you were 16 or 18.
Whoa.
Yeah, so like they were, and that one actually, that kind of like, that blew his hair back a little bit when that happened.
Yeah, we did. I talked to a couple of our colleagues who went as well, and I mean, they seemed blown away. Obviously, they share a lot more on social media, so I guess it really is. It was really built upon how much you're willing to share, right?
And I think they were sitting people together, from what I heard, that like had things in common to like come up to them and like and say like, oh, you might have this in common with this person. And
they were, I think they might have been kind of brokering introductions. We were seated at tables that were, we had place settings that said where you're supposed to sit, and so I imagine that but the other interesting thing is that there was a plant at every table. There was an actor at every table that pretended to just be another guest, but was actually part of the game.
Yeah, I think one of our colleagues thought there was maybe a bug or something at the table.
Well, it's possible.
Right.
That's possible too. But mostly no. I think they relied on just plain old natural human ingenuity to make these things come to life.
And now this is new at CES, but they've done this before at Comic-Con. I think a couple of years back, they kind of blew everyone away with these psychological tests that were also very immersive, and everyone ended up with like a cowboy hat, and that was like the thing to have at Comic-Con.
Right. So definitely Westworld and HBO. When I talked to the marketing executive that helped put this on, he said that partly they wanted to have it at CES this year because the next season of Westworld is bringing things out of Westworld, out of the park and into reality. So they wanted to start to bring these activations into the reality of the tech industry.
It doesn't get more real than CES, right?
It gets real at CES.
That's not the only like streaming news too. Can we quickly go over what you learned about Quibi? This is the new streaming service that not many people know about, but it has the big names and big money behind it.
Yeah, it's the weird streaming service that you've never heard of, but they're trying to change that by coming to CES. Quibi is a mobile-only, short-form, high-end subscription video service. They've got projects from Chrissy Teigen, The Rock, from Steven Spielberg, Guillermo del Toro, J.J. Abrams. I can go on and on and on, the amount of talent that they've recruited, because they're backed by all the Hollywood studios. They've got a lot of money. They're spending it on really high-quality stuff. The question is, are people willing to pay for short-form content when YouTube is drawing in 2 billion people every month?
Right, and one of the hooks, though, is this idea that you can turn the screen to kind of interact with it. Is that? Well, tell me a bit about that. How's that?
Like
How's that work?
watching on your phone, it'll know. You mean?
Well, no, like you can actually interact with the video, make choices. I think based on how you turn the phone.
They do have some interesting technology for viewing on your phone. It is a mobile-only service, and so they have this technology called Turnstile. And the way that it works is when you're in landscape, like you normally would be for a video that's shot, like a movie that's shot in that aspect ratio, it fills the full screen. But when you go to portrait, it's edited and shot in a way that it never shrinks down to one portion of your screen. It's always full screen. And there are series that are using that to interesting advantages. There's this series called Wireless, where whenever you're in landscape mode, you're seeing the filmed action that's taking place. But when you switch to portrait, you switch to a viewpoint of looking at the protagonist's phone itself. So if there's someone who rings their Ring doorbell and is at their front door, the protagonist is sitting on the couch, you can watch her talking to the person, or you can watch what that person's actually doing as they break the glass to try to break into the house.
Oh, wow. That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
And it kind of reminds me of the Samsung Zero TV, by the way, because the giant TV that rotates based on orientation. But to be clear, you're saying Quibi does not work on televisions, right?
Quibi is mobile only, but I asked Meg Whitman, many people know her as the former leader of eBay, led HP. She is the CEO of Quibi. And I asked her about the Samsung Zero TV, and she kind of smiled, and she said, we have deep relationships with Samsung. We think we might have influenced them a little in development, which I don't know.
I think we have some video of the Zero TV too. Yeah, we can roll that. For anyone who doesn't know, this is something that, like, if you want, you could just rotate it. There's Jason Heiner, who was showing it off on the show floor.
Doesn't quite work as quickly as you'd want it for a video like this, I imagine.
No,
but
you really want that kind of mobile, quick reaction for something like Wireless. But I asked them, would Quibi work on Zero? And they said, we didn't really conceive of this to be on walled gigantic televisions, but if there's one that can do what we're offering, then sure, why not?
I mean, I will say that the subscription charge for short form, that is going to be a big hindrance. I think initially when I heard about Quibi the rotating thing, I thought about Go 90, which is not, I know it's not the same thing, but like Go 90 failed miserably for Verizon, and that was free short form content, and they're going to make us pay for that.
It costs $5 a month if you're willing to sit through ads, and $8 a month if you want it ad free.
And this is short form content. How many ads can you cram to
Well, that's
5
the
10
thing.
minutes?
That because of this thing, like the turnstile flipping full screen technology, Pepsi is one of their partners in advertising, and Pepsi was on stage yesterday saying, we like this because it makes our ads look beautiful, but also they're keeping their ad load very low, which means they're not having a lot of commercials. They're just charging a lot for the ones that they have.
Sure.
Well, let's go from sci-fi dinners and entertainment of the future to actual future tech built by LG. I always love it every year when David Katzmauer gets to go into the LG concept booth. So we can roll some of the footage of the things he saw. He doesn't disappoint, and once again, start off with some airplane.
Yeah, so the LG display, every year they try to find a creative way to show off their display technology. This year they built a first-class cabin. You see Katz there looking at the screen. The 65-inch display here, by the way, curves in and out based on your preference. The display that's right next to him, like closest to us, that blacks in and out based on your privacy. Like it'll actually pop up or go clear if you want to contact the flight attendant.
Yeah, I mean, like when they zoom out, there's that partition, right?
There's a partition.
So like it's see-through. So if you want to go to sleep and have some
privacy. If you
privacy.
want it to go privacy, it can go opaque, so you can block off the world. They have the displays on the other side, which I guess are supposed to represent the windows, and then there's sort of a curve towards the top, and really kind of creates the idea that it's LG is very self-serving. It's like, look at all the cool things we can do with the display, but It's just kind of fascinating to me the way the different applications that they use here, and that folding and unfolding TV. That's kind of cool because there are a lot of folks who don't like the curved TV, but if they could curve it or uncurve it, I like that option.
Yeah, and there's also this speaker that they were showing off that had curved screen technology in it, which is kind of neat. One was just kind of plain. Here's the video here, but the other one used almost lenticular layers to create this 3D effect over it. So I see that as being kind of a fun way to jazz up a speaker. I mean, these things aren't coming out. These are concepts. But he said it reminded him a little bit of the televisions that were 3D without the glasses. Now, so in a small form factor for a little entertainment in the corner,
it kind of looks like a Echo speaker, right? Like you can sort of see this in a generation 10 or 11 speaker, like these crazy 3D images, right?
And there were also concept screens for cars, like a car dash, essentially. I mean, I don't want so many screens in my cars, but hey, this is concept, so let's have fun with the future.
At CES, we can't have enough screens here at CES.
And it'll all be different when the cars drive themselves.
Right.
That is true.
Yeah, screens will be much more friendly.
Yeah, they're thinking ahead. They know you're going to want the screens when you're kicking back and just watching.
I want screens on the
watching
inside
Quibi
of
on TV.
Right.
Yeah, there were all sorts of things on the dashboard and lots of controls. So it's always neat stuff. I think, though, right now, it's time for us to take a break. But when we come back, we're going to go over some new robot pets and the wild tech that left an impression on us. Stick around. Welcome back to the Daily Charge. Now, robots are always a big part of CES, and for me, I'm always really curious about where the future's heading with companion robots. Robots that'll give us companionship, company, maybe even help around the house. But I got to see a new type of robot pet. It's a bionic cat called the Mars cat. And we have some footage of it right now, but this is not as polished as Sony's Aibo. I'll start off there.
Yeah, that was my first question right there.
Yeah. We're not at that level. I mean, Sony's Aibo is like $3,000. We're talking $650 for this Kickstarter, though. And what got me really interested with it is that it's really showing the path of how here's a small, enterprise that is making something for about $650. It's going to have it has Raspberry Pi inside. It's going to be customizable, programmable. But the sensors are a little similar to what you remember with Aibo. You got a camera in the nose. It's recognizing faces. You got, you can pet it and it'll react. But what's funny is that they make a cat, and, cats in the real world don't always listen to us. So it's almost like an easy out when oh, yeah, it didn't listen to your command because it's a cat. Like, okay.
Wait, so it's programmable. Can it be programmed to, attack things?
It can be programmed to do certain actions with certain voice commands, and you can make those voice commands. They say it's about 20 or so commands, and they'll have things preset, but you can tinker with this. So it's not really at the stage where it's going to be something to keep grandma company. It's only 3 hours of battery life, and they're still working things out. They're working on a base station that it'll go to for recharging. But it's really interesting for robotic enthusiasts, but
I'm curious, who's the target market? Is it for families? Is it for kids? What it's not exactly for the elderly, right?
No, we're not there yet. That's why I like looking at this with my future glasses on. What can we do, in smaller scales? I mean, this is rough around the edges, right? But they already, with their Kickstarter campaign, say that they're going to start shipping the early ones out in 3 months to the first backers. And he's even working on a dog, and it's it's just one of those things that you say you want to see companionship in pets. Where can we do? Katie Collins at CNET got to check out another type on the other aspect of this that is more for companionship, and it's for therapy. So this is a dog called Jenny. And it has fur, and it's here's video of it.
And it looks, from certain angles, it looks scarily lifelike, right?
This is really designed for seniors with dementia.
Yes.
And it's really heartwarming how this is just for, keeping company, calming someone down. And the inventor invented it because of his mother.
Yeah, we've talked about this a lot on our tech-enabled package. The value and the power that something like this actually has for folks. There is actually kind of recuperative effects psychologically and even physically from something like this. And Katie, by the way, just loves dogs, so this was her dream assignment here.
Yeah, and to be clear, this is not a dog that's walking around your house. It's just for the lab, And that's the difference, right? One is kind of going for entertainment, and having a little fun with it. And also with the cat, its personality changes depending on your interaction. So when you're talking like this and you're happy and you want to talk a lot, it'll be more active. There was one at the booth that was lazy, and I was really bored with it. I'm like, all right, fine, be the lazy cat that ignores me. and the other one was more active because it was talked to more. So these types of things are becoming more and more possible, and you don't have to be a giant company like Sony to invest and make something like this. So that's kind of cool. I talked about that because I like looking at things for the future, but I wanted to get your takes after being here for so many days. What were some of the other things that you saw that made you kind of do a double take on where we're heading, even if it's not polished right now?
Not polished at all. This is the Samsung selfie type. We talked about artificial intelligence a lot this show. This one actually uses AI. It uses your selfie cam to scan your hands, and you're basically typing on an invisible keyboard. And it uses artificial intelligence to kind of determine where your finger placement is to actually predictively figure out what letter you're looking to type. Right now, totally impractical, very much in the prototype stage, but it's really a really cool use of AI and kind of practical for folks like us who end up having to write a lot, especially in the field. I can imagine one day, at CES, I could prop up my phone and just start typing a full story. That's kind of cool. As a writer, it's purely selfish for me. But I think that's pretty cool.
I don't know how I have the right memory of knowing what key is what.
But you do have muscle memory for keyboards. It's just you're a little disoriented because there's no keyboard there, right? But I guess that's where the AI kicks in and kind of helps out with that.
But then again, kids now are dictating more with their voice than I it's always a different generation that gets used to something. Well, Joan, tell me about what kind of left an impression on you.
Well, you know, at CES, there's a lot of talk about how we can create technology that's going to make the future better. And there's a lot of ways that we can do that. Helping people that are elderly and feeling lonely is a really great thing. But I do think that one of the most dire things that faces us as a species is our planet is getting really warm. And so one of the things that I really enjoyed was going to the Impossible Foods presser, where they introduced their new Impossible Pork and talked about their Impossible Sausage. You know, we focus so much in technology on technology that's hard with wires and chips that can solve problems like that. But this is something where the problem isn't being solved by a technology like that. It's just changing something that's destructive so it doesn't need to be part of the system anymore.
Yeah, we have video we're showing here of the new pork that is kind of like ground up. How would you, I mean, you got to taste it. I didn't get to taste this
I haven't tasted it. I'm really curious what that's like.
Well, it tasted good. That said, I've been a vegetarian for a really long time, so I haven't tasted real pork in like 15 years, maybe more. So I can't do a comparison of, oh, it's really like the real thing. But I mean, it was also prepared at like this Japanese restaurant, Kumi, that the chefs there, I'm sure,
are phenomenal.
So it all tasted really good. And the people that were there that do have eaten pork, they said it was they enjoyed it too.
I'd say that that's a trick for Impossible Foods, right? Whenever they're presenting this stuff, they have like the highest possible quality chefs and ingredients, and it's just But I'm very excited about it. You talked to them and you asked about bacon, right, as a possibility.
Yeah. So the CEO of Impossible Foods was asked, first question that he was asked this presser is, what about bacon?
Yes.
And he said, basically, if there's a meat that you like, we are trying to make it. And he said that they're definitely making strides towards a bacon. But he said the only way they'll release it is if it will impress the most hardcore bacon lover like Roger Chang right here.
I've got lots of bacon in my office. It's crazy. Bacon paraphernalia.
Well, thank you guys for joining us on the Daily Charge. This has been a really big show. I'm glad we got to talk about these things that actually are changing the world.
Yep.
So thank you. And that's it for this one. But don't go anywhere. All right, so I'm Bridget Carey.
I'm Roger Chang.
I'm Joni Salzman.
And our day is just starting. CES 2020 is the place to be. We have you covered with all the must-see go-to gadgets your tech heart desires. At 9:30 a.m., Patrick Collins is going to be here with his crew to talk about his popular YouTube channel, How to Do It All. And later, we're going to do tons more to show you the best laptops at CES and the top smart home tech. So stay with CNET.
All right, guys, I have an interesting one for you. Here on the show floor of CES 2020, it is the Koei Bidet Mega 400, a new smart bidet that does all sorts of things. So unlike a traditional bidet where it's the whole unit, This thing is actually just the toilet seat that retrofits over most standard US toilets. And it has a lot of different functions, and that apparently separates it from most bidets in the US, which have maybe one function, one temperature, not a lot of customization. But this one has a lot of built-in tech to kind of clean all your areas, to make it nice and clean all over. That's as specific as I would like to be about that. But if you head over here, they actually have a demo where you can see, you can choose a rear wash or a front wash. You can choose the water pressure. We're gonna give it a go right now and see how it does. Let's see, we're gonna turn up the water pressure, and it is not cooperating. Ah, there we go. We're switching between the basic mode. This is the active mode, and now we're in soothing wash. They don't seem particularly soothing to me, but this is the display that they have set up, so I guess it would shoot the water up really high. This doesn't come with an app or any other sort of functionality like that, but it does have a remote for customization, so you can change the temperature, adjust where the water is going, and actually how it moves. They also say that the water itself has bubbles inside that's supposed to aerate it and make it more comfortable for you. And then it's supposed to last about a minute to go from clean to dry, which is really interesting to me. But overall, this is a new product from Kowei. They haven't said yet how much it's gonna cost, but again, it is a retrofit thing that goes over your existing toilet, and it's gonna be available in the US in a couple months. For more bathroom tech from CES 2020, check out CNET on youtube.com.
Here at LG's booth at CES 2020, they're going really large and grandiose with their biggest and boldest display yet for people who are coming to the show. It's called the OLED Wave. Just take a look and experience it. Made up of 200 TVs, some concave, some convex, and some just flat. And they're all displaying a number of different sequences, from anything from ocean waves to overhead views to jungle footage and waterfalls, of course. This is the second year that I've been here, third year actually, that I've experienced an LG experience like this. The waves! Okay, I'm gonna stop talking. I'll tell you a little bit more afterwards, but just watch and experience for a little bit. This is such an intense experience. Like, I hope you could feel that a little bit, because it was super loud and super immersive thanks to the curvature of the screens, those undulating lines. Just when you walk a little closer into it, it really makes you feel like you're kind of in space or in the middle of the jungle or watching a waterfall right in front of you. To give you a sense of scale, it is 20 feet high and 82 feet across. It's a lot, and I definitely feel very, very small in the midst of all this. Now, as I was saying earlier, this is the third time that I remember that LG has had such a showstopper. There's been the OLED tunnel, then there's also been the OLED waterfall from 2019, but I think this is just edging those out in terms of, you know, an amazing experience. Just to have a look at all of the different beautiful images that are on the screens and the sound. I mean, you're getting to see this before the crowds are in here, and there will be crowds, trust me, because every year there are always crowds at the LG booth. So if you want to find out more about the OLED Wave, plenty more CES 2020 coverage, keep it locked to CNET and make sure to subscribe for lots more.
Welcome back to CES 2020. I'm Patrick Holland. You might know me from my phone reviews, phone camera comparisons, and, well, all these flattering photos. That's a nice photo. We totally messed it up, but that's totally cool. Let's get to the unflattering photo, guys. Put that one really big behind me here. The toothbrush one. Well, let's go. There. Oh, yeah, that was a good one. Yep, that's a good one, too. We'll leave that on this, so people at home are like, what is going on? Okay, so what I also do is I also make how-to videos for CNET's How to Do It All channel. It's a YouTube channel, and every week we have a new video showing you how to do something like how to set up Apple Pay, how to do things like make a GIF, make a PDF, how to make a PC even. All right, but today I'm going to show you how to make a YouTube video. Yeah, no, wait. Hey, everybody, let's just wait. This is not right, guys. I mean, we have like 3 cameras, and no one makes a YouTube video with 3 cameras. Charlie, get out here. Get out here, buddy. All right, so this is Charlie, and he's a talented cinema. Yeah, there we go. Very good. All right, you got the Charlie fan club here. He's a talented cinematographer and lover of the band Blue Oyster Cult. Notice no one applauded for that. All right, so we usually do our how-to videos on a single camera. Now, if you have access to multiple cameras, a robot tripod, a giant jib, then you do you. I'm not here to change you, but this feels a lot better. And we're going to talk a little bit more of that camera in a second here. So, Charlie, you let me know when you're rolling here, okay? Oh, that is a thumbs up. That's the official sign for rolling. So, let's try to do this today here. So, today, we're going to show you how to make a YouTube video. These are 5 tips for beginners on YouTube. So first, let's talk about intro. So on an intro, I want my intros to be short. I want to get right to the point what I'm talking about. I don't want to try to be funny like the pictures. That obviously failed. What I want to be instead is I want to get right to the point that I'm talking about a subject and what it's going to be. I also want to be welcoming. I don't have to say, yo, what's up, YouTubers? Or, hey, yo, dogs. I don't want to do that. If that's your kind of slang, that's great. That's not me. I want to just welcome. I want you to be part of my YouTube video. I want my viewers to feel like they're my friends. All right, that helps a lot. Thank you. All right, so number 1 is intro. So as we go through the intro, the other thing I want to do is I want to set it up for the rest of the video. And that brings me to number 2. Tip number 2, be genuine. Be yourself. This is your time to shine on your video. Don't try to be professional if you're not professional. Clearly, I'm not. Also, don't try to be funny if you're not. Don't feel like you have to make jokes if you don't want to. If you are, that's great. Also, a friend of mine, Ashley Esqueda, told me, it's kind of like hosting a dinner party. You just want to have kind of a little bit of an exaggerated version of you that you're doing the video. You want to have energy. People like that. They don't want to watch me talk like this, unless I'm a weird Dustin Hoffman impersonator, and I'm not, because there's lots of problems with that right now in 2020. But what I am is I am trying to bring you along the journey with me, and I want not only my personality and energy to feel genuine, but I want my environments to. So this particular video does not feel as genuine as maybe some of my others, because I'm on a giant set. I don't have a giant set in my living room. There's like LED panels, and we have producers here. Again, if that's you, that's great. But that brings me to step 3, have a structure. So beginning, a middle, and end. Greeks gave us this wonderful form factor of storytelling, and it works really well. Movies do it, stories do it, and your video can do it. So your beginning is your intro. Your middle is the meat of your video, the tips that you're going to share, and the end, you're just going to wrap it up nice and tight. Now, I did something smart. I know, self-compliments get you so far, but it's pretty impressive. At the beginning of my intro, I set up my own structure by saying I'm going to have 5 tips. So you know, if you don't want to watch tips 1, 2, and 3, you can jump to number 4. You also know that I'm going to have 5 tips, and that if you're early in the video, you still have a couple more to come. And that brings me to the next part, which is topics. Now this is probably maybe the most important part, if I had to pick one. Only do videos about stuff that you're interested in or that you want to talk about. If you don't feel you're an expert, then don't do the video or keep it to yourself. Sorry to be a negative Nancy here. Maybe let's be more positive about it. It's so weird. There's a live audience, and I'm talking to this camera here. All right. Thank you for laughing. So we'll keep it on this, though. Pick topics you know. So we do how-to topics. I don't know every answer to every question, despite many of my coworkers asking me every problem they have with an iPhone. But what I do find is I am passionate about helping people. I like educating people. I like having that teacher vibe. So I like explaining topics and figuring them out for myself and sharing that. Now, maybe you're into food or makeup, or you're like a sneakerhead and you want to talk about those things. That's great. And when you do that, make sure you find topics or having a conversation about the things you love. That's very important. Next point is camera. So I think we're now up to 4 cameras, which might be a record for the live show here. So you really just need one camera. We're shooting on a Panasonic GH5. Now, this is a very nice camera, shoots 4K, but you can use your phone, an iPhone, an Android phone. It really doesn't matter. In fact, if you're starting out, I really recommend you use a phone and save your time and energy on getting nice lighting and getting in a space where you have good audio. You don't need to buy like a really big light. In fact, we usually use this little light on top of the camera here. I'm sure it's doing nothing because we have hundreds of studio lights on top of us right now. But you could get something like this for $4 or $5. You can get yourself a microphone, maybe not this fancy Madonna mic thing, but you could get your own microphone or just get in a quiet environment. Those things are going to go far. Those are going to have a bigger payoff in the end of the day than just getting a fancy camera. Now, if you do have a fancy camera, that is awesome. Congratulations, you have money. But that's not going to make a good YouTube video. The other part is when you have the camera, we have what we're doing right now, which is called A-roll. It's me talking to the camera, talking head, talking torso, blah, blah, blah. I'm just looking straight at the camera and talking. And on my video at home, hopefully this will be heavily edited so I sound flawless, and we have it nice and tight and concise. For the live audience, they're laughing because it is early and I am talking. Now, the last part I would talk about with a camera is what are you going to do with that video? If you're going to do a one take, make sure that you've kind of rehearsed your ideas out. You have that beginning, middle, end structure. If you're able to film multiple takes, then you can edit those together in a software program. And again, these are going to be all other videos you can do. And the last thing I'd like to say about the camera is the fact that your camera does not define your video. Again, unless you're reviewing a camera. So I would like to do a bonus tip, though. And my bonus tip is the ending. So for the ends of the video, I want to make sure that my friends know that the video's over. I want them to be part of that conversation. If they don't like a video, that's totally fine. I just want to hear maybe why, so we can have that conversation so I know I can improve maybe my content or the way I talk or present it. Sometimes when we first started doing these videos, we were a bit more jokey, maybe a little like slightly more AM radio show than maybe our audience wanted, and we've kind of pulled back on that right now. And what's nice is we've kind of with our feedback from the people in our comments and people on Twitter have helped us shape what you see now. So having that conversation with an audience and getting that feedback is really important. So at the ends of my videos, I'm going to end it like this. Hey guys, thank you for watching this video. Give us a thumbs up if you like. And if you don't, keep your damn mouth shut. And Charlie, cut. So, live audience, we still have to end this video. Brian Cooley told me this was a great idea. I just want to go on record for this. So if this is horrible and doesn't make it on YouTube, it's his fault? Not really. He's going to yell at me. Okay, so I ended my YouTube video, but let me wrap up our live show segment. If you want to see more of our how-to videos, please subscribe. Please, please, please subscribe to How to Do It All. It's our YouTube channel. It'll have that orange banner. It's fantastic. Also, I should say real quick, this fall coming up year, it's not just going to be me. It's also going to be Megan Woolerton's going to be joining me. So now there's going to be two of us on this channel, and she's going to bring that professionality and grace that I lack. Lastly, if you're in the live audience, you can get more of me not only in person, but there's a giant TV on the side of the booth, and you can go there and watch some how-to videos. But next up, we would like to just thank you for attending, because I don't know what's next up. Dan Ackerman's going to be here. Who doesn't like a good Ackerman? That beard is majestic, and he's going to be back talking about some nice best tech of 2020. And if that's wrong, laptops. The man knows his laptops. Apparently,
Great job, Patrick. Let's wrap it up. Thanks.
And that is the voice of Stephen Beecham, who also helps out by guiding us there. So yeah, hang around for Dan Ackerman. He's going to be out with best laptops. Thank you for watching this video. Thank you for watching YouTube video at home. Thank you, live audience. Peace.
When you visit Acer at CES, you know you're going to see something different. We had to start out in the Thronos Air gaming cabin. I'm going to tell you more about that in a bit, but I want to start out now by showing you something that Acer just announced. This is the Concept D7 Easel Pro, and not a gaming thing, but certainly a design that you're not going to see anywhere else. With this cool display that has the articulated hinge, kind of a new take on a convertible tablet. Acer clearly thinks it's onto something with this distinctive articulating hinge display. Previously, it was exclusive to the company's Predator Triton gaming laptops, but it's now added a modified version of it to its Concept D line of hardware for creatives. Starting at $3,100, the Concept D7 Easel Pro swaps out some of the Triton's gaming-specific features and gives you all the things that will make hardcore media users happy. The display makes it easy to work in laptop or tablet mode and collaborate, and the keyboard is always face up. The hardware is heavy-duty workstation fare. Think Xeon processors and RTX GPUs. But there's also a non-pro version that starts at $2,700. So on the other end of the spectrum, we have Acer's new Swift 3. This has Intel's new Athena processor inside, which is going to give you performance that's a little bit more like a smartphone and less like a laptop. So when I open this up, it'll turn right on. Acer's Swift 3 has been around for years, and it's usually a pretty ho-hum affair. But 2020's Intel Athena upgrade changes the equation for this otherwise pretty standard $700 business laptop. The instant wake-up feature could seal the deal for folks frustrated with waiting for their PCs to turn on. But there's also significantly longer battery life, in the range of 12 to 16 hours, according to Acer. So next we have Acer's Predator X32 display. This is not the largest display that Acer has at the show this year, but it's definitely its most advanced. Gamers who want to play on the cutting edge want a display that can hang with the rest of their hardware. And the Predator X32 has specs in spades. HDR 1000, VISA Display Certified 1000, up to 1000 nits of brightness. What does any of that mean? Individual pixel control, peak brightness, super dark blacks, and superior contrast. But it'll cost you. It starts at $3,500. Of course, that's nothing next to the Thronos Air, the streamlined follow-up to Acer's ridiculous $30,000 Thronos gaming cabin. First announced at IFA, the $14,000 Air is insanely expensive for a gaming chair, but a relative bargain next to the $30,000 original. And though it's stripped down and less motorized, it still delivers a compelling and immersive experience that's sure to attract a crowd, whether it's parked at CES or in your living room. So this is Acer's Thronos Air. This is the follow-on to the first generation Thronos, which was about $30,000. They call it a gaming cabin. The goal here with both of these Thronos things is to create an extremely immersive experience. So you can see I'm in the special gaming chair. I've got these car door looking things that open, 3 panels here, supercharged gaming hardware in the back. The goal here is to make you feel like you are not even playing a game, but really racing this car. This will be available in March for $14,000, so start saving up.
Well, we're getting a glimpse into the future of Jeep here at CES 2020 with plug-in hybrid versions of their popular Wrangler, Renegade, and Compass SUVs. Now these look pretty similar to their gas-powered counterparts, save for all of the blue badging. We've got a 4xe blue badge in the back. Rubicon has got some blue highlights around it, and of course, blue tow hooks. Now Jeep has plans to electrify its entire lineup by 2022, but don't worry, this doesn't mean that Jeep is only going to offer EVs. This means that it will have plug-in hybrids, standard hybrids, EVs, naturally, but also mild hybrid systems like we've seen already in the Wrangler with the 2-liter turbo with e-torque. Now we don't know much about these plug-in hybrids. I mean, battery size? I don't know. The gas counterpart of the engine? I literally have no idea. I don't even know if each of these vehicles is going to use the same engine battery setup or if it's all going to be different. We should know more later on in the year at the Geneva Motor Show, the New York Auto Show, as well as Beijing Motor Show. All I can tell you is that a lot of plug-in hybrid SUVs get around 20 miles of pure electric range. And that's going to be pretty awesome when you're off-road because you can access that sweet, sweet all-electric torque and help you get up and over obstacles. We should know more about these 4xe vehicles at the Geneva Motor Show, the Beijing Motor Show, and the New York Auto Show later this year. All right, I would like to know what you all think. Is a PHEV Jeep like sacrilege, or do you think it's going to be kind of cool? Let me know in the comments, and be sure to like and subscribe so you don't miss a single video from CES.
Burrito emoji, bacon emoji, fire emoji. We are here at the Google booth. It's gigantic. You got Friends of Google Assistant stuff over there. You got Pixel stuff over there. Nest, Stadia. You know, you actually see this stuff pretty much at every Google event, but the real thing is an experience. We're gonna go up these stairs and try out something new. So we've been waiting in line for a long time. Now, I don't know how great this Google Assistant journey is, but it better be really great for this line. Now, we got in early, so this line isn't as long as it could be. Who knows how long it would take for anybody else to get in. We're very lucky to be able to get in eventually. We're finally going to go into Google Assistant journey, and the first thing we see is a washing machine and dryer.
All 6 of you will have an opportunity to speak with the Google Assistant in different environments. Is everyone ready?
Let's do it.
Awesome. Let's head on in.
There's a second door.
There we go. Watch your step right here.
So this has been hidden behind the door the whole time.
Another group of weary travelers. And yet, in their eyes, somehow, a glimmer of curiosity remains.
That's me. I'm number 1 apparently. So I'm going to say, hey Google, play some music.
Okay, playing the Change of Plans soundtrack.
Go ahead and grab whatever seat you would like.
Calling shotgun. Shotgun will apply, even in fake cars. The doors are bolted open.
There we go, and with that, they're off.
So last year they had a roller coaster. Today they have a simulation.
Whoa! Trippy! We're in Brooklyn.
Now, as they accelerate at an exhilarating pace towards their destination. What's this? A call from Jen. Could this be a change of plans?
Hey, so little bit of a huge problem. I just called Burrito Rito and they're out of bacon and Brussels burrata di bufalo risotto burritos. What are we gonna do?
Nature's Bounty Grocer. Let's go. The grocery store? But of course! We'll make the burrata burritos ourselves. Burrito emoji, bacon emoji, fire emoji.
Well, that was the change of plans, and now we're going to the grocery store. Come on through.
Our heroes are so astounded by the Google Assistant's helpfulness that they break into spontaneous applause.
Yay!
White wine, Italian parsley, flour tortillas, chicken stock, Parmigiano Reggiano, red pepper.
I need a store that does this when I look for stuff. So make sure if you're going to use Google Assistant this way, you go to a supermarket that has lights everywhere, and your oven is connected. Otherwise, this doesn't make a lot of sense.
Reading, chop through your business fears on Google Play Books. I'll go back to where you stopped last time.
Have you ever been to a kid's play? That's what this feels like. It's just like, oh, let's go do this thing. Watch your step.
Wait, I think, team, I think that maybe possibly you did it.
You know.
Wow, we made this happen all together. You actually did
You're
it.
magnetized.
Even Miriam.
So we just finished a change of plans, a Google Assistant journey. We had ups and downs and cornball dialogue and everything. But the whole main idea was to see what Google Assistant could do for your daily life. And there are things I hadn't seen before. Smart ovens, smart Instant Pots, smart faucets. If things work as well as it did in the demo, I think life will be really easy. Do things really work that well in real life? Maybe not, but we'll get there someday. We're gonna end the Google experience the traditional way with the slides. Let's do it. Whee! So this has been the Google booth at CES 2020, and it's wonderful here. Wonderful. Souvenir, you think I should take this with me? Probably not. I think I have to hit the lady.
Oh man, this is amazing. For 13 years I've been coming to CES. We always torture test stuff out here. I never get that call to do that. And now, now Vegas has a hockey team, so now I get the call. Now I get to torture test something. Finally, it's my turn to do something poorly, but maybe well. Let's go. picked the right job. I did. So what we're doing is not very scientific. We're gonna shoot frozen rubber at gadgets, and they're probably gonna break. So it's not really an indication of how rugged something is, but more just us finding a fun way to break stuff. I'm here with Shane Knighty. He's the color analyst for the Vegas Golden Knights. Professional career that spanned well more than a decade, Stanley Cup winner.
This is gonna be fun.
It's gonna be a lot of fun. We're gonna shoot some frozen rubber at a couple of gadgets.
I don't like the gadgets. I don't like their chances.
No.
But that said, it's you and I. I haven't shot in a long time. I've been on the ice for a while. Not quite what I used to be able to do. I'm expecting you to have that pinpoint accuracy.
Wow, you're a former NHLer. I play in a beer league. What we have here is a basically 6-foot wide piece of plexiglass with some Velcro, and we're about to attach all these to the Velcro. It's sort of sadistic in a way. This is a Hero Black 8 by GoPro. That's the Sony Action Cam. Then we have a Osmo Action Cam. Here is an iPhone with a rugged case, which is just sort of like a death sentence.
A rugged case.
Yeah. Here we go. This is a LaCie drive. We'll see how you go, bud. Okay. This is the Cat thermal phone. It's got a thermal camera on it. Check it out. Whoa, look how frosty and warm Jeff is at the same time.
3, 2, 1, go.
All right, hey, that was a good test. Didn't fall down. So that didn't work so well. All the gadgets fell off, and that Velcro's a little too weak for the strength of a Shane Knighty wrist shot. So what we're gonna do is, Hockey MacGyver over here is gonna hang these from the crossbar, which is brilliant. We should have thought of that earlier. Round 2 or 3, whatever this is, now we have to shoot a little higher. That could be good or bad, let's see. Stairs. Ooh!
Did I hit the tape? Little. Oh! That one, there we go.
There we go.
That one I got.
And they're all down. All right, right now Shane and I are gonna play a little bit of crossbar. Just try and hit these gadgets off the crossbar. Because why not?
Why not?
Why not? We got them here. Let's do it. All right, this is what? GoPro? I'm sorry. All right, this is the Osmo. Oh. This is the Sony Action Cam.
Oh, that was close. That screen keeps popping out. There we go.
Ding dong.
Whoa! That did not hit the crossbar. That was pretty good. You got some loft. Oh!
Whew. I'm telling you, that thing is fine.
Okay, the iPhone, I feel bad for it.
Ooh.
Oh! Is this still alive?
It's alive, man.
That is impressive.
It was on when I shot it. Ooh, that looked okay.
This is the heaviest product.
This thing is a brick. We've got the Cat thermal phone. It's real heavy, so it means it's gonna hit hard too. Let's see. Crossbar.
It's 1-0. You can tie it up.
Oh. Yeah, that's tough to shoot.
That's tough to shoot. Oh, good shot.
Ooh. Did that hit the thing? All right, we're going to take these back to the stage and see if any of them can turn on. My money's on that Lacey drive.
I think the drive has a real good chance. These went through a test that normally you wouldn't see.
Yeah, I feel like they don't do this in the factory.
No, the players, I've played hockey a long time. I've never had gadgets out to shoot with.
Yeah, so this again is crazy what we just did, but let's take it back to the stage and see how it turns out.
Hi everyone, we're back with our live coverage of CES 2020, coming to you live from the CNET stage located in the Sands Expo, otherwise known as Tech West. I'm Dan Ackerman, and with me is Jason Heiner, who is in charge of reviews and advice here at CNET, and we're here with what we think are some of the best laptops of CES 2020, and I'll tell you why we're talking about these particular guys is because we spent a lot of time earlier this week talking about a lot of the concept pieces and prototypes, the folding laptops, the things with double screens and things that pop off. We decided for this show, which we do every year, to focus on the real workhorse laptops that are actually going to come out in stores and you'll be able to buy and do practical laptop-y things.
Yeah,
so,
you know, the cool thing is there's self-driving cars and huggable robots and all kinds of stuff here, but this is the thing you're going to be spending your day on, getting your actual stuff done, right? So it still matters a lot.
And you'll say, oh, okay, I got myself something cool and new, I guess. It's not a robot, but, you know, I can shop online with it.
That's right.
The first one I want to talk about with you is the latest version of what I call a very good iterative laptop, in that it gets a little bit better every year, and they've done that for so many years. It's almost the platonic ideal of a 13-inch laptop, and that is the XPS 13.
Yeah.
I've got the latest version right here, and it's a pretty darn good, very light 13-inch laptop, and over the years they've shaved the bezel around the screen.
It's looking
away.
really good. This thing is really thin and light. I remember when the last iteration of this one came out, you saying, you know, because you've been reviewing these for years, you saying, I've run out of things to ask for. That they keep, you know, the things that we say it still needs, they keep adding, and it's gotten to the point where this is just a really functional, really, really usable laptop.
The big problem always was because the screen bezel was so narrow, they put the webcam down below.
Yes.
And that was the old nose shot, and they moved it back up to the top. So I thought, okay, what more could I possibly ask for? Well, now they've managed to make it an IR camera, so you can use that Windows facial recognition login. And I may be the one guy who actually uses that. I think it's great.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, and people have gotten used to it on a lot of the phones. Obviously, the iPhone's been using it for a few years. Google Pixel now, as well as Samsung. So it's getting to where people are getting used to that, and they know how to use it. There are some quirks with it that you have to know, you know, your face and how far away you need to be and all of that. But once you get it down, it can be just super, super convenient.
And the other interesting new addition for this year is the 13.3-inch screen. It's now a 13.4-inch screen.
That 1/10 of an inch.
But it's something. It's a bigger screen, so you got to give them credit for that, and that's why I continue to love the XPS 13.
All right.
Tell me about this next guy here.
Yeah, so this is the Samsung. I want to get it so you can see the cool red color on this thing. This is the Samsung Galaxy Chromebook. They've put the Galaxy, which is, of course, super popular in phones, they've brought it to laptops. And this thing, I was not expecting to like as much as I did. Obviously, a Chromebook is a Chromebook in many cases. They're aimed at low cost. You and I both recommend a lot of Chromebooks to people, especially people that are going to be calling us for tech support, because then
they're hard to screw up.
They are hard to, yeah, exactly. And every time you reboot it, it boots really fast, and it's sort of a new deal. But what they've told us, what we've learned is, and looking at the market stats, is more and more people are buying these things, not just in education where they have 60% market share, but to use as their own laptop. So people are wanting, if you're using a Chromebook, you want something that has a little bit of oomph to it and some pizzazz because still a lot of the local processing still happens on this machine.
You want a nice screen, and you want a nice keyboard experience. You flip it around so we can see the keyboard is so great.
Yeah.
And just the contrast there between the different shades of red. Now, of course, a lot of Chromebooks are $200, $300, maybe $400. Yes. We both recommend the Samsung Plus or Pro. They're two mid-range Chromebooks to a lot of people. Yep. They have a stylus built in. They're very nice. They're about $400 or $500. How much is the Galaxy
This
Chromebook?
one is $999. So
there's
the rub.
The $1,000 Chromebook question. Companies have tried to solve that for years.
It's true. This is like the spiritual successor to the original Google Pixel.
Yes.
Right? That was a nice Chromebook, really, really great build. This is half as thin as that and half as heavy.
I like this one a lot better.
Yeah.
This, I would say, I could see this as a $1,000 Chromebook. The old Pixel book, I couldn't really.
It's true. It has a card slot, an SD card slot. It's got USB-C. It also has a stylus, so you can pull it out. For those who are fans of the Note, the Galaxy Note, it has that same functionality. So it is, if you want a Chromebook, this is one of the best ones you're going to be able to buy. If you're a worker, a consumer, and you really want a nice one, this one is the top of the line.
Look at that. Yeah, I feel like everyone who's seen this week has come away very impressed.
Like, ooh. I mean, it's one of the...
This has been one of the kind of like more desirable new laptops here.
From a design standpoint,
that's exactly it.
One of the best designed laptops in any category that we've seen this year.
I mean, laptops all generally do the same thing, and for Chromebooks, that goes even more so. So good design counts for a heck of a lot.
Very good. All right, so next, HP EliteBook.
Yes, this is the Dragonfly. It's one of their business laptops, and it adds a couple of new features that I think are pretty interesting. First of all, it's got this SureView technology. They've had this in some products in the past, but this is a slightly newer version. So I hit the screen like this, and if you're looking at it from an off angle, you can't see what's on the screen.
Yeah.
And then boom, there you go. So that stops the old airport, somebody peeking over your shoulder and stealing your password or reading whatever you're writing. That's always a big deal. So that's number one.
I love that feature. I feel like this is one of those things, like, how did we not think about this before? Because there are things, I mean, there's times when I'm on a plane and I'm looking at documents or pulling stuff up, and I'm kind of like, gosh, I really hope that there's nobody next to me that, could read some of this.
Dare I say, the perfect solution for open office problems.
Yeah, and open office that's a good point too, because there are times when you have to deal with whatever confidential information. In our case as journalists, sometimes we're dealing with stuff that's under embargo, and we're looking at. That's what I'm thinking of when I'm on planes.
I was thinking more shopping and job hunting and goofing off, but yes, that too.
So yeah.
So if you're very excited about your SureView laptop, but you get so excited you run off to tell somebody and you leave it behind, you don't know where it is, guess what? This is the first laptop with, you ever see those little tile trackers?
Of course.
That you put on your keys so you don't lose your keys? This has tile technology built in from that company. So this is a tile trackable laptop. And I would love to see that, frankly, in every laptop, because I'm always losing stuff left and right.
That's another one of those things of like, why didn't we think of this before? It's a pretty small chip. It's technology that's easily integrated into a device of this size. And so what a terrific idea. I think their design, HP's design on these is also really solid. We've given them good marks for a number of their laptops in recent years.
And for a business laptop, this is pretty slick looking.
Yeah, yeah. For a business laptop, very thin, very light. Looks great, and I think it also has a very sort of almost like pinstripe sort of look to it, business kind of look to it.
Oh, very buttoned down, yes.
So
and of course, this guy, at some point in 2020, I don't know exactly when, is going to get a 5G option.
Excellent.
So that is a big keyword we're going to be hearing a lot about this year. So I think business laptops are going to be one of the first places you start to see that.
Some nice innovations in that one.
So way to go, Dragonfly. Now,
all
let's
right.
look at something a little bit more fun here.
Yeah. Big time.
And this is from Acer, and it's part of their line called the Concept D line, and it's really meant for designers and creative types in a very professional sense. This is a Concept D7 Easel Pro, and it's called the Easel, and this is a hinge they've had on a few products in the past. A while ago, really, but I haven't seen it lately. So the screen goes like this. I'm going to do a little click right here, bring it forward,
flippy,
and there you go. You could go all the way down here like this.
Yeah.
It'll fold down into kind of like a tablet, but I just like putting it like right by the keyboard there, and then you can pull out the little
You're
stylus.
gonna draw, aren't you?
And you can draw on the screen. Here, hang on. I got you. I got you.
Very
good.
good.
Go to town.
Uh-oh. There we go.
Okay, very very original.
Yeah. All right.
CES 2020. Excellent, excellent. I'm going to do my little. Every time I try a stylus thing, I can't draw, so I just draw the same little cartoon guy I've been doing since like the 90s. I'll give him a bow tie today.
Oh, nice.
Hey,
Nice.
and flippy hair. So these are really aimed at high-end design professionals. It's got an Intel Xeon processor, which you do not see very often outside of
hefty for a laptop.
Yeah. And it's got NVIDIA Quadro RTX graphics, not the regular consumer level. And of course, it's one of those. It's a 4K screen.
Yes.
They have the Pantone certification, but a lot of laptops have that.
Yeah, it's a very marketing term kind of thing. But it's hard to tell on the video. But the screen on this
it looks so
is
great.
Really nice. It's really very high definition. It looks very easy. It's easy on the eyes. It's not super bright. It's just the colors are really well saturated at just a really nice level. So I love it has an Ethernet port. I know that's not very 2020, but there are times, especially if you're doing work like this on a big laptop, you know, you're probably dealing with big files, and you're going to love to have a gigabit Ethernet or 10G Ethernet to be able to plug into. It also has hardwired on the side, you know, the HDMI port and display port still. So this really is aimed at high-end designers, engineers, artists, photographers. This is a really nice, if you're
Actually, different ways
nice
to play
laptop.
around with the shape and the form and design things. I mean, that's what we saw with a lot of the folding laptops and dual screen laptops, reimagining the shape and form of a computer. And this does a lot of the same thing by having the screen pop out and be able to reposition itself.
If you're doing a lot of pen work where like you're either drawing, or a lot of photographers do that where they take the pen and they edit their photos with the pen, this is a nice option. It reminds me too of like with Apple with the new feature that they have where you can have your iPad sidecar,
right, yes.
and you can use that. It is kind of nice to have it directly on the screen though, and not necessarily have to do it on a second screen or have a second device to be able to do it. So it's a good idea.
And almost every PC company is definitely targeting creatives now.
True.
So it's nice to see cool new designs that take advantage of that.
They buy big laptops, expensive laptops, and they replace them fairly often.
And they try to get the company to pay for it. So
that's right.
There's a big budget out there.
All right.
This is one of the cool new gaming laptop designs. There were not a super ton of new gaming laptops here. There's a lot of good gaming hardware, a lot of good gaming innovation, but individual laptops, not that many that really caught my eye. This is one that did, and I specifically sought this out to bring this here. This is the Asus ROG, is Republic of Gamers. It's their gaming line. This is the Zephyrus R14. So it's a 14-inch gaming laptop, and you don't see that very often.
Most
Usually
bigger, right?
15-inch or 17-inch. So to squeeze that down into a 14-inch screen size, and this is pretty compact for a gaming laptop. It's actually pretty light also. Feel that.
It is. You know, one of the things I liked, which is sort of strange, is I sort of like the bigger space bar.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
It's easy to find.
Almost mechanical style keys.
They also did a nice thing for us, if we can see the front.
Oh, it has this cool feature on the back where it has all these little micro spots there.
You can put a custom message up there, you know, your gamer tag.
Or just a pattern of lights and stuff like that. Here, I'll try to catch a little bit of the shadow so you can
so they can see it.
They a little bit there.
A nice ROG
there we go.
CNET on there. Thank you.
So you can program that to put whatever message you want on the back and these little micro lights.
It's kind of fun.
The reason why they're able to get it down this small is they've got a new version of the AMD Ryzen CPU in here. That's one of the new announcements here at CES. So this is one of the flagship laptops with it, and you can get up to a RTX 2060 graphics card in here, which is perfectly fine. I wouldn't want that in my super high-end 17-inch gaming laptop.
Yep.
But for a 14-inch laptop, even a 15-inch, you know, that's perfectly fine. And I play a lot of games on 2060 laptops. So in terms of something different in gaming laptop design, where everything kind of looks and feels the same, I like this guy a lot.
The compactness is really interesting because, you know, there are times if you're a gamer, even, you're not going to want to carry those big laptops they get, those big gaming laptops. They're super heavy, not easy on your back when you're throwing it in a backpack. So like that a lot. Also, again, built-in HDMI, built-in USB-C. So this is a solid rig.
Regular USB.
Also regular
gamers
USB.
are some of the last people who really need all those ports and connections and still want them.
Yeah.
So they're helping keep it alive for the rest of us.
Good stuff. All right.
And then finally, let's talk today about a laptop that really brings into focus a lot of the important trend-setting things that are going on. This is a Yoga from Lenovo. It's a storied product line. That means it's got the 360-degree hinge, and that goes like this. And we've seen these for years.
I love the way that they've innovated this hinge is, I think, a lot better. I remember
it's developed a lot over the years.
Exactly.
Everyone else makes a 360 laptop now, but these are the first guys who really went mainstream with it. And what this version has is, number one, it's one of a handful of Qualcomm-powered laptops, so not Intel-based.
So
and we've seen a few of those, and
Yeah.
they have some real advantages. They run really long, low power consumption. Always they're really built for always-on connectivity, and that's why it's important that this is a 5G laptop.
Yes.
It's probably going to be the first 5G laptop you can go out and buy.
Okay.
And it's the only one so far that combines the Qualcomm, the ARM platform, and 5G. So it puts those two things that we've been talking about together in one product, and it's also a great example of that form.
Yeah, and obviously we haven't tested this yet, but I was impressed that you put it on the list because you've been skeptical of ARM laptops over the years, especially Windows,
Yes.
running Windows.
And I remain so, and maybe 5G will be the combination that it needs to really be universally useful for people.
Yeah, very good. This is a classic brand. Like the Yoga brand has done a lot. It's obviously influenced laptops, as you mentioned, Dan. So it really is good to see. This is another one. The design is really solid. It's another one. It's a little bit heavier than some of the other ones we looked at, but you still have to feel really good when you look at the design of this one. It's got a lot going for it. So. You're going to be pretty happy. You fold this into tablet mode. It's also one of the ones that I feel like where the finish of it is, I can hold this and like read a web page or read something, especially in either portrait or landscape mode, and have a good handle on it. That's the hard thing about some of these when they fold over. I don't always feel like I have a good place to put my hands, and because they've been doing this longer, I feel like they have a good sense of making these so that the places that you're going to grab have some nice tactileness to it and get a good grip. It's a subtle thing, but it's something that shows that they've been doing this for a while and are the leaders in that.
And I like they put it in the mainstream consumer Yoga line and not just shunted off the 5G stuff and the Qualcomm stuff just to business-only laptops, which are not always as cool-looking and as nice. They just put it in the product that really anybody might like.
It's true. And one of the interesting things about 5G to watch is, the 5G or LTE even today in laptops is a lot more common in Europe and in Asia, because they don't necessarily make you buy like a $10 a month plan to your carrier. You can buy a SIM, and that SIM gives you a certain amount of data. Say it gives you 5 gigs of data. That might last you 4 or 5 months. And that's perfectly fine. And a lot of people are more comfortable doing that than adding on another fixed cost or bumping up the price of their already really expensive.
Same thing with the LTE iPads and getting your Apple Watch on the plan and everything. That's the big question mark about this 5G laptop, the other one, any of them, is what's the 5G service going to cost you per month, because you're adding an ongoing cost to that. And if we had a way to do it, just by a SIM card, that would probably make a lot more sense to people. That's why I think everyone just tethers to their phone instead of getting an LTE or a 5G connected laptop. I'm always in the cab with my phone in one hand, flicking the sharing off and on, and trying to get my laptop to recognize it. Also, I can use that phone data.
It's a pain, because that was one of the things we talked about, the original Google Pixel, which has now been 6 or 7 years ago now. That was the best thing about that product. It was heavy and it was expensive, but it had LTE built in, and the fact that it could easily, and it would automatically move between, is like, oh, you don't have a very good Wi-Fi connection right now. We're going to flop you over to LTE. And it was really effective in doing that. And so along those lines, and we have a story coming out about this, one of the potential disruptors when we get to 5G and LTE laptops could be Google Fi, because remember they've done some interesting things with data plans, and so they could have an interesting say on some of this in 2020. We'll see how that goes, but look for an article on CNET about that coming up here as we finish up CES.
Cool. Well, we got a great collection here. Thanks to all the companies for bringing these laptops by for us to show off.
Big time.
And that's it for the best laptops of CES 2020. You can find all of my laptop coverage for CES and the year ahead at CNET.com. Of course, I'm Dan Ackerman with Jason Heiner. Thanks for watching. When we come back, Aya's Akhtar and Alphabet City live from CES.
.5G phones are expensive. Phones with curved screens are expensive. Neither one of these is expensive. In fact, they will both cost under $500 when they launch in 2020. I'm at CES, and we're going to take a look at the TCL 10 5G and the TCL 10 Pro. Let's start with the TCL 10 5G. Now, this phone is a big deal because it is going to be under $500, and 5G phones so far are really pricey. We still haven't gotten to that place where there are mid-range 5G phones. That might be okay because we also haven't gotten to a place where there are plentiful 5G networks all over the world. So the two are really going to be maturing hand in hand. So the stronger the 5G networks are, the more pervasive they are, the more opportunity there is to bring people on board, so the more demand there will be for cheaper 5G phones. This phone will definitely fit that demand. Now, you're forgiven if you don't recognize TCL as a brand, for phones especially. TCL is known best for making good quality and affordable TVs, and they want to approach the phone industry in the same way. So you're going to see a lot of affordable devices from them. We know a few things about this device, but TCL hasn't given us a ton of the specs. They're going to hold off for MWC, Mobile World Congress, to really dive into those. But we do know that there is a large screen here with a front-facing camera that is a punch hole design over here on the left. It does have a headphone jack, so if you love your wired headphones, you'll be happy. There's also a USB-C charger port. And on the back, we've got a generosity of cameras. There are 4 of them and 2 flashes. The back of the phone says that it is a 64 megapixel main camera. So you can expect that, as well as a macro lens and an ultra wide. Fingerprint reader on the back as well. Now, I noticed immediately that this is sort of a fingerprint magnet, and it feels like it's a plastic backing. It could be glass, but for only about $500, I think that is a trade-off that is well worth it. When I hold the phone in the light in a certain way, there's this kind of cool iridescent diamond cut pattern. It's completely flat. It's just sort of something that you see, this trick of the light. I think that's pretty nice. Compared to a lot of the edge-to-edge displays that we're seeing, the bezel here feels a little bit thick, but it does give you a handhold and a grip, and you'll be less likely to touch the phone with your palm as you're holding and using the device. So that's the affordable 5G device, but the one I'm really excited about is the TCL 10 Pro. I mean, immediately seeing them side by side, it's like night and day. You've got this sort of plasticky looking thing, and then you've got this really polished phone. And remember, this phone is also going to cost you only about $500. It will be 4G instead of 5G, but looking at it, the screen just totally pops. And in fact, it kind of looks like a Galaxy S11 clone. From the front, that's kind of what it is. You've got these dual curved screens here, it's AMOLED display, all this rich color. There's even a pull-out menu on the side that acts as sort of like a shortcut tab to your favorite apps. You've got a U-notch selfie cam here on the front. Again, you've got this headphone jack and USB-C charging. The headphone jack is a really nice touch. And this color on the back is really beautiful. This is glass, and it's sort of got this like satiny finish. And again, this trick of the light where you get this deeper, richer color. I don't see my fingerprints, and it feels just really good to hold, really polished. You would not look at this and think this only costs $500. The camera story is pretty good too. You've got a 64 megapixel main camera. There are 4 sensors back here as well, 2 flashes. You're definitely gonna get ultra wide and you're gonna get macro. We don't have a lot of information about the specs yet. Again, we'll get those in late February, but we do know that the phone will run Android. And we also know that it is coming to North America, so expect it in the US and Canada as well as globally. So this is your first look at the TCL 10 5G and TCL Pro. Make sure that you check with CNET and subscribe for all of the CES coverage here from the show.
I'm at CES taking a look at the Shepard lock, which I passed by this a handful of times when walking around, because look at it, it's fairly unassuming. And the first keyless smart lock, well, there's a lot of smart locks here at CES. But here's what struck me about this one. The reason it's so unassuming is because it's using an ordinary deadbolt. It's a retrofit smart lock. Again, August does that, other smart locks do it, but it's a retrofit touch-sensitive deadbolt. Like the Kwikset Kevo, but you don't have to replace the lock. All you do is you snap on this base plate, a couple of screws go in place, and the lock's gonna work using a little bit of electricity to turn your existing deadbolt into a touch-sensitive mechanism that lets you lock and unlock your door. That's so cool. Plus, there's neat proprietary technology in here that when you open and close the door, it's going to sense the angle of the door. So even if you just left your door open a little bit, the app's going to know and it's going to send you an alert. Plus, the sensitivity on this is so precise, apparently, that if someone's coming to pick your lock, it's going to know, it's going to shut down your lock, and it's going to send you an alert. A lot of that stuff is fairly standard for smart locks, including a Wi-Fi bridge, that it's a separate hardware piece. So if you want to control the lock remotely, you use the Wi-Fi bridge and then you can control it from anywhere, because most of these functions that you're seeing operate via Bluetooth, so you have to be in a very close range. So again, just by touching the deadbolt, the lock will talk to your phone or watch or key fob via Bluetooth, and it will lock or unlock. We've seen a similar trick with the Quickset Kevo, but not on a retrofit lock. Other specs. This runs on 4 AA batteries. At its high performance mode, those batteries will last about 12 months, but you can turn down to a lower mode if you want your lock to go slower, if the batteries to last longer. So basically, when you install the lock, the 2 screws in the Shepard lock itself send a small electrical signal to the retrofit deadbolt. It's at a microamp level, so apparently very safe, and that little bit of electricity allows it to use this deadbolt to tell specifically when you're touching it, and then again, that Bluetooth range on your phone lets you know that you're there. It senses you touching, it unlocks the bolt, or uses those same sensors to know that something's awry if someone's trying to pick your lock. You can share key access via the app, so you can have guests come in and out and revoke the access when they don't need it anymore. You'll see a record of who's opening the door when. So that's all pretty darn impressive, especially because of the fact that, again, it's retrofit. So you can use your existing deadbolt. You can replace what's on here only with just a couple of screws and a screwdriver, and boom, you have a smart lock that is really pretty smart. So this debuted with a prototype at last CES. It's here again, but it's fully production ready. It's launching this March after a successful Kickstarter, and you'll be able to buy it for $250. Again, I'm walking around, I'm seeing a lot of different smart locks, but this one might stand out from a little startup called Passive Bolt. This Shepard lock could have what it takes to stand out from an increasingly competitive crowd, and I'm excited to see what it can do once it launches in March and we get to test it out.
Welcome to Alphabet City. I'm your guide, Ayaz Akhtar, and you are the most amazing audience in the world, including these people here. Today, we're delving into the world of Google Assistant. Joining me to talk about that is Shannon Morse. You may have seen her on Hack 5, ThreatWire, and her YouTube channel, youtube.com/Shannon Morse. She's an expert in technology and internet security. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me. I'm so excited.
Now, Google made some improvements to Google Assistant during the show. Let's go one by one. There's scheduled actions. Instead of telling Assistant to do a task right now, you can say something like, make coffee at 6 a.m. Shannon, what do you think about that?
It's something that I can actually use. I'm very excited about this.
Yeah, I mean, like sometimes I'll have to say, okay, I'm leaving, so do this thing now instead of going, do it later.
Well, I love that you can finally do this with so many multiple different products, especially with their partners and everything. So you can actually program it to work with all these different devices in your household. It's going to be very useful for people.
Next up, you can leave virtual sticky notes on smart displays. Smart displays also have the ability to have household contacts. That means anyone in a home can call a contact. No voice match necessary. Shannon, do you think this is going to move Google Nest Home Hub's products because you have this new sticky note feature?
You know, actually, I was thinking about this on the way over here. I would love to get myself one and get my husband one, so both of us have devices on our desks. Because he hates it when I bother him while he's working, but I can send him sticky notes now. I could just like send him over to his device and be like, don't forget to feed the cat.
That's a weird
Make sure to empty the litter.
Go
buy milk.
So you're using Google
I could keep going.
As a passive-aggressive tool.
Basically, yeah.
Okay, all right. So Google revved its Home app as well. Now, if you set up a device using the app, you'll get a push notification from the Home app that lets you automatically input your information. Now, I think streamlining that process is really useful. I was not a fan of bouncing between apps and diving into settings and linking accounts. I think that was a nightmare. I think this is going to be huge.
I absolutely agree. I have very long passwords. I have very long credentials that I usually have to put into these devices to set them up. I would love to get just a push notification that says, are you ready to set up this device? Yes. It's going to save a lot of time, and it's going to be a lot easier for consumers to set up the devices. It might help them sell a lot more, too.
Yeah, and Google was saying, like, when people buy a smart device, they just kind of want it immediately to work with their Google device, and making that easier is, I think, a huge deal, because otherwise you're like, okay, I got this bulb. How do I make it talk to the assistant? What do I do here? This, I think, is going to be, this actually should have been there the whole time.
How many times have you opened up a device in a product box and not read the guide?
You just want to go.
Yeah, you just want to go. You just want to plug it in and let the thing go.
Now, I also had the chance to talk to Scott Huffman, VP of Engineering on the Assistant. Now, I've been trying to get an answer from Google about a particular question for months. I got nowhere. My question is basically this. Why does Google Assistant not work exactly the same on every device? To expand on that, I mean, you can do things on the phone that you can't do on a speaker or smart display. You can make a phone call on everything, but you can't text on everything. Now, Scott was gracious enough to explain. Essentially, he said that Google Assistant shares a common core. Then more is added based on the device. It's natural to make calls and text on a phone. So I asked if those sticky notes, one of the new Assistant features, would be available in some kind of audio version for speakers. Scott explained the feature would be on smart displays only for now, although he did seem intrigued by the idea of an audio note. Full disclosure, I was thinking about how Amazon speakers, that's right, I'm talking about Amazon, can give you a notification using its light, and when you ask, it'll speak it to you. Shannon, what do you think about Assistant not being exactly the same everywhere?
Making your user interface the same everywhere is going to help people be more acclimated to the process whenever they purchase something new. It's kind of like upgrading your operating system or upgrading the firmware on your phone. Usually the gestures and everything are very, very similar to the previous versions. But once you upgrade, there's only a few things you have to change. When you're going between partners that are all using the same core backend and the interface is different, that's going to confuse folks. So it's a lot easier when they use the same type of gesture controls and the same type of speaking, voice activation assistance and everything for those devices across the board, no matter which one you purchase.
Yeah, I mean, I just want Assistant to work every which way. Like, I shouldn't have to say,
Same.
I don't want to pick up my phone because I want to send a message, but I can send a Hangouts message to this other thing.
Yeah.
I don't want to have to think about that. And one of the reasons why I'm so salty about this is because Google Home uses, you can make a phone call with it using Google Voice.
Yeah.
And you can link it to Google Voice so your number shows up. But Google Voice also does text, but you can't text through it. And I still don't get that.
That's a good point.
It's a weird little thing. I think they should totally fix that. And I hope.
When are they going to do it?
I'll ask Scott again.
Okay.
One last thing, as we were talking about Google Assistant in every device, because I wanted it everywhere, the VP started listing off items where Assistant could live. He said speakers, watches, and more interestingly, he said glasses. Now, I'm pretty sure he did not mean Google Glass. I talked to him a bit about that. What do you think about that? Now, do you think Google may be working on an Assistant version of glasses? I mean, Amazon's got one.
I'll be straight with you. If they are, I usually wear glasses, except for not at CES, but I usually wear nice glasses. If they do go down that route, please, I implore you, make them stylish, please.
Yeah,
That's my thing.
You don't want like the Google Glass version. Like we've tried that out years ago.
It was cool. Well, I mean, I thought it was cool.
Okay, I don't know if it was cool looking. I don't think like normal people want to
It
wear.
wasn't cool looking.
Oh no.
But the implementation was cool.
Conceptually, I think it's a great idea, and especially seeing what Google's done with AR, especially in maps.
Yeah.
Like when you hold up the map, you can have arrows and stuff, and say, oh, you go this way, that way. That's great.
Yes.
If it's on your glasses, or even if it's speaking to you through the arm of your glasses.
Yeah.
Something like
like bone induction or something like that.
Yeah. Amazon's got their Echo frames, and I'm like, that's a good idea. If I
Yeah.
could. Not that I want to have Google on my face, but I wouldn't mind having Google on my face because I would like to be able to talk to it.
Especially if they like partner up with some known brands that make really nice glasses, something that is comfortable so it doesn't like make your ears ache. Wouldn't that be cool?
I didn't even think about that idea. I was thinking Google like going whole hog and going, we're making this ourselves, instead of going, we don't know what we're doing. We should be talking to other
Talk to the
people.
companies that already know how to do this.
They could honestly just buy a glasses company. They'd be like, okay, you guys, we own you now.
It's true.
Please put speakers into
Well,
this.
they bought Fitbit, so.
Why not?
Yeah.
But, I mean, we're going to see how that turns out. I hope that turns out okay.
Same.
Also, I have a Fitbit, and it's got Alexa on it. I asked Scott, well, how long will Alexa be on this device? When are they going to kill it? He's like, I can't speak to that. I assume it won't be very long.
Okay.
Shannon Morse, thank you so much for chatting today. Where can people find your work online?
I am at Snubs, SNUBS on Twitter. Else you can go over to youtube.com/Shannon Morse, MORSE.
Thanks again.
Thank you.
And oh, hey, by the way, we have hands-on with the newest Samsung phones. Check that out over here. And if you want to know more about the S11, because I've been covering this like crazy, check this out. If you've enjoyed your stay in Alphabet City, please don't forget to like and subscribe. If you've got any questions, comments, or ideas, hit me up on Twitter. I'm at Ayaz, and I'll respond. Really. I'm Ayaz Akhtar, and I'll see you online. Coming up later, by the way, at 11 o'clock, we get the best of CES, so stay right here for the live stream. It's going to be awesome. We've got lots of fun things to show you, so stay right here.
And oh my gosh, here I come. That's me. This is me, and I am not embarrassed about that at all. That is just fine. I'm at LG's booth at CES, and we're taking a look at some cool future tech, including a door with biometric sensors and a mirror that can help you shop for clothes. This ordinary looking wall behind me, that's a door, and we're gonna see how it works. So I'm with Sarah from LG, who's gonna show us how this works and how the door can help you keep your packages secure and use biometric sensors to open and let you in. So we're gonna look at the package stuff first, right?
Yeah, yep, of
Okay,
course.
so let's see how package deliveries work with this door.
So if you're a delivery person, you would just come right up to the door and you just press this box right here, and it's gonna ask you for a QR code. It's also scanning video right now for safety reasons. So you can just hold the QR code right up to the door, and it's gonna scan specific for that package. You can choose whether it's a regular delivery box, which is gonna go down below for your regular packages, or the Fresh Keeper, which is actually for perishable items. It is a refrigerator that can keep your food fresh for a few days for things like grocery deliveries and HelloFresh and things like that. And then you just close them right up, and that QR code cannot be used again.
So that's pretty cool. So both regular packages, and I like the fridge that's built into the door too. Okay, and so then the door also helps you get in, right?
Yes.
Okay, so let's see how that works.
So the door actually knows my face and my hand, so when I step up to the door, it's gonna recognize my face and then ask for my handprint, and it uses the veins in your hand to scan and open, and then you just press the button on the door, and it's gonna unlock and let you right into your house.
That is so cool. That is like, I'm pretty sure I've seen this in sci-fi movies.
Oh yeah.
So from my understanding, this is a future concept. This is still being developed, so unfortunately you can't run out and buy this right away, but there's more cool tricks on the inside of the door, so we're gonna take a look at that. Okay, so is there any other elements? We're done with the biometric stuff, right? Like this stuff will just open?
So this opens automatically. There's lights on the side that'll tell you if you have a package inside, and you can just open it because you're on the inside, and then you can access it straight out from inside.
That's cool.
It'll also show you what the order is up here, so it displays everything that's going to be in your order. And once you shut it, it can also tell you about next orders that you might have on the way and where it is in the delivery process. and then you can just hit that home button.
Right, so this is a full-on touch screen that shows you a variety of things, sort of like a smart display on the inside of your door, again, of your future spaceship home. And so you get your packages here, you can set settings for the Fresh Keeper, and then apparently if there are strangers that are outside, you'll be able to see them, and you're able to talk to them like a smart doorbell thing.
So this is the intercom. It will also pop up if there's an intruder. It shows a video of the door, and you can actually talk to them so you don't have to open the door to communicate with whoever's on the other side.
So in addition to talking to whoever's at your door and grabbing your packages, this functions as a set of smart home controls, and you can hit away to turn your lights off or whatever away settings you have set so that your smart door helps make your home smarter. So thanks, Sarah. This tech is boggling my mind a little bit, and now we're gonna go take a look at a mirror that's just as crazy once the door lets me out. There we go, I can leave. Here we go. Now I'm taking a look at the LG ThinQ Fit. It's a smart mirror that can help me shop for clothes. It uses 3D cameras here and here to scan my body and figure out my measurements, and then I can actually use the avatar that will appear on screen to look at how I look in different outfits. So let's try it out. Okay, so I'm gonna stand on the weight plate, and I'm gonna go ahead and hit start. I've got to agree to all, sign all of my rights away and whatnot. And then picking my style, we're gonna go men's style. Position my body. Okay, I've got to position my body, stand still for a moment, and then I gotta hit ready. Bah! All right. It's gonna use the two cameras to figure out and come up with a 3D map, and then it's gonna take a picture of me. Cool, okay, so I did stand still enough. So I'm great at this. Here we go, taking a photo, and I've gotta look at this camera. I'm gonna give it a nice smile. All right, and it took a cam, and that is my face. Great stuff. All right, moving on, and now we're gonna get the 3D image scan of me, and these are the measurements. We're just gonna skip right past that so that we focus on those measurements as little as possible. And oh my gosh, here I come. That's me. This is me, and I am not embarrassed about that at all. That is just fine. So here's the 3D rendering of what I look like, and then I can use this to try on a variety of outfits. And then, I can go in here and look at other clothes, and I can switch to a fancy sweater and try on the fancy sweater, and try on like different pants, like jeans, and even get like a nice coat on. Sure, we're gonna get a nice winter coat on. It's CES, it's January, and then cool, take a look at this, and then I come back here to the actual lookbook, and there I've got my fancy new outfit on. The cool thing about this rendering is that it's very interactive to touch. So like I can spin myself around and see how everything's looking here. With the fit map, I can get a really close look of where they're expecting it to be loose versus comfortable, and I can even switch to different sizes and like try out all that sort of gadgets here, and I can even switch to different sizes and try that out. And then I can tailor based on, let's say I want to wear some cool fancy brown shoes, and then I can adjust the length of the pants. And then if I really want to, go out and it's like flooded or something, then there, I've got this here, and then I won't get my pants wet, which is what I'm really looking for. So, here we go. This is me with a good deal of style, and I can then check out, and it tells me the price, and then so there's a variety of different clothes in here, and I can use it to pick a nice outfit and be super stylish. So that was the LG ThinQ Fit, and me and my buddy here can use it to try on all sorts of clothes, which along with that door can be part of your future sci-fi home. Neither of these are going to be on sale for a little bit. They're prototypes. They're experimental from LG, but it's still a cool vision into what your future home might look like and might be able to do. If you liked the video, please like and subscribe below, and thanks for watching.
Hey guys, David Katzmeyer. This is CES 2020, and this is Samsung's booth. Not their booth at the CES floor, but this is their special first look event. We're here behind the scenes before it even starts to give you a first look at one of the coolest TVs you'll see this year or anywhere. Follow me. This is Samsung's flagship 8K TV, but it's really not about the 8Ks, the resolution. This thing is about design. This Q950TS has an extremely thin bezel around the edge. Look at that. You can barely tell that this isn't just picture hanging on the wall. Now, when I first saw this, I walked in the room, I go, I've never seen really anything like this. They say it's as thin as they've ever got it. They're able to reduce something called the black matrix around the edge of the screen here. This is a 75-inch size. Really looks crazy because, again, with that large of a screen, you get such a thin effect along the edge here that it really does seem like it's all picture. And it kind of is. They say it's literally 99% picture on this TV. So generally they're saying most TVs are 95. They have thin bezels, yeah, sure. But again, this is really, really thin. Now, of course, you're going to say, oh, wait, with this really thin bezel, you know, what am I trading off? And I said the same thing. I thought it might be edge lit. No, this TV actually has a full array local dimming backlight. Samsung is telling me that they're going to have the same great picture quality, the best picture quality of 2020 on this TV. So yeah, full array local dimming, extremely bright, QLED for that color, and of course 8K resolution. Samsung's talking about their 8K processing this year. They've improved their 8K AI, artificial intelligence processing, to do a deep learning to actually analyze the video quality, do some upconversion tricks and magic to make it look even better. We'll see, of course, that's really important because there's no 8K content. There's really nothing you can watch in 8K right now, a couple of exceptions, YouTube. But in general, you're going to be watching a lot of 4K and even 1080p on this TV, so that upconversion, really, really important. Again, though, this TV is more about the design than the picture quality. You come around to the side here, you can see it's really, really tight to the wall. And again, that super thin depth, they're able to do that because they have a One Connect box that actually has all the inputs, HDMI, the tuner, all that good stuff. It's external, so you just run a wire from that box to the TV itself. You can have this TV be on the wall with just that one connection to it. We'll go over here and show the TV in profile. They got one on the wall, and then they got this guy sitting here, kind of sitting out in space. You can see as you walk by the edge that it's just super duper thin. So again, this is not an OLED TV. This is QLED, LCD-based technology. They've slammed it together. It's kind of got a little lean here on the side. They've got these speakers on the back. Even the whole back side is really slick looking. The Q950TS is really all about the design. That's what you're paying for extra on this. Now, quickly, we'll talk about Samsung has some other 8K TVs that they're selling this year or in 2020. There's the Q900 and the Q800. The Q900 has similar image quality to the Q950, but again, not that thin, really cool bezel around the edge, or it's got a thicker cabinet as well. Doesn't have that One Connect box. And this is the Q800, which is the entry level on their 8K TVs in 2020. They're going to say they might bring that price point down to where they had their very best 4K TVs in 2019. So I looked at prices around Black Friday. $2,200 to $2,500 for that 65-inch size. If they can get their 65-inch 8K down there, maybe their 55 will be even cheaper. It's not cheap. 8K is still going to be really expensive in 2020, but it's some significant improvement. So anyway, that's what Samsung's doing with the 8K TVs. This is the Q950TS. I'm David Katzmeyer at CNET. If you like this video, check it out, subscribe. CNET's going to be at CES 2020 for the rest of the week.
Well, 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 look what I found at CES. It's a new camera from Nikon, the Nikon D780. Who says DSLRs are dead? Okay, I love mirrorless cameras as much as the next camera nerd, but there's a special place in my heart for DSLRs. And one of the cameras in there is the Nikon D750. But it's been 5 years, and the camera years, it's like 100, 200 years? I don't know. But a lot has changed. Nearly every brand now has their own mirrorless system and has a lot of new features that weren't found on the D750. But what if you took features from Nikon's Z mirrorless line, like live view and video enhancements, and put them in a DSLR? Well, you get this, the Nikon D780. It's expected to ship at the end of January for a body-only price of $2,300, or for $2,800, you can get a kit with this Nikkor 24-120 f4 lens. The Nikon D780 has the same 24.5 megapixel full-frame sensor that's used in Nikon's Z6. The D780 also has phase detect autofocus with a coverage of 273 points in live view. It has new camera effects, has autofocus tracking, and it has some pretty impressive video specs. You can shoot 10-bit video in HLG hybrid log gamma to an external recorder. That's phenomenal. And it shoots slow motion, but best of all, it can shoot 4K video at 30 frames per second using the entire sensor. No crop. Yay! Powering all this capability is the Nikon XP6 processor. The optical viewfinder in here is the same as the Nikon D750. However, it's been updated with new algorithms from the Nikon D5. Continuous shooting at 7 frames per second or 12 frames per second in live view using an electronic shutter. On the D750, you only got 6.5 frames per second. Other improvements include a faster top shutter speed. You can now shoot up to 1/8,000th of a second. Some other improvements is the Nikon D780 has better weather sealing than the D750. However, to achieve that, they had to get rid of the on-camera flash, but who uses the flash? Am I right? Oh, okay, I mean the on-camera one. What? Just buy a flash. Other improvements include a USB-C port for charging, as well as Bluetooth and Wi-Fi for PC Direct Connect, and a larger LCD screen. You can't even see me, it's so big. Where am I? Hey, there's a lot to like about the Nikon D780, and we look forward to testing it for a more in-depth review. But if you're saying to yourself, hey, Patrick, I'd really like to get one of those Nikon D750s. Well, you're in luck because Nikon's going to continue selling them at a lower price.
Another really cool thing we've seen here at CES 2020 is garage tech, smart locks, and garage door openers. Here at the LiftMaster booth in Las Vegas, I'm seeing a lot of new cool products that have just been announced. One of them is this garage door opener with a built-in camera. So I've never actually seen anything like this. Usually there's a garage door opener and you buy a separate camera to watch your kids come home from school or to make sure that your garage door is actually closed when you leave for vacation. But in this case, it's actually built into the device itself. Now this is a little bit pricey. It starts at $450 and it is a dealer installation, but think about the convenience of having the camera literally built right into the garage door opener. But that's not all. If you don't happen to have a LiftMaster system like this, or you already have a garage door opener that you like, they're also offering a standalone camera with a magnetic mount that you can literally just attach to the base here, and it can do essentially the same thing. So it's not built in, but it has this really, really simple magnetic mount that is compatible with all LiftMaster garage door openers and other magnetic garage door openers. So that's a really cool option. And then, in addition to that, they also have announced a lock integration with Yale Lock. So if you want to have some smart lock integration straight from the MyQ app, you can see what's happening with your garage door. You can control it, open it, and close it, see what's happening with the camera live feed, and also control your lock. You can also set it to automate so that if the garage door opens and someone comes in, you can actually have it automate so that the lock closes so that someone can't get inside your house. There's also an Amazon Key integration, so through the Amazon Prime app, if you have the feature where Amazon Prime will deliver packages inside your garage, when they come inside, these cameras will actually track that delivery and lock that door just to make sure they can't actually get inside your house. So this is just one of the many cool things we've seen here at CES 2020. For more, subscribe to CNET on YouTube.
This is the Nevo Start.
everybody. Welcome to the best of CES 2020 from CNET. We're live here in Las Vegas. I'm Brian Cooley, editor-at-large, with Scott Stein, editor-at-large. And now the dust is settling.
Feels like it.
Just enough. The show is open tomorrow, but things really start to close up today, or conclude today.
One more run around the old South Hall.
Around the old ranch.
Yeah. I got to do one more tour and
to see
check
how
out
much
the last
we've missed.
Yeah. We're missing. It's impossible to feel like you've seen even a fraction of the show.
Now, the only way we can really get our arms around this show is that there's 90 of us, and we cut it up into 90 parts, and that's how we know what we're about to do, which is we think our best estimation of the most important products and trends and what they portend for the year in tech ahead. So this is our roundup of roundups. We've been doing these for a couple days, but now with all of our editorial leads and all of our reporters, we've come up with this particular list that is your must-know from CES this year, and here we go. Starting off with the Alienware Concept UFO. It's one of the only of the prototypes we're going to have on this list. Almost everything else is real and going to market right away. But we're confident that this one is going to arrive. This is portable PC gaming.
Yes, but that it also docks. This is the Switchification of all gadgets. Like I wrote about a year ago or more where I thought the Nintendo Switch would spark this. And this is a PC that's kind of an evolution of where Razer was years ago with an Edge gaming tablet that they made.
Right.
And it makes sense. You want to play games on the go. You want to dock them. The technology is there. You could fold things. That's part of the evolution of computers. But also the modularity of being able to take things and bring them somewhere else and throw to the screen.
Yeah.
Eventually that should be wireless. But the idea right now of doing this looks like a product that should exist at the moment. It's still a concept, but it's totally ready to go in spirit, and we've seen things like this.
It's a good size.
Yeah.
It's a handful. Yeah. It's so it is satisfying in its portable mode.
I love the controller.
Yeah, they come together into one, which I think is very elegant.
Yeah.
So this is obviously this is analogous to a Switch, but it's PC.
Right. And then I think that there are enough games out there that would really merit doing that portably. You're not going to play all the crazy games, but all the indie games on Steam, we're already there in that pipeline, so I want to play this.
Yeah, it looks really cool. Now, number 2 on our list now is Impossible Pork. Between hardware, firmware, and software in the tech industry, we're now making room for wetware. Impossible followed their huge 2019 debut of the Impossible Burger with the Impossible Pork, which was debuted here. This is what it looks like. You can see it's a different color. It shapes differently, but it's still in the ground plant-based meat category. I believe they did 25,000 samples of it here.
I have not tried one of them yet, and I'm really
might be
dying
out by
to.
now. I think by Thursday they're probably.
I'm going to wait for it. It's debuting soon, right?
Yeah, it'll be at 160 some odd Burger Kings in 5 states in an early launch, or a test, I should say, technically. But they did that with Impossible Burger, and it pretty quickly, I think even faster than expected, went to a nationwide rollout. This should have relatively fewer hurdles to go the same way because the burger set the table for the pork.
Yeah, well, now, I was watching your taste test of all the plant-based foods.
Yeah, that was an interesting follow-on we put together to kind of go around this.
It was great, and there were so many, and I feel like it's transforming so rapidly that the flavor combinations and the textures, it's surprising to me. Where I try them once in a while, but it was surprising it debuted last year. Now it seems normal. Yeah. And in the landscape, it seems a lot more normal.
Yeah, the shrimp fried chicken and ice cream we had here yesterday show that it's not just a one-note tune of ground plant-based meats, but it's going all different directions. Very cool. Let's take a look now at the Withings Scan Watch. I mean, you think about watches that track health. You think stairs, step, sleep, pulse.
Yep.
This adds another view.
This adds sleep apnea, and I think the thing to watch now in all of wearable tech is where do you get the sensing from? It's algorithms. What's fascinating is the ability...
Not direct sensing, but algorithmic interpretation.
And using a lot of the same sensors that have been out there. It's pulling signal from noise better and trying to pursue FDA clearance for it. Withings is a health tech company that's already has FDA clearance and ECG, and they're all about real health tech.
Yeah, they're credible.
And they're pursuing FDA clearance on sleep apnea. This is the type of thing that Fitbit has been talking about for years. And has been doing studies on. It's using a SpO2 sensor that's out there in other watches.
That's oxygen content in your blood, blood perfusion.
Pulse ox, but it now they feel is clinically ready from their trials to pull meaningful data about that. You'd still want to go see a doctor and probably go for a sleep study and all that, but it's awareness of it. I have a CPAP and sleep apnea, but my awareness still of how I'm sleeping is not great, and so I like the idea of that to give a little heads up.
Yeah, because a CPAP fixes it, but doesn't necessarily give you insights into tracking it?
It tells you your interruptions, your little throughout the night, but it doesn't give you much more than that.
And by the time you've got a CPAP, you already know you've got apnea.
Right.
This is the precursor stage of figuring it out.
This is the precursor, and it could even be used if you already have it. And in a similar way, blood pressure is, I mean, I'm like the test bed for all the emerging tech problems. I have high blood pressure, so I've been dealing with this. In a similar way, there are earbuds from Valencell that are using that are beginning to detect blood pressure for general wellness.
Yeah,
but
we're on
using,
the cusp of that. Yeah,
using heart rate sensors, so algorithms.
Yeah, that's the thing. This is not directly measuring or using a microphone to listen for snoring or for breathing interruption. It's doing a more indirect measure of another signal, and then figuring that out if it's going to be an apnea.
We're going to see more sleep apnea sensing watches, and we're probably going to see blood pressure sensing earbuds.
Yeah, that I think is
year.
really interesting.
Yeah.
Because everyone will wear earbuds. A lot of folks are never going to wear a blood pressure watch as cool as Omron's is. The buds are already there. Let's go on to another body sort of technology, L'Oreal Perso. Now, you might think L'Oreal Beauty, right? And this does have a beauty component. But as you see it right there, it's a little tower you have filled with some cartridges of pigment to make custom lipstick. And you do that with an AR app. So far, not that amazing. But what it also can do is give you a custom mix of wellness components like vitamin C serums or SPF or a moisturizer, and make that a custom mix suited to you as well. And I don't believe the app has any way to figure those out. It can just look at you and do color things, but you can still set it to have the custom mix of wellness and not just attractiveness that you're trying to gain from their product.
This is like a real-life face filter.
It
I feel like
is,
this
right?
is the equivalent of like the way you could fix yourself, but they say,
here it is.
Here are the
like
real
it,
things.
Now do it.
Yeah.
And the little machine is so interesting because it has these little tiny little ports on the bottom, so the pigment seems to almost come out of nowhere, and then you just kind of smear it all together. And
that's one of the weirdest things, just watching them ooze and emerge.
I know, because you almost don't see the little ports where it comes out of, so it appears to appear magically. But this is a little, Home Depot paint mixer that you use for your face instead. All right, robots. I came here looking for a lot of robots. It's hit and miss at this show. I thought it was a little underwhelming.
Yeah.
We saw the Samsung Rolly.
Yes.
And you introduced me to that yesterday. And then we talked a lot about Tombot Jenny. Jenny is a dog, and this is a dog that you might look at from, I would say literally from 10 paces. You would really have to scratch your head and decide, is that a dog or not? In fact, after I saw it, and it fooled me, I was so kind of not trusting my own vision that I walked into our green room here and someone had a real dog, and I said, is that dog real or not? I didn't trust my own eyes anymore. Here is what Jenny looks like. Inside, which we'll see in a moment here, there's a very complex dog-like skeleton. So they tried to mimic the actual skeleton and structure of a dog. They're really proud of its ability to move and its ability to wag its tail, both mechanically and algorithmically, as you see there, in a way that is very, very dog-like. Now, it doesn't get up and walk. It's a simpler robot. That's why it's $400. And it has sampled real dog barks, whines, and whimpers, not some synthetically created thing, so it sounds very realistic, they say. It's not a toy. It's for animal-assisted therapy for people with dementia.
And it was co-designed by the Jim Henson Company, which
I
didn't know it either, and I was reading the story.
Oh.
That's brilliant, because I think we're at the point where, like we talked about with robots, where puppeteering, animation, the desire to be more like Pixar and puppeteer. There are people who do this brilliant stuff.
Right, they're out there.
Yeah, to fool our minds and win our hearts. And
let's get them connected to these kind of companies.
Yeah,
it was very impressive. I know robots can often be kind of an eye roll, especially when they're little fluffy puppy robots. It's like, okay, that's a silly toy. This is not intended to be that. BrainCo has a prosthetic hand we saw here, getting into a different market now, right? We're getting into a medical market or a quasi-medical market. And the idea here is that you would use brain signals that are detected and muscle electrical impulses on the remnant limb that are also detected to get this thing to do relatively natural and very discrete finger-specific movements. It's almost hard to believe.
This obviously has tremendous implications for amputees, or just for. So it's an exciting development. I know this has been in the works for a bit. We've read stories about it. Sounds like it's ready or near being ready.
Yeah, and I think I believe they're in an FDA clearance segment. $10,000 to $15,000 would be the price. It's obviously medical equipment. That, I'm told, compares to $60,000, $70,000 or more for the state-of-the-art prosthetic hands that are controllable now more by gesture. I think you kind of give it a shake and the fingers will do certain things, but it's not an exceedingly rich array of things that the current hands can do. So take a look there, shaking hands with Ashley Esqueda, and that's a pretty natural looking kind of a thing. I haven't been engaged with it. I haven't shaken hands with someone wearing it, but she reported it was pretty amazing.
In a side note here, it's been a quieter show, but an interesting show for VR and AR. I say that because I think about hand tracking. I think about next generation inputs. This is for people who really need it. But brain interfaces. Facebook's been now announcing that they're working in that realm.
Oh, they're hot.
For
red hot.
where it's going. If you can get good enough for someone who actually needs it to replace their hand,
to drive
the possibilities for people for telepresence, for doing all sorts of things, avatar type stuff, movie and real. I mean, in reference there, I think there's a lot of interesting ground that we're not at yet, but we're getting closer. We really
I don't think
closer.
it'll even be CES 21, but by CES 22, I think we're going to see a really interesting, rich, and conceivable brain-computer interface market that's starting to emerge.
If I could use my hands to control something like 1,000 miles away.
That's really scary.
It is.
I'm nervous when you're right near me. Maybe it's better if you're 1,000 miles away.
Pat on the back. Cross coast.
Samsung's, and we normally are 3,000 miles away.
Yeah, that's a safe.
Once a year, we're like tethered, and then we're coast to coast.
Is there a chance to catch up, and then next CES?
And then I'll see. Oh, hey, how you doing? It's been a year. Samsung's Galaxy Chromebook. This is a collaboration between Google and Samsung. You think Chromebook, you think usually inexpensive cloud terminal that is meant to be kind of just basic hardware and kind of dumb, to be honest. This is really premium and apparently high performance.
Yeah, this is a super high end. This is a $1,000 13.3 inch.
Yeah,
it's got pen support. I think the big thing here is the 4K UHD AMOLED display.
Oh yeah,
it just looks like it's like a 2-poundish, great laptop. I've been looking at high-end Chromebooks myself the past couple of years. I reviewed the Pixelbook Go, which was trying to be just a good laptop.
Yeah,
it's always a funny dance because Google holds some things back in what Chromebooks can do, but Chrome as a system is getting better and better and more instant, and I work in Chrome mostly anyhow.
Right.
They still have a ton of really low-end Chromebooks, which is what a lot of people love because education and home. I think this is an exploring interesting frontier, not just for Chrome, but for PCs. Because we still say, like, what is a PC? How powerful do you need it to be? How instant can it be?
Yeah, a couple carve-outs that I keep coming. I love the Chromebook idea. I'm a big Google services and Chrome user, but it lacks in video editing. We don't have that nailed as a cloud function yet, even basic video editing. And PowerPoint is still PowerPoint. You don't do Google Sheets or slides and get a similar result. If you're a PowerPoint jockey like I am in so much of my work, there's just no replacement for a installed presentation platform.
Somewhere between iPad and Chromebook is where I've wanted to be for a couple of years now.
Oh.
It's like where the iPad excels at apps and is fantastic for that.
Yeah.
And where Chrome's great for the internet and for that sort of online web OS or CMS, anything sort of thing. But the two are still. Google's never handled Android apps on Chrome the way it should. It still feels wonky. It still feels wonky.
That's still wonky, isn't it?
Yes, it feels
coming out of the
totally
same house. That should be utterly seamless and elegant.
Yeah, I think that is where things are growing. But you see these two companies coming from different directions.
Let's talk about folders now. TCL foldable phone. This is a prototype. One of the other prototypes we have on the list, a very few. Bending screen. We've got here aim at premium, saying, look, no sacrifice is the idea. As much screen as you need in the moment. 3 cameras at least, so full camera stack, or is that 4? And 5G, of course. This is still not to market yet, so when it does come, it'll have to be a 5G phone. But you and I had the most interesting revelation, I think, that I may have had from the entire show, which is, where does folding belong?
Yeah, and I think it belongs in tablets.
I agree.
Yeah, I think
I'm starting to feel that way.
I'm excited you feel
that
way. Yeah, I
bigger is more useful, oddly enough.
Yeah, I think that you're going to see everybody throwing stuff at a wall, and you're going to get to the point where you don't even really know what the definition is. I mean, Microsoft's upcoming folding smaller tablet phone, but they won't call it a phone. Dell was here on stage showing off similar types of things with foldables, tablet and a laptop. Lenovo's got that. Dell also, asking them that question, when you have a folding tablet, could you get into phones? Could you basically be making phones? And what is a phone? When you can unfold a phone and make it something that's something bigger. I like
unfold a tablet into a laptop. Now I think you've really got an interesting pair of modalities.
I like a phone I can chuck around and not worry about, and foldables don't feel
they're still
durable
they're
for
delicate.
that.
Yeah.
But if you can take get a netbook and then unfold it to a tablet, and then perch it and then have a keyboard, that seems like the thing I would be using all the time.
Yeah.
So
and the Dell prototype had all of those attributes, right?
Yeah.
Detachable physical keyboard, on-screen virtual keyboard in the lower half.
And do that.
Yeah.
But TCL is becoming a bigger player in phones, so that's interesting too.
TCL is getting very serious, and now they have the TCL brand in phones, where they used to use the Alcatel brand that they purchased, which, you know, barely a player, not in the U.S. market anyway. So they're putting their brand out there more, some confidence. OLED TVs are the TV that a lot of people really aspire to. They're very expensive. They come from relatively few players. But our most intriguing TV story may be the entry of Vizio into OLED coming up later this year, simply on a price story angle. I mean, here's David Katzmeyer. He's with that. On the right there is the Vizio OLED, and that's literally all we saw. He was showing a Vizio logo. The one he's looking at now is a current Vizio TV, very nice, high-quality TV. When Vizio hits OLED, Vizio could democratize OLED, and that's where we think the story is interesting. Not that it's going to be a better OLED dramatically. I'm sure it'll be lovely, but it's a price story.
Yeah, this might be where I get an OLED.
Right.
For me.
Right.
Because I don't have one. I tend to buy TVs at the $1,100 price. You know, that's like my...
Okay, big spender.
Yeah, right.
I like $500 and no more.
That's my one. No, the $1,100 in the living room, and then $500, lower anywhere else. Yeah, it is big spender. That was a couple of years ago, too.
I want your hand-me-downs. I'm a $500 guy. That's it.
But
I have a limit of $10,000 on buying a car, too. So I just have some nice
I hear people buying like $2,000 plus OLEDs, and I'm like, well, that's great. I'm not going to get one.
I'll come over to your house and watch it,
yeah,
but I'm not going to buy that
I'm not getting one now, but I feel like we're going to get to that point where you might consider them. And it kind of I just want ones that are good for games, that the picture's great.
And we saw that trend also. The TV makers are saying, look, it's kind of table stakes now. These displays, which is really all they are, displays, have to be game performance ready to some degree.
Yeah.
You have to say, we got good refresh, good, what's the NVIDIA bus technology moving?
Oh, the G-Sync?
Yeah, the G-Sync we saw come out in some. So it's really about making TVs truly game ready and not just sort of like an but bigger place to put your game.
Yeah.
Last thing we have here is, you may say, that's old, but it's not. It's finally coming to market, the Y brush. And I'm intrigued by this. This is the 10-second toothbrush, because right now you don't brush your teeth right and you don't brush your teeth long enough. That's their story, and they're right on for most of us. This is the one that looks like a like those little trays they use at the dentist to take a casting of your teeth.
Or to apply gel.
Yeah, mouthpiece.
Fluoride gel.
A fluoride gel thing. It's got the way to do your teeth in 10 seconds for the top row, 10 seconds for the bottom set. You're done. Notice all the bristles in there are pre-angled at that angle your dentist always wants you to hold your brush. And they've got, they say, the vibrating, oscillating in there to be just the right to loosen up all the material, just like a Sonic hair, of course. The key here is that they're now ready to go to market. I think $125 is the market price. I think they're still looking at $25 each time you've got to replace the brush head, which will wear out. My concern here, and I like a lot about this, my concern is that is the ugliest industrial design I've seen in a long time. That thing looks awful.
It looks...
You really couldn't make that look elegant like a Sonic hair or an Oral-B in its handle?
It's a smiling set. It's body horror.
And
it's like
it's
a
a bad
shape.
shape. This is an old video, but I assume that this is what the design still looks like.
I don't brush well. What are the etiquette implications of pulling out a Y brush to quickly brush your teeth? Like right around here in the
future. Well, that's
future.
interesting. If it's that quick, why not do it more often?
You would keep that in your bag in your bathroom, or just like while eating lunch. I mean, people are going to start taking these out.
But you still got to spit, and that's where it goes wrong. Yes, still got to spit
into your cup that's sitting on your table. It could get
not
really
when I'm around.
It could get really hygienic and really gross.
At the
Very
same time.
soon, yeah.
All right, everybody. That's our best of CES roundup. That is by no means a comprehensive list of all the interesting products at CES. They're the ones that we thought deserve your attention the most in a short snapshot. To see everything, or at least a lot more of the 40,000 product stories here at CES, go to ces.cnet.com. Coming up, we've got a lot happening at the CNET stage. This stage is on fire today. Coming up, we're going to have the best smart home tech at 11:30. Rich Brown, the dean of smart home people, is going to be here with his gang looking at what's happening in smart home in the summary here at CES. We got Pawn Stars Rick Harrison, local guy here in Vegas. He'll be here at 3. Talking retro tech.
That's
we
awesome.
see a lot of that come through their doors.
That'll be really cool.
And I wish I could be here for this one, but I'll be off doing something else. Super Joe's going to be here. Joe Montana will be here at 3 o'clock. He's going to be, not that time's not right. He'll be here after 3 o'clock. Tell me in the ear, guys. When's the 3 o'clock for Joe? Well, then, when's Pawn Stars? I got that time wrong. 1 o'clock. Sorry, Pawn Stars is 1 o'clock. My mistake.
That, yeah.
Joe Montana's here at 3 o'clock. He'll be talking about tech for seniors. That is not a stuffy topic anymore. It's really interesting, and let's face it, a whole bunch of us are in the sandwich generation. You may have kids and your older parents, and you're having to juggle them both, so be here for that as well. We'll see you a little later at the CNET stage.
we're here at the ASICS booth in CES 2020, and we're looking at a new smart shoe from ASICS. They've had a shoe that works to help you understand and run better, but now they're integrating some new sensor technology. My colleague Megan Woolerton is there trying it out, and we're going to talk to the CEO about how this technology works and what we can learn from it and how you can use it to be more efficient when you run. So go ahead and introduce yourself.
Okay, my name is Yuya Kikugawa, CEO and founder of Noni Fox Studio Inc.
Excellent. So tell us a little bit about this new smart shoe that you guys are introducing here at CES.
Okay, thank you. Her shoes looks like normal running shoes, but it has a space in the midsole. So there is a sensor module called Orphicore.
Okay.
Orphicore is our sensor module. It has accelerator, gyro, and latest microcomputer, and it can calculate the user's each step. For example, speed, stride, cadence, ground contact time, landing zone, and more.
Very good. So how can this help somebody improve their running?
Okay. This time our concept is energy saving. So by visualization and feedback, your landing, the runner can improve by the advices.
Very good.
For example, this is a result.
I'll hold that. I'll hold this one for you.
Okay. This evaluation is based on ASICS biomechanical science. Like this, this is your running type, and there is advices to improve your running, and this is statistics of your run. For example, this is your running zone. It is very hard to know by themselves because now improve your running form is very difficult.
Yeah. So now this shoe itself has a certain curve to it. You guys have been working on this for a while, and this helps you run correctly, right?
Yeah. Yes. It is guide sole, and it helps you to improve your landing.
Very good. And when will this product be available?
We intend to launch in 2020, but the fixed schedule is not disclosed.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. So this is ASICS booth here at CES 2020. Technology that's going to help you run better, more efficient, use your energy the best way possible. So we're going to go to a break now, but stay with CNET for all the rest of the best stuff from CES 2020.
Samsung surprised us by announcing two light versions of the Galaxy Note and the Galaxy S10 respectively a few days before CES. And now that we're here, we have our first opportunity to look at them. So this is the Samsung Galaxy Note 10 Lite, and in my other hand, we've got the Samsung Galaxy S10 Lite. Right away, you can tell that they have a different shape, a different design. The camera mounts on the back of both of them are square and stick out, which is a harbinger of things to come if the rumors for the Galaxy S11 phone prove true. We're going to take a look at these two devices. Since this is a Note phone, of course, you've got the S Pen stylus here at the bottom that you can just pop out. I really love using the S Pen. I think that it helps keep the screen a lot cleaner for my fingerprints. It's also my favorite way to take a screenshot because instead of taking a picture of the entire screen, I can just capture really precisely exactly the area that I want to, and it's very fast. What's extra awesome about the Lite version is that next to the USB-C port, we have a headphone jack. This is something that has been absent from Samsung's high-end phones, and so it's nice to see it here because sometimes you just want to use your wired headphones. There is one more important difference. The Galaxy S10 Lite does not have a headphone jack. Wah, wah. You guys ready to see a close-up of that camera on the back? There it is. We've got a flash and 3 camera lenses, 12 megapixel main camera, ultra wide angle, and telephoto lens here. And on the front, we've got a 32 megapixel lens. Storage is 128 gigabytes with 8 gigabytes of RAM, and there is dual SIM support. It also runs Android 10 and Samsung's new One UI version 2. I'm pretty impressed with the battery capacity too. This is 4,500 milliamp hours, and it runs an Exynos processor. So you're probably wondering what's the difference between the Note 10 Lite and the Galaxy S10 Lite, apart from the fact that one has a stylus and one doesn't. Well, they're actually pretty similar. They both have the same screen size, storage, battery capacity, Android version. One thing that is different though are the cameras. You do have a slightly different camera mount. There's a different shape to it and it protrudes a lot more. The cameras themselves are different too. You've got a 48 megapixel main sensor, a 12 megapixel ultra wide, and then a 5 megapixel macro lens and that flash. But it's kind of weird to me, not only that it sticks out a little bit, but that you've got a lot of blank space here. So you think like, why make it a square when all you're gonna do is house the flash there? I don't really know the answer, it just looks different. You also have a different processor in here. You've got Qualcomm's Snapdragon chip instead of Samsung's homegrown Exynos. Because of these differences, I can also assume that the S10 Lite will be a little bit cheaper than the Note 10 Lite. The Galaxy S series is always a little bit less than the Note series anyway, so it makes sense, and it's possible they might be offered in different markets. The Note 10 Lite comes in 2 different colors, and the S10 Lite comes in 3 different colors. Beyond that, we don't know anything about the pricing or availability anywhere in the world, but stick with us and we'll get you that information as soon as we have it, and be sure to subscribe to CNET for all of the news coming out of CES.
Welcome back to CES 2020.
You're watching CNET's live coverage, and we're here to talk smart home tech at this year's show. I'm Andrew Gebhardt, and with me from our smart home team is Rich Brown, Molly Price, and David Priest. Thanks all for being here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
lots to talk about.
we're excited.
So let's talk smart home, starting with the August Wi-Fi smart lock. Molly, you were the one who wrote about the smart lock, and we're pretty excited about this.
Yeah, you know, it's been a while since August has given us a new lock, and this one is 45% smaller than the ones that came before it, so they've really compacted that nice circular design that goes on the inside of your door. You can see in there at that video, they have it in black and silver, and the cool thing about it is Wi-Fi is built in, so you won't have to buy that August Connect module anymore to get your remote access or integrate it with your smart home platform.
Okay, so that's cool, and this has been one of our favorites, obviously, of CES. Rich, why does it stand out so much?
Yeah, you know, I mean, August has had a really polished smart lock pretty much since its inception, right? They've been really great about working with all the various voice assistants. They give you pretty much unlimited digital keys that you can give out to people, where a lot of their competitors will charge you, right? So they've just really come up with a very customer-friendly software experience, and shrinking the thing on the door, building in Wi-Fi, it just makes it kind of a no-brainer on the smart lock side for me. It's a little bit expensive. It's $250, so you know you have to be really committed to the lock to buy in. But I'm a fan.
But that Wi-Fi bridge, that's the really big deal, right? Because let's focus on that a little bit more. What was it previously? You had to have a separate dongle?
Yeah, so previously, and they would sell it in a package, so you could buy it in a bit more expensive than just the lock. You could get the module with it, and then you could do all that smart home connecting and remote access, and if you didn't have that, you were sort of limited to just Bluetooth and when you were near the lock. So to have that built in where you don't have to buy a separate thing, you don't have to fill up an outlet in your house, you don't have to pair things together, it's much simpler, and it's a great option for people that don't want to replace their entire deadbolt because it is retrofit.
And so Wi-Fi in the smart lock is still pretty unique, right, Rich?
It is. You know, there are a few of them out there. I think we haven't had that historically just because it tends to be a big power drain, right? Like nobody wants to swap batteries in and out of their smart lock every 3 months or so. I'm not sure what August is promising in terms of battery life for this one. That's one thing we'll have to test out. But I've got a feeling 6 months is maybe not out of the question. Okay. So I think most people can probably live with that.
Yeah, I think you can expect probably 6 months to a year, I think is sort of what they told me. They've changed this one, though. All the old models had 4 AA's. This one has 2 CR123s, so a little bit of a different battery, 2 less, but kind of a more specialized battery. So I don't have CR123s in a drawer in my kitchen, but
you wrote about another smart lock as well, right?
I did, yeah. So there was another cool one we saw at the show that actually you can't even tell that you would have a smart lock installed. So you would take off the front and the back of your existing regular old deadbolt, and then you would replace the deadbolt in the middle in that hole in your door, put your outside stuff back on, and you would have a smart lock that works with HomeKit, there's an app, and nobody would know from the outside that you have a smart door.
So this is called the level lock,
yes,
right?
Yes, level lock.
Okay, so Dave, which one would you want on your door?
I mean, personally, I love the idea of the level lock. I mean, it's nice to have that retrofit design of the August lock, but you know, depending on the style of your house, you don't really want that smart eyesore there if you have like a Victorian townhouse, right? So the level lock is great because it just disappears inside your door. You get to maintain the aesthetic that you have in your house, and also you don't get to, you know, you don't have to broadcast to the world that you have a smart lock on your front door. It just slips right in there and kind of accomplishes the same thing. Just from the idea standpoint, I really, really like that idea. Now, in terms of how it actually stands up when we get to test it, you know, that's always the question that we have to answer when we get it in our house.
Yeah. Okay, but here's my issue, right? If the battery is inside the deadbolt itself and you're replacing the front and back, isn't that going to be a big pain in the butt to change the battery?
I don't think it's as hard as it looks. It's really, smart locks are not as intimidating as they seem, and I think most people could probably do it in 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay, but my laziness might take over there. Is all I'm really worried about.
Like in most of the, generally speaking, with smart locks, you really got to want it. It's not an impulse purchase.
Okay, so you have to pick one, Rich. August, level.
I'm a fan of August. They work really well.
And the previous August lock was our editor's choice winner, right?
Yep. Yes.
So expectations are really high for this next one, and we're seeing a lot of smart locks here at CES, so hopefully one of these stands out and takes the category to the next level.
Yeah.
The other thing that we're seeing at CES this year is recognition. And what I mean by that is that large appliances, cameras that are getting better at recognizing objects, even better at recognizing people, that could make smart large appliances really take off. Like, we've struggled to see one that had a really compelling case, but now at this CES we saw the LG washer with AI. Rich, what's the deal with the LG washer?
Right, so the promise of the LG washer is that through a set of sensors built into the washing machine, it can detect not only the weight of clothing, the weight of the load that you put in, but also the fabric that it's made up from. So then it will automatically recommend a washing cycle for you, taking some of that guesswork out. I mean, not that I spend a ton of time guessing, right? Most of the time I put stuff in there, hit the normal the normal cycle and go with it. But I think the promise of tailoring a wash cycle to your clothing, maybe you won't have so much wear and tear, particularly if it's easy and automatic, which is what LG is kind of promising here. I think that's really appealing.
That sounds cool, especially for a guy like me who's particularly fastidious with sorting my clothes.
No doubt.
But if I'm going to throw everything in, it's nice to know that the washer will actually take care of it. Molly, is this a feature you would use?
Yeah, I thought this was really cool when Megan Wollerton and I were talking about it. As you know, she covers most of our laundry stuff, and I asked her, I said, well, okay, but I throw in like 5 t-shirts and 3 pairs of jeans. It's not like all cotton or all denim or all polyester. It's a mix of stuff. I said, can the washer really tell what type of stuff is in there? And it can. So it can differentiate between, this is like half cotton, half whatever. And I think that's smart. It's a really interesting concept that I haven't seen before.
Okay, but one of the barriers of smart large appliances is smarts are advancing all the time, and you have to invest a lot to get access to these smarts. Dave, is this something that you would be willing to do?
I mean, large appliances, I think, roll out in a different way from something like an August smart lock. An August smart lock, it's a couple $100. People may be thinking about improving the security in their home, and so they buy this thing. Large appliances, you get it and you expect to have it for a fair amount of time, right? You move into a house, you think about getting a new washer and dryer. I just got a new washer and dryer maybe 6 or 7 months ago, and if this had been a feature that I had access to, I would have seriously considered it. So I think that you're not looking at people who are wanting to necessarily buy into this new product line, as soon as it comes out. It's when they reach that point where they have to buy a new product, then they see the non-smart option and they see the smart option, and they choose the smart option. And in this case, it's something, if you get this, you don't even have to think about it. You just throw in your clothes and it does the work for you. And I think that's a really smart way to think about large appliances.
And you saw, speaking of large appliances that are smart, you saw another one that can actually recognize your food called the Bosch Home Connect refrigerator, right?
Yeah, so it's interesting. Bosch has a number of refrigerators at this point in the last couple of months that have been coming out with built-in cameras. And you can actually see them there. There's one inside the door and there's one inside the body of the fridge itself. And what those cameras do is they recognize the food. They properly identify the food in your fridge. They keep track of it. And then they basically are able to suggest recipes based on what you have access to in your fridge. It's a really cool kind of useful tool. Now, this has been around for a little while, this kind of technology. LG has done it some, Samsung has done it some, the June oven, some other things like that. But this was one of the first times that I've seen it implemented in a way where I could actually see myself using it. Leaving at the end of the day, ready for my commute home, looking for recipes on my phone and really only seeing recipes that are that are available to me based on the food that's in my fridge. I think it's a really good practical idea there.
Yeah, I got to see it in action a little bit myself, and it was pretty cool. I'm not much of a cook, but I'd like to think that if I had this, maybe I would at least be able to try. It even communicated with the oven and started the oven preheating. I'd really wonder what recipes it could recommend for my fridge that has beer and hot sauce in it, but it seemed to be pretty cool. Rich, is this something that would make you actually want to invest in a smart kitchen?
I mean, no, it's not yet. I mean, I think it's sort of the first step, right? I mean, to me, the smart kitchen has to be seamless to really work, right? It's got to kind of close that whole loop from shopping to cooking to inventory tracking to making recipe recommendations. I mean, Samsung has similar technology. Other companies have been working on this. You go to the demos and you see it's starting to get there finally, like doing some of this core object recognition and then taking that and like recommending recipes. So we're moving forward in sort of a maybe positive looking way, but this is not a seamless experience yet, at least in my experience.
It was getting close. It talked to the oven. It was like, hey, heat the oven to 400 degrees or, I don't know, however much you heat an oven to. And then, so that is the sort of thing that could even make me, it was getting close, I think.
It was.
We're
cool,
on the path. We're on the path.
Yeah, it is cool, and it's cool to be getting closer to it. It's also important to recognize the limitations. I mean, even the model fridge that they had set up, you could see, you know, they had it set up in a way that most of our fridges, at least my fridge, does not look. You know, you don't have clear access to every food item. You know, sometimes our fridge is just packed full of stuff, and you know, if you had one item behind another, it wouldn't properly recognize them. So there are definitely limitations to this technology.
It's not foolproof, right? It's still relying on that vision, and I wonder how it would react to like keeping the thing in the bag. And if you don't like unpack everything properly, is it still going to work? So that's something that we hopefully we'll get to test soon, and hopefully it comes to fruition. But it wasn't the only food recognition thing that we saw here at CES. Molly, GE had the next generation kitchen hub that they were showing off.
Yes.
Tell us about that.
So last year we saw the first gen kitchen hub. It's a vent with lights, a hood vent that goes over your range with lights, and there's basically a giant 27-inch Android tablet on the front of it. And it had a camera on the front for like video chatting, and there was a camera underneath for looking at your stovetop if you wanted to, you know, blog or stream your spaghetti noodles or whatever. Well, this year they added a microwave, which I thought was smart because when we reviewed the first one, everyone in our office was like, okay, but is it a microwave? Because we're all used to having that microwave over our range, and this year it is. So that front door hinges open, and there's a 1,000-watt microwave inside there. The tablet on the front kind of stays the same. Yummly integration with food recognition did get a little bit better this year. You got to test that out yesterday.
Yeah, I got to see it in action, and it was cool because the camera that's under it and was looking down at the stovetop actually recognized that the meat wasn't done by the image of the meat. And then we swapped in a little different plastic piece of meat, and all of a sudden it recognized it was done. So that's cool. Again, could actually help a guy like me cook, which I could use the help. This would be nice. But it's not an actual full-on. So when I think smart display, I think Google Nest Hub.
Right.
Is it like that?
It's not a smart display. It really is an Android tablet. So it comes with all the tablet stuff you're used to, like Google Play and Netflix and every other app you could get on, you know, a handheld Android.
Okay, so Rich, would you prefer, let's say you have this thing, and let's say it's this 27-inch screen here. Would you prefer to have that Google Nest software that is meant entirely for voice interaction, or would you like that full Android tablet experience?
You know, we have a Nest Hub in my house, and we've tried using it for cooking. Overall, I think Google has done some really good work moving sort of voice forward in terms of helping people navigating a recipe. But it hasn't been a total home run, at least in my home. But then you set up the GE Kitchen Hub, and it sounds a little crazy, right? Like, I'm going to put this 27-inch screen over my oven. Like, I don't know that you would get a lot of people buying into that on paper, but you stand in front of it, and you kind of get it. And then you get into Android, and you're like, okay, wait, I can put Netflix on here. I can pull up a recipe. Like, I can kind of do whatever I want, right? So it's perhaps not as ambitious in terms of its intelligence and its interaction with the user, but I really kind of like the GE Kitchen Hub, I have to admit.
Okay, I don't know if I'm super sold yet, because I really like the Google Nest Hub, but this wasn't the only smart display that we saw at CES. Dave, you saw one on a piece of wood called MUI?
That's right, yeah. And this is maybe not one of the most practical devices, but I thought it was one of the most interesting devices. And it was something from a company called MUI Labs. It was called the MUI panel. And you can see here, it's actually a real piece of wood that has an inlaid LED display on it. It's a really fascinating idea. It's coming out in the next month or so, and it's kind of expensive. It's $550. I don't see myself. Okay, it's very expensive. I don't see myself buying this, if I'm honest. But what this represents in terms of the marriage of nature and technology, of function and beauty, I think is really, really fascinating. And I'd love to see more smart home developers move this direction. I just think it's really exciting. And you can kind of see here, even the way that you set a timer is by drawing a line on it.
I was going to say, what are you doing there? Yeah.
So there are these kind of like creative ways that they actually get you interfacing with this panel of real wood in just a way that kind of draws you in. It's more embodied. It's interesting. Yeah.
Okay, so other than being interesting, like what can you use it for?
Where would you put that?
Well, you can use it for a number of reasons. You can use it to set timers. You can use it to send messages. It connects to Wi-Fi, so you can again, check. It can send you notifications of various kinds. There's also some kind of wellness aspect to it. It can help you with breathing exercises, for instance, or different things like that.
It can show you the weather, right, and the time, the kind of basic sort of informational stuff.
So it covers some of that stuff. No, it's not the same thing as an Echo Show, or a Google Hub. But it's doing a lot of those it's offering a lot of that good, useful material in a really aesthetically pleasing way.
Molly, $550 though. Is that something you'd buy in?
No. 550's way too many.
Yeah.
Okay, but you liked sort of the direction this was indicating as far as like smart home aesthetics, the smart home becoming more visually pleasing.
Well, and I think that's an interesting. I think it speaks to where smart home technology has gone in the last few years and where it's going in the next few years. 3 or 4 years ago, when we came to CES, all of this smart home tech seemed so, just so futuristic. But now, a lot of us have Amazon Echo in our house. We have smart displays on our countertops. A lot of this stuff is becoming more mundane. The question is, how do we take those smarts and make them, actually serve us in more holistic ways? How do we make them fit into the decor of our home? How do we make them really serve our real, day-to-day needs? And I think that the fridges that we've talked about, possibly could do that. I think that having a display above your range could possibly do that. Having a lock that just fits into an existing doorknob could do that.
Let's say you've got to pick one. From all of our products that we've seen, you've got to pick one, and let's say they're all real and they're all working as we intend. Price aside, which one would you pick, Rich?
I think I'm going Kitchen Hub. I got to be honest.
Oh,
Kitchen Hub, Molly?
I think I'm going with that hidden lock.
You're going with the level lock?
I really like that idea.
All right, Dave?
I love cooking, so I would probably go with the Kitchen Hub. I could see myself using that.
It is really fun.
I'm going that Bosch fridge. I want help in the kitchen. It'd be really useful for me. And that's all the time we have. We're going to have a short break, but we have a lot more to show you on our last day at CES 2020, including a flying taxi, as well as Byton's CES keynote in its entirety. So stick around.
flying cars, or eVTOL, electrical vertical takeoff and landing. This is the Bell Nexus 4EX, and it's designed for short hops, not long journeys. Think sort of 8 to 10 mile journeys. Now, this is absolutely enormous. To give you a sense of scale, it's about 15 feet high, the clearance here. The ducts themselves are around 8 feet across, and it looks absolutely incredible. It's kind of like a hybrid helicopter plane. So to find out more about the Bell Nexus, I'm going to chat with Scott from Bell. Now, Scott, good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Now,
Thanks for being here.
Yeah, thank you. Now tell me a little bit about exactly what you designed the Bell Nexus 4EX.
So the Bell Nexus 4EX is the gold standard for our on-demand mobility platforms. And on-demand mobility is about Bell moving people, goods, and data from point A to point B in an on-demand fashion. So Nexus is designed mostly for that people mission. So think of it as an air taxi that you can hail from an application that you carry on your smartphone and go to a destination of your choice without any traffic.
So how fast are we talking? Let's talk top speed,
Sure.
payload, and how heavy this thing is.
So the payload capacity is 4 + 1 passengers, so that's roughly in the 800 to 1,000 pound range. It goes 150 miles an hour for cruise, and it can go a distance of 60 miles all electric, like the version you're seeing here, or 150 miles plus with our hybrid electric version.
Okay, 150 miles an hour, that's fast.
Yeah,
that's
it's
pretty
a fast
fast.
version.
Okay, let's go inside and take a look at some of the technology in here. So
Come on in, welcome.
Thank you. I'm going to take the passenger seat, I believe. Oh,
Yep.
wow, okay. All right, so sitting down, first thing I notice, it kind of feels like an airplane seat, car seat.
It's
yeah,
great.
yeah, it feels very normal considering that I'm in a flying car, technically.
Yeah, well, we love hearing that. We started our design from these seats out instead of from out in. So this is our effort to make sure we find a new customer set, folks like you and I, folks like the people at CES, and we want them to have that feeling of familiarity when they enter the vehicle.
So what's happening on this screen above me? There's obviously a lot of lights and movement. Is this supposed to be giving me information about my journey?
Yeah, this is a screen that we're using at the show to give people the sense that you're connected when you enter the Nexus vehicle. So you'll know about where you came from and where you're going, because your device will connect to our machine and provide internet service and provide communication services, so you feel like you've just stayed in your digital world.
This feels very, very comfortable. Okay, so what other creature comforts are in the cabin for passengers?
Yeah, well, they'll be safety first. Of course, these are seats that are crash worthy, and they will also have a retention system like we're familiar with in cars and jets. But there's also the ability to adjust these seats. One of our main KPIs is to have it accessible, so we can take these seats out and you can have space for someone maybe that needs a wheelchair, or someone that's bringing children along that need to buckle in with their seats. We also can accommodate logistics missions if you took all the seats out, or even an emergency medical service mission.
Okay, so let's talk about the real world. So when are we actually going to expect this on the market? Because that's the question that I want answered. When am I going to be in a flying car instead of having to sit in the traffic?
Absolutely. So we're talking about the middle to late 2020s, and that seems like a long time away, but for us, that's just around the corner. So we'll be developing this experimental aircraft to fly very soon as a technology demonstrator, and then a certified vehicle and system, a digital system and physical infrastructure will be ready in the late 2020s.
Excellent, Scott. Thanks for showing me around. I want to take one last look of the outside,
Great.
because the actual ducts are really interesting. So if you come out and take a look, now these ducts here, now when it is actually taking off vertically, so they are sitting horizontally, kind of like this, right?
Kind of like this, just a little tilted back, more parallel to the ground. Yeah.
And then obviously when we're moving in the air, they're tilting and going straight forward.
Yeah, we call that a powered lift aircraft. It's an aircraft that flies like a helicopter and an airplane at the same time. And we have these tilted ducted fans because the ducts augment the power. They help us to keep it quiet, And we've also discovered from interacting with our customers that it makes them feel comfortable as they approach the aircraft. They don't see rotating prop rotors, they just see a duct, they look solid, and they say, this vehicle is something I want to ride in.
And most importantly, there's enough clearance, so I'm not going to have that paranoia when I get into a helicopter that I have to duck down.
Exactly.
Excellent. Well, that's been your first look at the Bell Nexus 4EX here at CES 2020. Make sure to subscribe to CNET for lots more from CES.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to CES Las Vegas, and welcome to the Byton press conference. I wish you all a happy, happy New Year. My name is Qingfen Ding, and I'm the Chief of Staff at Byton. This is Byton's third appearance here at CES. It's been quite a ride, and it has been my privilege to be part of the journey from the very beginning. From the inception of our vision to the creation of the world's first smart device on wheels. We have assembled a truly global team from Germany, the US, China, France, and many other places. You will see that diversity represented here on stage today. Likewise, the concept model we presented on this stage just 2 years ago is now fully ready for volume production, the Byton M-Byte. It's not easy. As you will see, our vision is now becoming a reality, making the next generation smart device truly your platform for life. Thanks for joining us for the North America premiere of Byton M-Byte, and for being with the Byton story from the very beginning, just like me. Now, to officially start the journey here today, let's welcome our CEO of Byton, Dr. Daniel Kirscher.
Thank you, Ding. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Byton. I'm honored to be back here in Las Vegas. I hope you are just as excited as I am that exactly 2 years after we showed you our concept, we are back here to show you all the progress we have made in the last 2 years. It has been quite a ride. And for me personally, this really means seeing dreams come to life. At Byton, it's our vision to create a platform for life in a world beyond driving. And to do this, we need to bring together two complex, intelligent platforms: the premium electric vehicle platform and your personal digital platform. Today marks the birth of this fusion of platforms and the beginning of your Byton experience. Exactly 2 years after the presentation of the first Byton concept on this stage at CES 2018, we will show you how your platform for life is brought to life, making it an essential device in your ecosystem of digital devices. We will learn a lot more about this today. But before we go into detail, I would like to take a moment to look at the progress we have made and the things we have achieved in 2019 as a young and growing company, almost 4 years into this exciting and fast-paced journey. Let us first take a look at our progress in engineering and manufacturing on our way to launching mass production later this year. We kicked off our pilot production at the beginning of October 2019. The first pilot production model, the Byton M-Byte PP01, successfully drove off the assembly line on October 22nd, 2019, and relevant tests kicked off in November. Our teams in Nanjing and Santa Clara are heavily testing our fleet of pre-production vehicles to ensure high-quality launch later this year. Various tests, such as collision tests, dynamic performance tests, reliability, controllability, and stability tests were conducted on the first batch of PP cars. And this will help to continuously verify and optimize the design of the Byton M-Byte and improve manufacturing maturity as pilot production progresses, paving the way for full-fledged production on schedule later this year. Located in Nanjing, Byton's intelligent manufacturing base covers an area of 800,000 square meters and a planned capacity of up to 300,000 units. The manufacturing base, you can see here, is built to Industry 4.0 standard, using cutting-edge manufacturing equipment and technology, as well as an innovative and intelligent management system. All the main buildings have been completed, and the production equipment, as well as the production lines, have been installed. In the next phase, we will focus on the entire production trial and process optimizations on the road to full mass production. In order to keep up with the ambitious schedule towards market introduction, we also have to ensure our financing needs are met. And I'm proud to announce that we have secured 2 additional key pillars for our Series C funding and our internationalization strategy, welcoming new investors from Korea and from Japan. First, in addition to continued support from our existing investor base, including FAW and the Industrial Fund of Nanjing, Byton has signed a strategic partnership agreement with Myunghin, a subsidiary of South Korean auto parts maker Amos Autotech, on September 25th. The partnership covers extensive cooperation in sales promotion, manufacturing, supply chain, and investment. Second, Byton and Marubeni have reached strategic partnership agreement on December 5th. Marubeni will also join Byton's C-round fundraising. And the two parties will explore further cooperation opportunities in mobility services, energy solutions, and overseas production and distribution. The electric energy landscape is changing with increasing renewable generation and a rapidly growing electric vehicle stock. These developments are driving the need for energy storage systems in grid and residential applications, ensuring power can be used effectively and to stabilize demand and supply. Byton will develop stationary energy storage systems for residential and commercial applications based on the M-Byte battery technology. These energy storage systems will be manufactured in the Nanjing battery assembly line. Our partner Marubeni is one of the largest Japanese conglomerates focusing on sustainable business. Jointly, Byton and Marubeni will equip one of Marubeni's solar power plants with a large-scale energy storage system to facilitate time-of-use power shifting. Further projects will follow in the future. To design and develop the Byton M-Byte, we built upon our extensive automotive expertise and created also a tech company with digital technology as a core competency. Great progress on our digital platform has been made. We have developed a design rapid prototyping platform to be able to quickly test new functions, features, and interaction with our users. Through co-creation events held regularly in all of our target markets around the globe, we are making sure that we will deliver a refined product that is also really relevant to our end customers. And regarding the digital experience, our main focus area, we know that strong partnerships are the key to success. And today, we are very excited to be able to introduce some of these partners and present the results of our collaborations. As you can see, creating your Byton experience is a complex puzzle, and we are continuously working to ensure that all pieces come together at the right time in order to build your platform for life in a world beyond driving. Although showing a decline in the global automotive market, 2019 also marked a downright breakthrough development in the electric vehicle market. This positive outlook on the EV market, combined with the fact that consumers more and more look at their car to be a natural extension of their existing mobile devices, makes that Byton is here at the right time and at the right place. The future has arrived, and Byton is ready. And I know from talking to customers all around the world that the market is ready as well. In a world where Tesla has prominently taken its place during the past years, people are constantly telling me that they are ready for an alternative option in choosing a new premium electric vehicle. And I believe that Byton is ready to be that alternative. And now, instead of just talking about it, I'd like to show you what it looks like when all these pieces of the puzzle come together. It's time that we show you what we brought to Vegas for you this year. Ladies and gentlemen, here for its North American premiere, please welcome the Byton M-Byte. Ladies and gentlemen, here it is, the final production car of our Byton M-Byte. With the Byton M-Byte, we are sticking to our promise to provide you with the perfect vehicle as the primary vehicle in your household. By achieving a usable range of 250 to 325 miles at an affordable price point, starting at 45,000 US dollars, this product is already very attractive to a very wide audience. But of course, these traditional vehicle performance figures are only key factors that allow us to compare our product to the established players on the market. This car is so much more than a fully electric vehicle for everyday use. What really makes the Byton M-Byte a Byton is that it is your platform for life in a world beyond driving, making this car an essential addition to the ecosystem of your digital devices. To achieve this, our premium EV architecture, first of all, offers connectivity throughout your journey by offering multiple modems and superior connection speed in almost all driving situations. And then, of course, our highlight is the 48-inch screen in the interior, our Byton stage. This is the largest ever display fitted to a production car. Its curved, high-resolution display presents shared and private screen space for vital driving information such as vehicle performance, navigation, and so forth. Plus, it displays your digital content such as entertainment, productivity tools, health tracking, and all the products and services we have come to expect from our other digital devices. Many people thought this would be impossible to achieve, but here it is. We are proud to be able to announce that we have achieved full automotive grade for this component, and it is ready for mass production later this year. In order to open up the full range of possibilities of the Byton stage to the driver controls and interacts with the display using a 7-inch multi-touch screen, which we call the driver tablet. This is the first ever display mounted in a steering wheel of a production car. The passenger will control and interact with the display using an 8-inch co-driver tablet. To enable the integration of our centerpiece in a spacious interior focused on safety and premium quality, we had to build everything else around our Byton stage, creating new packaging challenges. In the front, we have an optional 150 kilowatt engine. Through the flat floor design, we can enable a 10-degree rotation of the front seats for a fully shared experience in the interior. The rear engine has a power output of 200 kilowatt. In order to ensure that our platform is ready for a long life cycle of our products, we are enabling an upgradability to 5G modems once 5G is rolled out. Through our flat antenna design, we don't see an impact on the exterior appearance of the car. Furthermore, our products will continuously improve over time as they are all equipped with over-the-air updatability to keep the product fresh throughout its life cycle. This is not limited to user experience features only, but potentially also involving vehicle functions and performance. In fact, and in today's world, almost needless to say, your Byton M-Byte is ready for highly automated driving, including an over-the-air update with features such as highway assist and traffic jam assist shortly after launch. Ladies and gentlemen, here to talk more about the interior design and technology of the Byton M-Byte, it's my pleasure to introduce our Senior Vice President of Design, Benoit Jacob.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Thank you to attend our press conference. This is my pleasure to reveal together with you the production car, the M-Byte, as you can see here. This is truly a sort of homecoming 2 years after we presented the shore car. Many people believe that would be just a shore car, just a vision. That's the one that you can see on the next slide. But that was more than a vision. You could see on the next slide, actually, okay, no, yeah, this guy. That was actually, for us, of course, the first milestone, really defining the blueprint of what would be a smart device on wheels. That's basically the task that was given to the design team, and that reflected into that concept that we've been showing here. And of course, more than a concept, that was really the foundation where we would bring the innovation, the vision that we would like to describe into this very vehicle. And you can see by comparing, we basically took most of it. I even asked my team to even do it better than the concept. And you can see that we kept, of course, the front identity. We wanted to have a very strong brand equity for a premium brand like Byton. You recognize that on the front. You see, for example, the lamps. It's very small and very precise. It surrounds like what we describe as a smart surface. It is done to display, for example, some charging scenario. And we, of course, when it comes to proportion, kept most of it, like typically, first of all, the long wheelbase. That's also very good for interior space. We kept the very big wheels. That's what typically designer loves to have. I believe the customer as well. And relatively raked and dynamic proportions, as you can see. That is also important because even if it's an SUV, it needs to be also efficient when it comes to aerodynamic. That's also important with the range. We have, of course, here on the roof some aerial fins to add also for aerodynamic performance. You can see on the body side some very clean sculpture, which we were able to do also with some flush door handle. That's also quite untypical and new. You see here, for example, the taillights. They reflect or echo a little bit the front identity. We challenge the technology to the limits because it's barely impossible to get any smaller or more precise, and that gives all in all a very clean yet relatively solid look. That's what we wanted to offer for the car. And of course, the overall attitude stands in comparison with the shore car even prouder, even more, let's say, competent. That's also what we wanted to achieve from a design standpoint. But the highlight is, of course, more towards the interior, because we had to integrate, as Daniel already mentioned, the highly innovative user interface. I must say that has been a very big challenge for the design team. That's the first time that a car company goes that far in terms of displaying, bringing digital content into the vehicle. And this old cockpit, if we can still call it a cockpit, is designed to really integrate some future use case, not only nav maps and all these kind of things, but really future scenarios, and it is really designed for future. It is future-proofed. What we tried to do also is, of course, create a design that appears to be more roomy than it actually is. It happens like through relatively straight lines, relatively calm, very open. It is also done with the help of a flat floor. You mentioned that, Daniel, before. That's also good for legroom and interior space. That's what all an electric drivetrain can also offer to us designer in terms of car configuration. You can see a couple of like high-tech details on the center part of the IP. These are like camera sensors, which help to monitor, for example, driver attention in case of like autonomous driving scenario. We integrated, of course, some interaction modalities, which are like the touchscreen on in the steering wheel. That's a world premiere. It typically exists in many concept cars, but here, this comes this year for reality into this very car. And on the next picture, that's another shot of the interior, and I must say that's probably one of our favorite pick because that really looks future now. This is another shot that shows, for example, how the interior would be in the dark driving situation in the night modus. There were many concerns, for example, regarding the driver distraction with the display. And here you can see that we can, of course, program and display different colors, intensities. And this all together combined with the driver tablet and the overall interior look that looks truly modern. and future-oriented. But probably what is important is not only what you can see, as you could basically judge. It is very modern and future-oriented, but more important is what you can really do with that, and what will be the experience that the customer will have while on the move into this vehicle. And for that very reason, I would like to call my colleague Andreas, and later then Jeff, who will basically give you a little bit more insight about, let's say, the user experience. So, Andreas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Benoit. So what makes the Byton M-Byte such an exciting product? When we started designing this product, we had one main focus, and that were our users. What are the pain points that they have when driving a car? What are they expecting of their experience in a car? And we realized that a major issue is that your life basically comes to a standstill while driving a car. It's considered a waste of time to be in traffic. And another important thing is that users no longer see their car as a single-use product. Sure, it takes you from A to B, but just as a phone is no longer used for just making calls, users expect their car to be part of their life, whether they're on the road or not. And to be able to do that, you need to be connected. Connectivity has already become a key deciding factor in vehicle purchases. For consumers today, it has become more about data power instead of horsepower. And on average, about 40% of the users say that they would switch to the competition for better connectivity solutions. And this number is twice that of 3 years ago. So in China, the need for novel connectivity is even higher, with about 65% of the users ready to switch to brands for better connectivity services. Users expect seamless experiences in their cars for the apps and services available on their phones. And knowing all this meant that we basically had a smart device on wheels in mind when we started designing the Byton M-Byte. And with the Byton M-Byte, we want to give back some of the time that you're wasting in traffic and ensure your life continues in the car. And by creating what we call your platform for life in a world beyond driving, we make sure that your Byton M-Byte is much more than a car that takes you from A to B. It is a smart device on wheels that allows you to live your life, to be productive, to be entertained beyond the moments you are driving it. As a customer, you are given a Byton ID that tailors your Byton experiences completely around you and your needs. And this way, we can ensure that your experience is excellent across all customer touchpoints. While tailoring your experience in the Byton app, on our website, at the Byton Places, and finally, in your own Byton M-Byte. And here to talk more about our digital experiences is my colleague, Jeff Chung.
Thanks, Andreas. It's great to be here. We have designed our system in a way that enables a more intuitive and safe in-vehicle experience. Our 5-dimensional system gives the customer an intuitive and equal experience for both the driver and passenger. The Byton stage shows driving relevant information within the driver's field of view on the left side. Having the controls integrated in the wheel, the driver is able to focus on driving by keeping their eyes on the road and hands on the wheel. Let me show you what this experience feels like in the car.
Oh, that's cool. Let's
So we're going to walk over to the seating buck. It's the same experience as in the car. It's just a little bit easier to show. We're going to have some videos of what we're going to be doing. So Andreas, you probably noticed as we enter the car, facial recognition detected both of us.
Yeah, I see my name on the display.
Yeah, and my name's on the left, and so is the picture.
Cool.
What you see here is our dashboard. It is completely configurable, and it ties into the Byton ID. So all these are accounts that we have.
Mm-hmm.
Right under my picture is my calendar for today. Oh, look, the Byton press conference. That's where we are right now. To the right of that is the time for different places. We are a global brand, and so we want to be connected. To the right of that is just the Las Vegas weather.
Oh. And here we go, it's New York. As much as I like the city, New York, I think we're on the other side of the country.
You're absolutely right. And so again, everything is configurable. I can easily go in and select Las Vegas.
Here we go, cool. Great.
Also, if you want, you can actually have personal pictures or family pictures.
Very nice, my wife would love that.
And again, everything is customizable. If you don't want pictures, maybe you would like a sports score. Instead of weather, maybe you want stock information. Now, there's a lot of content, and some of our customers might prefer a more simplistic view. And so we can easily go into a more minimalistic mode.
Yeah, what I really like about it is you can really individualize your own Byton stage exactly as you wish it to be. That's really cool. Hey, Jeff, just one question. Like whenever we talk to customers, there are usually 3 areas that are really coming up. And they keep mentioning this because it's really, really important. So it is all about productivity in the car. It is really about well-being, but it's also about entertainment. So are we having anything specific to offer for the productivity part?
We actually have an office mode where we will support video conferencing. Now, we haven't announced our partners globally yet, but we will do so in the following months. But this is a great example of where you can, in the vehicle, stay connected and maybe your work life. So right now, I'm going to join a board meeting that's already in progress. And as you see, my picture is just a little bit left of the center of the display. And all my colleagues are on the call. I can even scroll through different PowerPoints or PDFs. And again, this is about staying connected and being productive while you're in the vehicle.
Yeah.
Now, it's important to note that this particular mode will only be used when you're in park. For safety purposes, when you're in drive, we will then disable all the video feeds, but you can still have an audio conference call.
But I think it's absolutely awesome, and I would love to have that already in my car today. It would save me a lot of time. It's really, really impressive. Hey, Jeff, luckily it's not all about work. There are also other areas. Well-being is a key area. Is there anything specific that we can offer in well-being?
Great question. Fitness, for both you and I, are a really important topic. And so I can easily click on the fitness icon. And I'm happy to announce that we have a partnership with Garmin. I could turn this on. And if you don't know, Garmin is one of the leaders in the fitness wellness industry. They have lots of different devices. And so if you have a Garmin device, it can easily upload your data into the cloud and then download it into your Byton. So for this, we actually have our fitness. I'll go to mine. Shows, I went hiking the last week.
And I go to mine. Let's see who is more fitter, you or me. I am.
Yes,
Excellent.
you are.
Good.
But if you could also do a comparison, and it seems like I sleep a little bit better than you, but you're more active than me.
No, but that's really cool, and I think our customers would love that. So, but I have a really, really important question to you. Because this will be the first question my son when he enters into a car. So, do we have any cool movies or anything in the car?
I have the same dilemma. I have 2 young kids, and when they're in the car, they just want to watch something. We have a new cinema mode where I'm happy to announce a partnership between us and Viacom CBS through Access. Oops. And as you see, there's a whole bunch of different movies, content. Again, this is just a sample. What's great about this is while you're parked, you can actually watch a real live video or movie.
I have to say this is really, really awesome because I've never seen anything like this in a car. I mean, it looks like being in a cinema movie theater. This is really, really impressive.
Absolutely. So to talk more about this partnership, I'd like to invite on stage Ted, who's the futurist in residence at Paramount Pictures, part of the Viacom CBS family, and also Kyo, who is the president and CEO of Access, both partners.
Hey, Jeff.
Hey, Ted. Great to have you here.
Hi, Jeff.
Hey, Kyo. Great to have you here.
Thank you.
So why don't you guys share a bit of background on your partnership with Byton?
Sure. We're really excited to be here. It's great to get applause for all these moments, and it's very, very exciting. So I'm personally very, very excited to be here today, and we're even more excited at Viacom CBS to be a part of this incredible new platform in partnership with Access and with Byton. As my role as futurist for Paramount Pictures, which I have to tell you is a very interesting job, and if you asked, where would I want to be today at the beginning of 2020? To be with an electric car company that is really the platform of the future, I could not think of a better place to be than right here today. So we're very excited. And as you all know, Paramount Pictures, which is a division of Viacom CBS, as a futurist, my job is to look around the next few corners to see what entertainment might look like into the future. And I get to experiment with the most advanced technology deployments out there to launch new and interesting experiences. That's what I get to do. So that's why we jumped at the chance to partner with Access and Byton to bring the in-car entertainment experience to life with some of our leading content across the newly combined Viacom CBS portfolio. What we've been exploring recently at Viacom CBS is the changing landscape of what we all refer to as the living room. And if we think about the living room, a lot has changed, right? In today's tech-driven environments, the concept of the living room as the place where we want to consume our entertainment has greatly expanded, and now it's really wherever we happen to be and have access to a connected screen, including a car, including one of the most advanced cars on the planet. So our approach at Viacom CBS is to really embrace these changes and see what they're all about and really start to figure this out. We want to be wherever our viewers want to consume content. That's where we plan to be, and that's where we're dedicating significant resources to make this a reality for our viewers all around the world. One of the things we've learned is that audiences, given the choice, will opt for the largest and best screen they have available to them at the time that they want to be entertained. So when you have access to a screen that is this advanced on one of the most future-ready vehicles ever produced on the planet, you're absolutely going to take advantage of that opportunity, and that's what we're doing. So working closely with Byton on delivering premium global content to the massive landscape screen in this vehicle that you've all seen in action with Jeff over there is exciting for us at Viacom CBS to be their very first media partner on this journey. We're poised to deliver on the future of automotive entertainment for passengers, and soon we'll deliver these experiences for drivers as well when we start to move into the autonomous future of this car driving itself. I'd also like to emphasize what an exciting time it is for us at Viacom CBS. Not only are we Byton's preferred partner to deliver this kind of entertainment in the full line of vehicles upon their launch this year, we're also embarking on this partnership on the heels of our recent merger that you've probably all heard about. This means now that we have a massive portfolio of content spanning all genres and demographics to conquer the next frontiers of entertainment. And to give you a quick taste of what this will look like, we put together a quick little video highlighting the wide range of incredible content from the new Viacom CBS. So let's take a quick look.
To boldly go where no one has gone before.
This is where change begins.
I know. Isn't it great?
electricity in here.
Make some noise!
This is going to be awesome.
Together, we can really make a difference in this world.
Here's to us for all of our trailblazing.
We just raised the bar.
Wow. So as you can see, we've got a lot of content, and we're looking forward to bringing some of that into the in-vehicle experience very soon.
Wow, that looked amazing. And you know what, Ted? Actually, that fits perfectly with our vision of in-car infotainment. As you know, the future we are driving towards is the one where the in-car infotainment is moving from primarily generic audio experiences towards hyper-personalized multimedia experiences. Services that consumers currently enjoy on their mobile devices today are extended to the car, providing slick video and audio experiences that are integrated fully with the increasingly powerful in-car video and audio systems, like just what we've seen on this Byton new car. The user's own library will be combined with an international content catalog and adjust the experience to each journey and user, providing tailored content that's compatible with the demographic and duration of the ride. The transition of 4G to 5G on the network side and the promise of much higher bandwidth will also open the new doors to the monetization of services. All these developments enable you as a car manufacturer to enhance the Byton brands through building powerful relationship with your users and passengers. We, Access, are working very closely with automotive manufacturers and content providers to make sure that our Access Twine for Car solution provides the best possible in-car infotainment services. Our Twine for Car solution enables automotive manufacturers to provide branded entertainment services on the car's built-in screens and passengers' mobile devices. Bring your own type of devices. Combining car-specific app store with embedded software, Twine for Car spans the gap between automotive and content industries and enables the car manufacturer to enhance its brand through building powerful relationship with car owners and passengers. The future will bring more journey-specific content, and consumers will expect the in-car experience to match or perhaps one day exceed those experiences they have at home or in the office. And I'm so glad to be here today to witness the beginning of that change. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ted, and
Jeff.
you.
Thank you.
I'm very, very excited about this partnership. And thank you for being with us on this journey. As you can see, Byton's success depends on having a strong suite of apps and services focused on the users and tailored to their specific markets. We need a set of apps that are core to the connected and high-quality experience we desire to offer our customers. As China is the first market launch, you can see we have made a lot of progress there, and we are working to build partnerships in other markets as well. To be able to do this, I have more exciting news for you today. Today, we are launching our Byton Developer Program as a private beta. The Byton Developer Program is a user-focused initiative to make it easy and fast for developers and partners to build apps and services for the Byton platform. Developers will have quick access to Byton's UX guidelines, API documentation, and even our SDK. And we will offer developer support depending on our partners' needs and expectations. We have already successfully started collaborations with 6 companies in our private beta program and are adding new companies on a weekly basis. I'd like to take a moment to introduce a few of these partners. Please welcome to the stage Bob from Xperi, Mike from AccuWeather, Rajit from Aikido, Mark from CloudCar, and Nikita from Road.Travel. They're going to talk a little bit about their services.
By supporting Xperi's portfolio of digital radio technologies, including HD radio and DTS-connected radio with internet connectivity, Byton can provide an unparalleled radio listening experience to its customers by adding image and textual metadata and interactive features to the broadcast radio experience around the world.
AccuWeather is the proven leader in weather forecasting accuracy worldwide. We're thrilled to partner with Byton to bring a driver-centric use case for weather to the connected car. Leveraging our cutting-edge MinuteCast technology, we'll bring minute-by-minute precipitation forecasts along a driver's route to increase situational awareness and drastically reduce the number of weather-related accidents, injury, and deaths each year.
Good afternoon, everyone. At Aikido, our mission is to help people get things done easily and quickly. And with Byton, we've moved forward to the next generation of technology where we allow you access to your smartphone and the apps in the car using voice so that you're less distracted while driving. Some things ought to remain in your pocket or handbag.
Absolutely. CloudCar is developing the future of connected car technologies. Our platform enables access to a global ecosystem of infotainment services delivered through an experience that is personal, contextual, and voice first. And frankly, we're excited to partner with Byton to help deliver the vision of the vehicle as a connected and digital platform.
Road.Travel helps you design your perfect road trip experience according to your budget with the simplicity of a vacation package, but fully personalized. It's an ideal solution to enjoy the trip at your own pace without having to worry about last-minute bookings or research along the way. We have all gone through that with our family trips. Now it will be much easier through an integration with the fabulous Byton stage.
Thank you guys so much for being here today. We really do appreciate it.
Hey, Jeff, why don't we come over and take a selfie, you know, with the M-Byte? And Ding, I think you should join us on stage.
Okay, we'll go this way. In both the seating bucket and also cars, we have cameras. One on the driver's side left and driver's side right, or passenger right, but also in the back. And so we'll hop in here, take a quick selfie. Okay, guys, ready? Okay, take photo, 5 seconds, smile for the camera. Yep, and there it is.
Okay.
And we'll upload this to our Twitter wall in a few hours. Thank you guys very much, our partners.
Ladies and gentlemen, you see that we really took a holistic approach in our product development, always with our users really in mind. And as you know, we spend most of our days in these 3 spaces: home, office, social spaces. And now, with our digital living room provided by the Byton M-Byte, it's going to become the 4th space in our lives. And we like to show you a little video that will capture this. Thank you very much. I think this is really, truly impressive. We would like to invite all of you to our booth in the North Hall, where you will be able, of course, to experience many, many more functions and features that the Byton M-Byte offers, from smart home connection, Amazon Alexa integration, and, of course, an awesome gambling feature. The opportunities are really limitless. The year 2020 is Byton's launch year. And now, for a look at the future, I would like to ask Daniel back on stage.
Thank you, Jeff and Andreas, for this very impressive demonstration of our product experience. We clearly have the right product at the right time. Now it's all about getting ready for mass production from mid this year. We have the final pre-production phase ahead of us to achieve a high-quality launch in 2020. Our vision has always been to be a global brand, and we are planning to launch in China, the US, and Europe within the coming 18 months. And although each market has its own characteristics and moves at its own pace, we believe that our primary vision of bringing consumers a smart device on wheels really fits the universal development of consumers living in a hyper-connected world, where time spent traveling is no longer time spent in isolation. The time is right for Byton, and our presence on the ground in places like Santa Clara in California, Shanghai in China, Munich in Germany ensures a high maturity level of our market preparation activities in these three major EV markets. In China, our first market to go live in mid-2020, Byton has already signed agreements with more than 10 partners, including Hyundai, Dabi, Baudex, Jepson, and Harmony Auto. With these partnerships, we already cover more than 30 cities in China. At the same time, we also held in-depth talks with a number of leading Chinese internet companies regarding our collaboration on a new form of online to offline retail. This is extremely positive progress, ensuring we can participate in the continuously strong EV growth in China, despite the challenging market conditions for the industry as a whole. California will be the primary market for Byton in the US, and the groundwork is being laid for the launch in 2021. We have received both a distributor license and a dealer license from the state. The distributor license will facilitate the sale and service of vehicles using Byton's own infrastructure, as well as through retail and after-sales service partners. The dealer license will make it possible to sell and lease directly to Byton customers in California, as well as in other states through online retail. As the next critical milestone in the company's advance toward the US market launch, Byton has announced a partnership with Electrify America that will give Byton owners access to 3,500 DC fast chargers at over 800 Electrify America locations across the US. The agreement with Electrify America also includes several complimentary charging sessions. And thanks to Electrify America's unique partnership agreements with other providers, Byton owners will furthermore have access to more than 36,000 public charging plugs from a single account. In Europe, Byton is progressing very well in establishing partnerships with the best and most professional automotive retail and service companies in the region. During the past 8 weeks, we entered partnerships with, amongst others, Hedin Automotive in Sweden, the French Buy My Car Group, Salvador Caetano from Portugal, and Modern Driving from Switzerland. And together with these and further potential retail partners, our innovative hybrid sales model will fully focus on customer experiences, user mobility needs, and hassle-free services. And globally, we have already collected 60,000 reservations and built a very loyal user base that can't wait to get into their own Byton. Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard a lot from us today. Here are the 5 headlines from the Byton press conference. We are ready for mass production and market launch, starting from mid-2020 in China, with the US and the EU to follow. We have worked on cultivating several partnerships to strengthen and ready us for market launch. And we also recognize the revolutionary breakthrough in the EV market, and with that explosive growth in demand for power storage worldwide, and have partnered to develop stationary energy storage systems to meet that demand. The Byton M-Byte is a digital platform that is unique and useful addition to the existing ecosystem of your smart devices. The Byton M-Byte truly is the culmination of our vision to create a car that is a platform for life beyond a world, in a world beyond driving. With the Byton M-Byte, the future arrived today. The timing is right. The market is ready for an alternative premium electric vehicle, and we at Byton are ready to offer exactly that.
Welcome back to CES 2020. I'm Patrick Holland, and next up, we're going to talk about some vintage technology. And we have the most qualified person to do so. You know him as the owner of the Gold and Silver Pawn Shop here in Las Vegas and the star of the popular TV series Pawn Stars. So put your hands together and welcome Rick Harrison. Yeah. I have to say, do you like the shirt?
Yeah, I like the shirt.
All right, there you go.
You bought it at my gift shop, right?
Yeah, we can talk about that. I got a good deal on it. So we were in your store yesterday, and I think maybe it doesn't dawn on a lot of people that you are actually running a business in the store while also filming a TV show. How do you balance both the physical needs of that, but also like the mental needs of that?
Well, it's like, a lot of times it's 12, 13 hours a day, but well, no, I mean, it's sort of like this weird symbiotic relationship. I mean, I get thousands of people a day in the pawn shop. It's the #1 non-gaming tourist attraction in Las Vegas. I get more visitors than Hoover Dam. But if I don't film the TV show and close down the shop to film, I don't get the tourists. So, like, it's, in the end, it works out.
And then where's that? And we were in there yesterday. We saw the space that you originally filmed in the early season, and it was not much bigger than our stage here. How did that work out in those early days?
It was tough and crazy, but then budgets got a little bigger once we were on television. And I think we're on right now 150 countries, 38 languages, and we're filming season 17 right now.
So yesterday we got to talk about some retro tech, and you had a couple different items for us. And I wonder if we could talk a little bit about what makes a piece of technology, whether it's old or new, valuable. Or what are things
I mean, like yesterday when we were filming, like there was this little personal printing press from the 1890s. So that was like the first personal printer. But it was high tech. It wasn't until the 1890s that you could mass produce really precision cast iron pieces. Before that, everything had to be hand finished, hand machined, everything like that. But the technology for casting iron by the 1890s was the plastic of the late 19th century. I mean, everything was made out of cast iron. If you went to Chicago in 1900, there was 1,000 smokestacks going, and they were all casting something in iron. And that's the really neat thing about it. Like I said, talking to you, it's, every decade, people go, what an amazing world we're living in. In 1890, they were saying, can you believe the incredible technology that we have now? We can go across the Atlantic Ocean in 4 days. They really thought they were living in this unbelievably high-tech society. Okay, our children will be laughing about us 30 years from now about the 2020 CES show. I go, they'll be like, really?
What's a foldable screen?
Yeah.
But I'm also wondering, when you look at these items, what is inherently invaluable about something like that old printing press? Or you had like a wooden telephone that was, you said the compact version, but I swear it's bigger than my head.
Well, yeah, I mean, people love the past. People love history. People love the stories. If your father was a printer, maybe you want this little printing press. If you're selling high-tech printers, it's pretty cool to have an old printer in your office. I have a buddy who has a really large production company. He's got a 1915 35mm movie camera in his office.
Wow.
It's ginormous. It's got a crank on the side to wind up the spring that runs it. And there's no viewfinder.
Which is probably why
But it was super high tech for the time.
But I'd say it's probably why a lot of those movies are just done in one shot.
Yeah.
But then I wonder too, I think part of the appeal for the show for me, there's a lot of appeal, but one of the biggest ones is the stories behind the products, those histories. And so you have a neat event coming up this spring called HistoryCon. It's the first one. Can you tell us about that?
Sort of like Comic-Con, but it's HistoryCon, so there's going to be a lot of people there from History Channel, and going to have a lot of lecturers that's going to make it, talk about history and things like that, and try and make it fun and not be professor-like. And that's one of the reasons why I think people love my television show. It's you learn history from your uncle, not a professor.
Yeah. And I wonder too, so Comic-Con and some of these conferences, people cosplay. I mean, I might be cosplaying a little bit as a pawn star now, but what kind of cosplay would people be doing at a HistoryCon, do you think?
It'll be weird. I just never... no, I mean, it's really weird being a celebrity and stuff like that. You know what I mean? I just look at, like, hashtag Rick Harrison on Instagram, and then like on Halloween, there's like thousands of people dressed up like me for Halloween. It's kind of weird, you know.
Do you ever see like a kid dressed up as you?
Yeah, there's little kids. There's old. It's just odd. I mean, I didn't become famous till I was 40 years, you know, in my 40s, and like I'm just still like a normal guy. I still work on cars, and then the whole celebrity thing's weird.
Also, something I wondered yesterday after I left our conversation was, like, I grew up, I had like Star Wars toys, but I played with them, and they're worth nothing now because I played with Star Wars toys. But I'm also wondering, like, if I had saved them and never played with them as a child and left them in the original packaging, they might be worth something now. I wonder, how do you balance the need for something being a useful thing as a collectible and using it versus a display item? Like, people get Leica cameras and never take a single photo because it's worth something.
Well, I mean, it's the difference. That's loud.
Yeah, yeah, you got loud.
So no, it's the difference between buying something for an investment and buying something to use. No, I mean, I'm going to be buying a Nikon camera this weekend. I'm not going to keep it in the package. I'm going to be using it all the time. But weird things happen every once in a while. It's the stuff you never think is going to be worth something that it can be worth something. You know, my comic books when I was a kid, we never took care of them. You know, we used to clip, baseball cards to the frames on our bicycles so they could go click, 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 click. We sound like a motorcycle. So those weird things you'll never know. Here's sort of a rule of thumb on what will be collectible. What was really cool for a guy when he was 16, 18 years old, when he's 50 years old, got money and wants to relive his youth, that's when that stuff goes crazy in price. That's why, like right now, video games are going for they pop up all over the place. Especially if they're new, they're still sealed in the box from like Nintendo from the early days. I offered a guy $100,000 for one a few months ago. He wouldn't take it.
For a video game?
It was
do you remember what it was?
The first edition of Mario Brothers sealed in the box.
Wow. Well, then it makes you wonder. That guy's a weirdo because he never played the game, right?
It's one of those things where it was probably like the system got thrown in a closet somewhere and never got used, and then someone realized, I probably shouldn't pull this apart. Maybe I should check out and see what it's worth.
So yesterday, something else we were talking about a bit was another entertaining part of the show is the haggle, the deal, the negotiator, and you are known as a masterful negotiator. I'm wondering, what makes a good deal for you? When does it click in your head that I want that, and how do you get it without necessarily showing your hand, so to speak?
Well, first off, you always have to look at it as a business deal, not an emotional deal, and then the number one rule I tell everybody about negotiating: be willing to walk away. Deal's not right. Deal's not right. I get that question all the time doing interviews. What's that one deal you wish you would have took? And I've said none, because if the deal's not right, the deal's not right. You start taking when you go buy a car, pick up that little information box called your phone, find out what you should pay for it. And if they won't sell it to you, leave.
And then one of the recent ones we talked about yesterday, which I was really excited about, is you bought Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's goggles, the ones he wore in games. Tell us a little bit about that. You had an interesting stipulation about it.
It's also the way history goes. Like, you'll have like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, who was the greatest basketball player of his time, and then along comes Michael Jordan, and they're like, I'm going like, no, Kareem was still better. But well, no, and like, really super iconic sports people like that, or famous people like that, anything that was, his toenail clippings are never going to be worth money, okay? But his goggles that he wore, which was like the most iconic thing about him, are going to be worth a fortune. So I gave him $22,000 for his goggles.
For one pair?
One pair. Well, but then again, you got to remember, this is the 1970s. It's not like today where a sports player will have a new pair of goggles every single day. He, wore a pair for a couple months before, if they got scratched or something, he would replace them. So there's very few of these sets out of there. He threw a lot of them away. So I gave him $22,000. A couple years, if the collectible market just keeps the way it is for a couple more years, which I think it might, I'll get 50 or 60 out of them.
And you had like an interesting way to get it delivered to you, though, didn't you?
Yeah, I told him I'd give him the $22,000 if he brought me to a Lakers game. So that was like, yeah, that's definitely a bucket list thing, sitting third row with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar at a Lakers game. It's pretty cool.
Did the Lakers win?
No.
Then circling back a little bit, we also, at your shop and stuff, we talked about the other side of it with all the people coming in. I couldn't help but notice people just having the bags and putting on the counter and talking to an employee. But would you have advice for people, how to say it? I'll say it two ways. How can people not waste your time? Like, because I go like, hey, I've got to bring these in and sell them to you. Like, they're not worth anything. How can someone figure out if they have something that's worth
the
something?
information box, okay? I mean, that's in your hand. But then again, people just don't know anything. I mean, like, I had a guy come in the shop with, like, we filmed with it yesterday, that he thought was this really, really important document, thought it was absolutely amazing. He walks in, I'm going like, it's a, F-word Xerox copy, dude. No, do the best research you can on the internet, and unfortunately, that definitely doesn't make you an expert on a lot of things.
Also, you would be without a show then, because that's some of the most fun parts when people bring in stuff there. It's not really.
But I've been doing this for 40 years, so seen just about everything.
So we were talking backstage with some of us were talking about you backstage, and we're like, what don't you know? It seems like you know everything, and if you don't, you always have an expert. Then you become an expert in something.
Well, one of the things my dad taught me is, the day you think you know everything, you're not going to be able to learn anything. Okay, and I was also a really sick kid. There was times where when I was a kid, there'd be times where I couldn't walk for a couple of weeks and things like that. So my dad's in Vietnam. We weren't making a lot of money, so my mom would just pick me up books at the library, and I read a lot of books. And I remember being like 9 years old and told my older brother, "You should read more books and watch less television," and he punched me. Yeah, but being the nerd made me rich.
Yeah, well, that helps, right?
I constantly read and have my whole life. And, I learned a lot of weird, obscure stuff. Don't ask me anything about, like, popular culture. I mean, I've had, like, mega stars call me up and want to hang out, and I'm like, literally, who's this dude? They're going like, big deal.
And at home, obviously, we're at a technology show. There's a lot of smart home stuff. You said you have some new technology, but you also rely quite a bit on old technology, and you are off-grid for some of the year?
For like 5 months a year, I live up in the mountains off the grid. I have a 1952 Kaplan hydro turbine. So I have my own little mini Hoover dam that it's pure brain damage, like putting up permanent magnet alternators and then doing the diode packs and then, rectifying it and getting the charge controllers to work and resistor packs so the turbines don't spin out. And I have tried to go from 6-phase windmill alternators to rectifying that to DC, back to an inverter, into 3-phase rotary converters, and there's always a problem.
There's never a time where everything's just working perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, so before the show, you were walking around a bit of CES. Have you seen anything that caught your eye or like, that looks kind of neat?
There's a lot of there was like this there's a lot of weird stuff here always. I'm in the TV business, so the cameras are just amazing. I mean, like, I'm over at the Nikon stand, and they have a lens that's, if you know anything about f-stops on a camera, okay, that shouldn't exist. It's f.95. And the math says it can't go below 1, but they figured out a way to do that.
But yeah, there's like similar, like Kubrick had bought like some ridiculous something below 1 f-stop lens to film 2001, and they got it off like a satellite from NASA.
Yeah, I mean, no, it's but this is a commercial product. Yeah. It's not even NASA. I mean, no, it's amazing the stuff they have now. I remember in the 90s saying that film would never go away because by the laws of physics, you would never be able to get that many pixels on a sensor. But they found a way around it. And so there's always that. Every year you see stuff amazing, and then 5 years later you go, remember when we thought that was amazing?
Well, I should correct before everyone jumps on the line. It was actually Barry Lyndon. He got this Zeiss lens that was used by NASA. But it's interesting, he had to get it from NASA. We could just go buy it in Best Buy. Yeah,
you can just go buy it at Best Buy now. Well, I talked to the people at Nikon over there. They're like, massive back order on it right now, but it's pretty damn cool.
Was your wallet still full when you left?
Huh?
When you said you were leaving like the Nikon booth and stuff like this, it's like I could just see you wanting to buy all those lenses.
Oh yeah, it's no. I mean, it's always incredible here. I mean, it's like technology is great, and it's like just getting, just evolving faster and faster. So.
And then you've been talking about being in the business for 40 years. What keeps you going?
Well, the entire thing about business with technology, everything is evolve or die. If I was running my business like I did even 10 years ago, I'd be out of business. Never get complacent. What you might think is stupid, your customers love. Do what your customers love. And, evolve, and don't get complacent.
So if I had my Rick Harrison guide to life, it sounds like always be reading and learning, be better, always evolve my approach to life and business, and live off grid and have ridiculous things I have to fix all the time.
I mean, to this day, I still walk around the pawn shop if the bathrooms are dirty, I freak out. Well, no, because you have to be attentive, evolve. That's what keeps a business going, okay? Always keep on looking down the road, because if you see one of your product lines or something like that and it seems to be going down, and you're going to realize you have to realize like this product line is going away. Come up with something else.
Do you think that the fact that you're like running a shop and dealing with even mundane things, like that kind of helps? I mean, you seem like a very humble person, despite your fame. Like, do you think that helps keep you humble?
I mean, I'm a pretty honest guy. You know what I mean? Like, being honest. It's just sort of like this: the honesty in being in business. If you rip some money off by 7 degrees of separation, everyone is going to say don't do business with you. If you do people right really good, 2 degrees of separation gets you a few more customers. Being good to your customers doesn't reach out as far as being bad. But there's a reason why I'm the most successful pawn shop in the United States. I have a pawn shop with over 100 employees, plus all my other businesses and everything like that. But no. Like I said, just evolve or die. It's 100% Darwinism.
I like that. Okay, so the last question I have is one of the biggest things at this show this year are foldable screen things. We have foldable phones where you'll have a flat screen. So imagine like an iPhone or Android phone being able to fold in half and not have a seam on it. What do you think about that technology, and is that something you think will be around for 50 years later?
Let's see if it catches on. Remember 3D televisions were the rage a few years ago.
Yeah, where are the 3D TVs?
I mean, it's foldable and everything, but is it practical?
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, you're going to fold it and put it in your pocket, It
seems like if it's like a wallet, I could fit it smaller in my pocket, but I would wonder about wear and tear, and that's the common question.
Yeah, I mean, like, you can fold it, but how many times can you fold it? Yeah.
Well, so it's funny you mentioned that. So we got one of these Samsung folding phones. They're called the Galaxy Fold, and we actually ran it through one of their machines, and it didn't quite reach the number they said it would. Let's put it that way.
Give it a year or two. Maybe I'll try it out.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, but like, it's the beautiful thing about capitalism. Adam Smith wrote in 1776, the unseen hand will figure it out.
Well, I think that's a great place to stop. I mean, so thank you so much for taking time to talk with me, and thank you so much for having us at your shop yesterday. It meant so much more than you know to me.
Right.
And for you guys out there, we're going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We got more stuff to show, like the new foldable Motorola Razr, so you can stick around for that maybe, or not. And we'll be back here on stage, CNET's Best TV Picks show a little bit later with football great. You may have heard this guy, Joe Montana, but keep it here. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, I actually own a second edition Welcome Me.
Oh, hey. I was just taking a little Z's in a first-class seat here in the LG display booth at CES 2020. LG Display makes all the OLED displays for everybody in the world, and they do some really cool concept OLEDs. This is a first-class cabin like nothing I've ever seen. Up on the wall here, you've got OLED displays curved to simulate the curvature of the inside of an airplane that kind of give you this feeling like you're looking out the window, except the window is gigantic. Here, look, here's even a simulated plane wing with some clouds. Really cool. In the front, I have a 65-inch OLED TV that, when I want, I could even make it a curved TV. It's got a motorized motor behind here. I can just go, oh my gosh, wow, I'd like to watch some curved TV now, see what it looks like, get that perspective. And then it can curve back to flat if I want to go there. Another really cool feature about this, you can see this little display here. This is my control for my seat. So who needs buttons when you have an OLED touch panel and you can actually put it into bed form, you can lounge, you can adjust the seat up and down, put the TV mode, here you have control of your flat and your curved. But the coolest thing in this cockpit, in my opinion, is this partition. So normally you have, in a first class seat, you got to roll up your partition here, but look at this. This is a transparency that can go slowly opaque, and all of a sudden I'm completely ensconced in my little pod here, completely invisible until I want to enjoy my little privacy here at 30,000 feet. And then, of course, if I want to, talk to my neighbor or somehow come out of my world, I can press the button again, turn that display back into full transparency. So that was a look at the airplane seat. We're going to go over now to something that you can use in the home. Now, LG has had, for the last couple of years, these TVs that roll up and they disappear. Now they have one that comes down from the ceiling. LG Display is showing this concept piece right over here. Come on, let's check it out. This is basically a window they have set up over here. Nice, of course, they use OLED displays to simulate that you're outside. You've got a big, nice view here. So we're going to go over to our control panel, and we're just going to roll down our TV. I mean, this is pretty cool. You can imagine, if they make it a little more discreet with these top bars here, you could maybe have this TV, again, pretty much disappear from view until you want to watch it. And of course, when you do watch it, hopefully, you have it simulated here so you can almost seem like you're looking through a window. But now it's time to watch a show or a movie. All of a sudden, you got your TV here. And let's say we don't want to watch TV anymore. We want to enjoy the trees again, wonderful view outside. Maybe it suddenly becomes daytime again. Oh my gosh, look at that. Bye-bye moon. Look at that. It's beautiful. So again, this is a concept not available for sale. Worth noting that the one that comes up from the floor is available for sale this year from LG Electronics. Those guys are charging $60,000 for that TV. No idea how much this is going to be, but it's not going to be cheap. Real quick, I want to show you the couple of cool little things here. This is their concept pieces again for almost like smart speakers, a little curved OLED display here. But the thing that I was really impressed by, this is sort of a hologram looking thing. They can actually do this with the light field OLED, they call it. This is a two-dimensional OLED display, but they put some lenticular effects on it, so it creates a stereoscopic view, a little bit like 3D glasses. And you can kind of look at it, I don't know if it shows up on the camera, but as I'm looking, I can actually see it flip back and forth. You know what it reminds me of those 3D TVs that are glasses free. And so again, it's not a perfect illusion, but it's pretty cool, especially in this little fishbowl, this beautiful little environment that they have here. Okay, so this was all the stuff for the home and the airplane. But of course, these guys are also want to put screens in your car. So follow me, we'll check this out. All right, guys, here we have LG's car cockpit. This thing is festooned with screens. Let me take it for a spin. Plenty of leg room here. Appreciate that. So we'll start here with this transparent windshield. So we talked about the transparent display over there with the airplane cockpit. This is a windshield concept, so you can see it's got all of the display stuff right there on the windshield, but of course you can see right through it, so you can actually drive. Pretty cool. Down below that, this is all a plastic OLED. They call it POLED display. Actually, all the displays here are POLED except the transparent one. This is a really large OLED screen. You can look how beautiful it looks with the blacks and all the graphics that come up here. You have your music. Of course, you've got a really nice display over here for you can put up your navigation, your contacts, anything you want to put on here will appear. There's even a climate control thing there. And here we have the side view mirrors. We're going to come over to the one that's near on the driver's side here. Check this out. So you can actually adjust the mirror by changing the display here, and you can move it around. This is exactly like you got your rear view, side view mirrors on your car. Oh, this guy's coming up hard on my left. And then take it over here and adjust it. There's your other side, one side, you can bring it all around. So that's one more display. And this one is my favorite. Right here above the speedometer and everything, you have what they call a dual layer display. So this is a transparent display with the POLED behind it. The effect is almost 3D. You can kind of see it here. They got some really cool graphics going on. And it's just another way to make this whole driver experience seem super high tech. And then of course we have the main display here with all the adjustments that you need for your seat. We have navigation here. You can play with your climate control. All this stuff, you can even adjust the driving mode. Again, all your controls are here. We'll go back here, adjust the seat a little bit. I can actually feel this on the back of the seat here as it changes. Even tire pressure monitor, look at that. So everything's good, we're ready to roll. All right, let me show you one other thing back here. So, I'll climb out of the seat around here. So that's all for the drivers. The passengers get their own really cool things. So this, we saw those roll-up displays. Here's a rollable OLED for the passenger entertainment system. So instead of just having a fixed display there, black all the time, when it's not in use, this thing rolls right up, look at that. And then look, you have a miniature display here. Guys in the back can play around with it and get, again, interaction with it. And of course, when you want to watch a movie, you want to have it, display on the screen, it'll roll right back down again. Look at that. And of course, LG on their demo here, LG Display, they have a really nice, there's the music, there's the movies. You can actually go through and have it set up for other things. Like we have some news headlines here. So again, you have this full interactivity and be able to play around with whatever you want. This feels, look at that, it's a really nice little OLED display. LG Display is the company that makes all of the OLED displays for LG Electronics as well as Sony and a bunch of other companies. They are showing these concepts here. These are not real products yet, most of them. These are concepts. They're kind of demoing these so we can kind of get an idea of what the future looks like with OLED displays. This is a really cool concept. I hope it comes to my car pretty soon. Of course, that stuff in the home and even the airplane, more really neat futuristic stuff here at CES 2020 from LG Display. If you like this video at CNET, please subscribe.
Welcome back to CES 2020. You're watching our continuing coverage of the show here on CNET. We're here to tell you about CNET's first limited series that is launching very soon. It is called Hacking the Apocalypse. And here to tell you all about it is the show's producer, Andy Altman. Hi, Andy.
Hey, great to be here.
Good to see you.
It's been a while since I've been on stage, so this is fun.
It has been a minute. I mean, we did WTF last year.
We did that last year, but Jesse did it this year, and he did a killer job, by the way. He was fantastic.
Really crushed it.
Yeah.
He did a great job. We're all going to move to Woven City. It's going to be
I can't wait.
And
Yeah.
we might need to because of this show.
We actually might. You know, there's a lot of solutions out there for us to survive the apocalypse. But we went and we explored a ton of them for this show. We're really excited about it. You hear now all these times, in the news now, you hear about climate change. You hear about,
drought.
Drought.
You hear about climate change, you know.
I mean, right now, nuclear war, right?
Yeah.
Nuclear war is a big thing. It's a scary thing. And we wanted to find out what are the technological solutions that might save us from these kind of things? You know, what are the things that the smart people out there, people smarter than me, that are working on tech products and using science to help us survive. I mean, so
and Claire Riley is our intrepid host.
So we've spent the summer with Claire Riley. Unfortunately, she couldn't be here today. She should be the one telling us all about this. But we spent the summer with Claire. We took her out. Here we see here. This is a tsunami pod. That's basically, it's designed for people who live near the coast to help them survive tsunamis. Okay, now you're seeing a bunch of flashing skulls. This is for our pandemic episode.
Which sadly took Claire out this week. The super bacteria of CES has.
Exactly.
And we brought a sizzle reel, right? Did we bring a sizzle reel?
We did bring a sizzle reel. It's super cool, and I think we should take a look at it.
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm ready for the apocalypse. Over.
About 90% of the global population will die because there won't be anything to eat.
Except each other. This place is pretty much unchanged from the Cold War. How much can this place withstand? I didn't know the apocalypse would be so fun. If something happens to me out there, just send my regards to my loved ones.
If a mega tsunami happens, it's going to impact all the coast of the Atlantic, from Brazil to Nova Scotia to England.
This one's resistant to pretty much all antibiotics.
If the next pandemic comes as suddenly as this did, we might be completely overwhelmed.
If you were trying to kill a lot of people, you would design it to do that.
So when would it be time to panic?
The droughts will last longer. They will be drier.
Our goal is to have reversible suspended animation, just like in the movies.
Can you just put me in stasis and wake me up in the future when everything's okay again? So if I need to get off the planet now, I can barely hear the warheads going off outside.
That looks amazing.
Yeah, it was so much fun to make.
I can't
honestly.
believe Claire got in that pod.
I gotta say, I was so proud of her for that. The night before the shoot, the night before that pod shoot, she was really nervous. Claire's a little claustrophobic. She was really freaking out, and so we were a little bit worried about whether she was actually gonna be able to get into that. But once we got on the boat, I mean, she was a champ. She got in there, and I mean, you can tell she was actually having a blast. It was so much fun.
She is eminently watchable. Watchable.
Yeah.
All right. So when can I watch this? When can everybody watch this? I may have to sneak into our servers and watch the show in advance.
We are this close to being done. We're so close. We shot so much beautiful footage. We had so many amazing interviews for this. And our editors, John Kim, Nick Henry, Chris Pavey, I'm not naming them all. I can't get to them all. But they did such an amazing job with this. We want to make sure that we want to do this justice, so we have a little more fine-tuning to do. Q1, sometime in the next few weeks, the next month or so, you should be able to see it on YouTube, on our YouTube channel, and on CNET.com.
And hopefully the world won't end before then.
Let's hope.
Fingers crossed. All right, everybody. Next up, we have Best TVs of CES 2020, so stay with us.
This is the Nevo Start, and it's meant to make live streaming easier. It's a camera specifically meant for live streaming, events, video games, whatever you want to capture. And you might ask, why not just use your phone? Well, so this has a 4-hour battery life at least. It can broadcast in high definition. The app will sync up to a bunch of different platforms like Twitter and Facebook and Twitch. And it uses these microphones up top to capture some nice 3D audio. It's designed to give your stream a real professional look. What you'll be able to do once it launches in April is actually use multiple cameras at once, set them up, and actually switch between the different streams. So if you have an event that you want to broadcast, it's a relatively easy way of setting that up. Each cam will cost $300, which isn't nothing. Smart home cams can be had for as little as $200. But again, this one has a number of ways of connecting to your phone and streaming the actual content. You can connect to your phone directly using this as a Wi-Fi access point. If you have Wi-Fi, you can connect it to that, or you can plug in an Ethernet cord and then stream whatever you'd like. The camera broadcasts in 1080p, and it has a special wide-angle lens that shows you a lot but doesn't distort into a fisheye view. You'll be able to see the stream on the app. You'll be able to use the app to broadcast, so your platform of choice. And the camera's going to launch in April. Now, the multicam functionality is going to come a little bit later in the spring or the summer, but that's one of the really cool aspects, is being able to switch from one feed to the next to really give your whatever you want to stream that broadcast feel. Supposedly the camera has a good low light sensor, so you'll be able to see concerts at night. Nevo Start is actually the second of these cameras from this company, and it's meant to be more compact and a little bit more affordable. If you like the video, please give us a like and subscribe to the channel for a whole bunch more from CES.
Another really cool thing we've seen here at CES 2020 is garage tech, smart locks, and garage door openers. Here at the LiftMaster booth in Las Vegas, I'm seeing a lot of new cool products that have just been announced. One of them is this garage door opener with a built-in camera. So I've never actually seen anything like this. Usually there's a garage door opener and you buy a separate camera to watch your kids come home from school, or to make sure that your garage door is actually closed when you leave for vacation. But in this case, it's actually built into the device itself. Now this is a little bit pricey. It starts at $450 and it is a dealer installation, but think about the convenience of having the camera literally built right into the garage door opener. But that's not all. If you don't happen to have a LiftMaster system like this, or you already have a garage door opener that you like, they're also offering a standalone camera with a magnetic mount that you can literally just attach to the base here. and it can do essentially the same thing. So it's not built in, but it has this really, really simple magnetic mount that is compatible with all LiftMaster garage door openers and other magnetic garage door openers. So that's a really cool option. And then, in addition to that, they also have announced a lock integration with Yale Lock. So if you want to have some smart lock integration straight from the MyQ app, you can see what's happening with your garage door. You can control it, open it, and close it, see what's happening with the camera live feed, and also control your lock. You can also set it to automate so that if the garage door opens and someone comes in, you can actually have it automate so that the lock closes so that someone can't get inside your house. There's also an Amazon Key integration, so through the Amazon Prime app, if you have the feature where Amazon Prime will deliver packages inside your garage, when they come inside, these cameras will actually track that delivery and lock that door just to make sure they can't actually get inside your house. So this is just one of the many cool things we've seen here at CES 2020. For more, subscribe to CNET on YouTube.
This isn't the first time Origin PC has tried this concept, the and to buy. And though the company is
back to CES 2020. I'm Jason Heiner, and with me is David Katzmeyer to talk about the best TVs of CES. And there was some big news, so let's get right into it. So we've looked at a lot of stuff, a lot of TVs. You've seen them all. You saw a lot of them before CES. David, let's talk about where TVs are going and what was what were the ones that turned your head this year?
Yeah, so CES is the launching point for all the rest of the TVs that are going to be on sale in 2020, but it's a big show and it's all about the show, and it's really the really flashy TVs that were the most impressive, starting with Samsung's The Wall once again. These guys brought it with a 292-inch television.
I mean, you look like an ant next to that thing. And I was telling people he's 6'4". Like,
it's really, really big. It's a technology called micro LED. It's kind of like a scoreboard, at a sporting venue, basically. It's a bunch of LEDs, much smaller LEDs.
Yeah, you can see it right behind us, on our wall here. It looks really good.
Yeah, they're packing them in, and they can get this gigantic. Of course, it's really, really expensive, multi-hundreds of thousands of dollars, not going on sale, anytime soon at normal prices, but, a glimpse of what TV could be.
So this is still a TV show. There's a lot more things here than ever before, but this show, the heart of the show is still TVs, and the heart of the show is still the biggest booth is Samsung, and then you have LG and Sony also. What were some of the other ones that got you excited? The Wall grabbed all the headlines, but there's some other ones that are really interesting for other reasons.
Yeah, so talk about LG, for example.
Yes.
So these guys make OLED TVs, the best picture quality you can have right now. That micro LED is really good, but it's a little bit in the future. This is talking about OLED is on the market right now. They brought their rollable OLED again. So this is a TV that rolls down, disappears into a cabinet, and is completely invisible. It's basically furniture until you want to watch it. Then it rolls back up, and it's a 65-inch beautiful OLED TV. So we found out the price at the show. It's $60,000, around there. They haven't finalized it yet, but they told me this. So, really just for a rich guy with a view that doesn't want it obscured by his TV.
Because you can buy the same essentially screen for $2,000.
Yes.
Right? It just doesn't roll.
Right. So you can buy 30 regular TVs, 65-inch OLEDs, or you can buy one rollable one. So, you make the decision.
But it does give us a peek at what the future of TVs could do, and when they won't all cost $60,000, and that's kind of fun.
Yeah, and speaking of the future, so LG is LG Electronics. They're the guys that sell it. They're the ones everybody knows. There's also a company called LG Display, sister company that makes all the OLEDs for everybody, including Sony, now Vizio, all these guys. We'll get to that in a little bit. So LG Display has a booth with some really cool concept stuff. The one that everybody knew about before the show is a roll-down version.
Yes.
So it's like a movie screen that just kind of rolls down, and it's a regular TV, and then it rolls back up. And then they showed us like this concept car with all these OLED displays on it, and another one, the backseat passenger screen, the little TV screen. Usually they're these screens back there behind the seats. This one rolls up and disappears behind the seat. So the kids are done watching the show, it just disappears.
So these TVs are really interesting, these rollable OLEDs, because they could blend into more surfaces more transparently in the future, and that's kind of exciting.
Yeah, so you get this thought of like, where are you going to use this crazy technology? And those are some pretty good, places where it's going to be, actually relevant to be able to roll up a TV. And again, this is future stuff. LG Display, this stuff is concept. It's not going on the market anytime soon, or at least this year. So it's just cool to see it.
It can be more interesting because instead of these big black mirrors on our walls when the TVs are off, these things could either blend into the wall, or the way Samsung has done, they could turn into these, have more persistent images up there, artwork or calendars or other things.
Instead of a blank space, you have, your art. They have this thing called the frame. You subscribe to it. But, the most interesting Samsung TV we saw, we went to Korea, you and I saw it earlier, so it's the Sero. What do you think about the Sero, Jason?
The Sero. So this is definitely the TV for the YouTube generation or the TikTok generation,
there you
maybe,
go.
because 40% of all videos are now shot in vertical mode, and this thing does this little deal where when you flip it, it swivels, right? So it's kind of like the millennial or Gen Z TV. I think it's an interesting concept.
Yep.
What I think is most interesting about it is that we know the viewing habits of younger viewers are much different. They are watching a lot of their content on their phones. A lot of it comes from YouTube and social media. So this is like, okay, we're going to let you still do that, but here's a better screen to do it on.
Yeah, and
there's some problems with it, maybe,
you
though.
can see them like scrolling on the thing because it mirrors your phone too.
Yeah.
So you have this kind of like, oh, there's my phone, except it's bigger. It's like, oh, it's I called it like, the most expensive phone accessory you're going to get, and that's what we're talking about, the price. So it's on sale in Korea now for the equivalent of about $1,600. Samsung hasn't announced a price yet.
Yeah.
So let's step back a minute. This is a 43-inch TV for $1,600, maybe $1,500, whatever they come out at. That's not cheap.
What could you buy it's a QLED TV, 43-inch QLED,
yep, 4K, yep.
What could you buy one like that for a Q60 or something, 43-inch?
Those are, around $350, $400. You can get another like a TCL for like $230, 43-inch TV. So, it's not there for the value. I mean, I did a little bit of math, right?
Yeah.
So you can buy a 75-inch TV for $1,400, right? A little bit less than the Sero, 75-inch TV.
Yeah.
If you watch a portrait mode video on a 75-inch TV, it's exactly the same size as the Sero turned into portrait mode. So you might, take your choice.
Wow.
Are you going to buy a 75-inch TV or this 43-inch TV that goes so I don't know. It's an interesting product, but we'll see how well it sells.
That's some good math. My math on it was you could get two for like $600. You could get two $300 TVs, 43-inch, and put one this way and one that way.
There you go.
And just
use one for your phone mirroring and one to watch TV at the same time. Yeah, nice.
Exactly. Very good. So what else, anything else from in the TV space that really is interesting, or home entertainment in general? Obviously, you run that whole category for CNET.
Right.
So what else is interesting?
So we haven't talked about Vizio. They're a huge TV manufacturer, number 3 in the U.S., and they actually came to CES and brought all their 2020 stuff as well. The most interesting thing that they did was launch an OLED TV.
Yeah.
So we're talking about OLED before with LG and LG Display. This is the first time in 2020 that we're going to get additional brands making OLED TVs that aren't LG and Sony. So Vizio's the biggest and the most important because these guys have reduced pricing on TVs year after year after year. They have very good video quality for the money. They have a range of TV technologies they've been doing a long time very well. And for them to get into the OLED space and compete with LG, to me, says price drop.
Yeah.
You know, so again, pricing isn't final on these things, but just having that extra competition of a brand like Vizio is really cool for a TV buyer who's looking and wondering why these LG TVs, these OLEDs, are not getting less expensive. Maybe the competition will change that.
Yeah, and Katz, you've said consistently OLED is the best screen you can get, so that being cheaper is a big deal.
Oh, yeah.
So speaking of the best, we got to talk about 8K.
Yeah.
There's an 8K bezel-less from Samsung that we saw in Korea at the end of last year. I have to admit that when I saw that bezel-less TV in the 8K and they had like sports, shot in 8K, it ruined me on every other screen that I've seen because it looks so amazing on the wall, and when you see that content with that high contrast. I mean, it's very impressive.
Yeah, and we've talked about, the disappearing of the television. This thing has this super thin bezel, so it does look like it's all picture. And, my take on 8K right now is don't buy it.
Yeah.
So I think Samsung is actually reacting to people's sort of weariness with that thing. And the fact that 8K is a lot more expensive. It's a little early still. 8K sales projections are not, seen to be taking off as quickly as 4K did, for example. So guys like Samsung are saying, well, what can we do to make this technology more exciting? Well, let's do something with design, and make the 8K kind of the step-up model, the resolution, not the first story. The first story is this amazing bezel and the other technology they're putting into it. 8K is, coming, very slowly, and there's no 8K content right now. There's 8K video game consoles coming out a little bit later this year. We know about that with the Xbox Series X and the PlayStation 5, but in general, it's a little bit down the road, and they're still really expensive. So we'll see.
But boy, they do look great. When we saw that 8K bezel-less playing like a soccer match, there's no blur as they move, because that was a good sample because they move really quickly, and as they move, you don't see any blur. Like you watch the ball, you can track the ball going across. Whereas normally, even on really good TVs today, those things are essentially looks
good content can do that. And once we get to the point where you're getting like 60 frame per second content with 8K, which is again pretty far down the road, you're going to see those kinds of smooth motion and stuff that looks much more realistic. So it's great. I hope it comes relatively quickly. But there's a lot of stuff in the way before that happens. We don't even have real 4K broadcasts yet, for example. So
So you mentioned the Vizio OLED.
Yes.
But you also were pretty interested in a Vizio soundbar that was here. Tell us about that and why was that so interesting? Because a soundbar, you think on the surface, you think, you just hook it up and it plays sound. What was so interesting?
So, soundbars are one of these technologies that's not super whiz-bang at CES, but what they did is soundbars have Dolby Atmos compatibility, which to work best requires upward firing speakers. These things actually have speakers that fire up, but then when it's not listening to Atmos, which is most of the time, they pivot forward. So they call it the elevate. The idea is you can utilize those drivers in a way where you can augment the stereo sound. It works great for music. I heard a demo, sounded really good. And then you can pivot them up to get the atmospherics of Atmos. So there's a motor that's actually doing something useful.
Oh.
Yeah, cool soundbar. So yeah, that was our favorite soundbar of the year.
Okay. Anything else in the home entertainment space that got you excited here at CES?
Yeah, there's a lot of, for example, this is a strange one, but we're talking about OLED before. LG and Sony finally are going to be putting out an OLED that's smaller than 55 inches. So this is a 48-inch, first time we've screened the screen size. OLEDs have gone up as high as 88 inches. But to get them down, if you're a high-end guy, you don't have all the space for whatever the reason in a smaller space, the 48-inch size is pretty cool. A lot of TV manufacturers are doing a lot of gaming, for example, and improving the gaming. It's really big, again, with those consoles coming out, but also variable refresh rate, taking advantage of a lot of the gaming technology out there now. They're more and more improving that by adding these features. So, these are the trends that we're going to be seeing in more of these mainstream TVs this year, which is what, I'm more excited about as a TV reviewer, to go out and play with the newer technologies and figure out, how they tick.
So we talked about the Vizio OLED and them getting into the OLED market, which is a big deal because it's likely to drive down the cost. But there were a couple other companies that also announced that they're getting into OLED here.
Yeah.
Why don't you talk about those?
So Vizio was the most important. That's a new OLED brand. There's a couple guys from China, Konka. which is actually, they're on sale in Australia, a few other places around the world. They've actually previously been in the US for a little bit, but they're going to have an OLED TV, again, probably manufactured most definitely by LG Display, but it's got their brand on it. And same for Skyworth, which is another big brand in China. They made a big splash earlier in the week talking about how they're going to come to market in the US with not only a OLED TV, but also an 8K TV. So this is the trend of Chinese TV manufacturers. Take it back a notch. The company that we've mentioned a little bit, one of my favorite TVs in general this year was made by TCL. And that's a Chinese company that's gigantic, and they have rocketed over the last couple years into the number 2 market share, they're number 2 in the US now. Right there, Samsung's number 1, TCL and Vizio, so they kind of vaulted into second place in terms of units sold. A lot of it is inexpensive TVs, sure, but it's mostly based on their Roku operating system, and this is a super popular brand now, and now they're expanding into higher-end TVs that I think are more recommendable. My Editor's Choice TV last year was a TCL Roku TV with very local dimming that performed great and cost $800 for the 65-inch size, so it's a great television. So those Chinese manufacturers, Hisense is another one that gained a lot of share last year. They're going to be entering into the market even more strongly and taking share from traditional brands like Vizio and even Samsung. And, it's going to be really interesting to see how they get into it.
Well, it's never been a better time to get a really great TV at a really great price. You've reviewed a lot of these. You really do a lot of consumer advocacy in your review. You're trying to think about the average person buying these things, not necessarily just the tech enthusiasts. We write for that audience too. But people can go to CNET.com and read our lists of the best TVs. Yep. And obviously all the ones that are here, you'll be reviewing them throughout the year as well.
And more, there's going to be more announcements later in the year, and we'll be excited to check them out and test them side by side. We have our little test lab that we can sit down and look at them over a longer period of time. So, check it out. We're going to be doing videos and everything like that too, so it's great.
Fantastic. All right, thanks, Cats. Thanks for watching. Next up, we have Motorola here with their new foldable Razr. Stay with us.
Hello and welcome back to our coverage of CES live from the CNET stage. I'm Jessica Dalcourt. Today we are going to talk about a phone that has whipped up a ton of excitement in the recent months. This is the foldable Motorola Razr phone. With me is Doug McCow, Motorola's Executive Director of Product Operations for North America. It's quite the mouthful. Doug, welcome to the stage.
Thank you.
And we're going to talk about this phone. So the Motorola Razr is really interesting for a lot of reasons. This basically is redefining the flip phone for 2020, and it is the first foldable phone. Granted, there aren't a lot of them out yet, but this is the first one that actually folds vertically in a clamshell shape. Why did Motorola want to make a phone with this design?
Absolutely. So Motorola does a lot of consumer research, and in our consumer research, we found there's a lot of different likes and dislikes about different aspects of the smartphone. It's become more and more complicated. And one thing we found over and over again is that consumers really liked the compact form factor and the portability of being able to put a phone easily back in your pocket again. So when we found that there's a tremendous amount of consumer like on this design, we embraced it, and then it just flowed from there because the original V3 had such a positive emotional recall of that device. We designed the hinge and the chin of the device to it just naturally flowed that design would work very well and still be very pocketable and met all of the consumers' needs with a modern-day smartphone.
Yeah, and I mean, this one really does look a lot like the first Motorola Razr phone from the early 2000s. Down to this chin at the bottom, which is, of course, an area that you could hold, and I feel like here in this design, it kind of gives you a grip. And I also love the fact that when you're done with a call or with anything, you just close it. So there's a lot of nostalgia factor here. And how did that play into the decision to make a phone that looks like this?
Yeah, absolutely. So when we first designed the phone, we didn't naturally just go back to the Razr V3 design. We tested out a bunch of different designs, but the satisfaction of hanging up on someone and closing that flip just puts you back into control. And so when we first did that, then all of a sudden we started to see that this just made a lot of sense. And then the more consumer research we did and the different sizes, we just found that just resonated very well, and it is a throwback to the Razr V3 design, and it just works very well. It worked very well in 2004, and consumers want to just marry that with all the technology that they have today, that with the modern conveniences of a smartphone. Yes.
So foldable phones are still pretty new, but one thing that we've noticed in a lot of the designs is that there's a bit of an air gap. And with this phone, you really don't see that. There is a little bit of height, but the two sides of the phone lay flat. They close flat. And that is something that I think isn't very easy to achieve. And when I look at this phone, I also notice that when I open and close the screen, it sort of slides. So what's going on with that?
Yeah, absolutely. So what was very important for this slim design is that we had a zero-gap design around the hinge itself. And that zero-gap design then allows the phone to be perfectly flat when it's closed. Now, behind the hinge mechanism, there are sliding plates and then stable plates. The sliding plates, they move slightly, they move out of the way, and they collapse when the phone closes, allowing you to store that screen in the perfectly flat mode. Now, when it opens, those same hinges, they extend and form a very sturdy platform, so you don't even know that it's a foldable device. And there is a small sliding plate on the bottom that provides just that right amount of tension. So when you do open the phone, you have a very taut and what seems like just a candy bar phone.
Yeah, so this is probably the kind of design that I think we might see on future foldable phones. But, you know, I think it's time that we talk about foldable phone design in general and what some of their concerns are. Every time I get one of these and look at them, people ask, well, what about the crease in the screen? What is the wear and tear going to be like? How many times can you open and close this? Is that crease there going to be permanent? And of course, you know, the durability of the screen itself, we don't have folding glass yet. So this is a plastic display. And we've seen from other foldable devices that they are a little bit more fragile and they're more susceptible to nicks and to damage from rings, keys, and things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And when Motorola designed this display, we made a couple of different enhancements to make sure that the consumers be completely satisfied. Motorola does a lot of accelerated life testing to make sure that the durability stands up to what a consumer would expect on a device. A couple things that we did on this particular display is the display itself sits sub-flush to the metal frame. And that means the edges are never exposed. You never have any screen fraying. And then it serves a second purpose that you could slam the phone closed pretty hard, and you're not going to damage that internal display
yeah, that's
whatsoever.
True. The bezels are kind
They're
of
all
around
stainless
the
steel.
outside.
Exactly, exactly.
And I noticed that there are little bumps on here, like little feet.
There are.
Almost like the feet under furniture to kind of keep that buffer. And I also noticed that when you put the phone flat, the screen never touches the surface beneath it.
Correct.
But what about the hinge? When I look at this, I do see that there is some exposed gear in here. And I think, you know, what if a thread or a crumb or some sort of item of debris gets caught in there? Is that going to sort of muck up the works?
Yeah, definitely. We put a lot of thought before producing this device in the hinge itself. So there's one of the key innovations is that miniaturization of that hinge. And we work very closely with the yoga team over at Lenovo with the R&T labs, our research and technology labs, to make sure that we have the best possible hinge on there. The hinge does have a diamond-like coating on it to make sure that over time it won't stress or wear. And then we also made sure that we had only the best metal components of that hinge itself to make sure that it held up over the use of time. So definitely we put a lot of thought and research and development, and it's been the key for all of our accelerated life testing just to make sure that hinge would withstand all the opening and closing that a consumer would do.
Can you tell us approximately how the testing went? How many times, you know, is there some sort of suggestion for how many times you can open and close this?
So we are very confident that this screen will hold up to the lifetime of a consumer's ownership of the device. So we subject it to a lot of testing and a lot of different fold testing. We realize that consumers will be doing that themselves. Today I'm not prepared to share an exact number, but I think you'll be surprised when the device hits the market exactly how durable the device is. And we've put a lot of attention on detail to make sure, again, that it will stand up to all of the wear and tear of every day's inserting and removing from your pocket, opening and closing. And Motorola has a very good warranty. We stand behind any defects in the display. Typical smartphone warranty is 1 year, and that includes every single component of the Razr device, including the display itself.
Can we talk about water resistance for a second?
Sure.
So with this plastic screen out there, you know, is it safe for people to go out in the rain? Is this something they should avoid taking around the beach and pools?
Oh, so absolutely. So when we looked at that, we know that with a foldable device, it's possible that liquid will get in, and the main thing is that liquid has to be able to exit again. So what we've actually done on this particular device is we put a waterproof nano coating, not only on the screen, but the internal components of the device to make sure that it would hold up to everyday life stress, such as splashes and rainfall and things like that. And we also put an anti-scratch coating on both sides of the display, actually, to make sure that there's nothing that would actually damage the device if something were to get in behind the screen itself.
Yeah, because I noticed when I look closely, there's a little tiny bit of a gap here by the screen. So it is good to hear that there's nano coating on the inside as well as the outside to protect those components, because once those get fried, your phone is done.
Exactly.
And that's something I think when you have people making an investment in new technology and technology that comes with a cost from all of the research and development. This is not an inexpensive phone. This is going to cost $1,500 exclusively with Verizon. You know, what do you say to somebody who kind of looks at that price and balks and thinks, is it really worth it to get a foldable phone for this price?
Yeah, and then when you look at consumer segmentation and what consumers are really asking for, so I think they want a choice. And there's also this exclusivity part of it as well, that we want a different form factor. We want something different from a candy bar. We want to set ourselves apart. I mean, just like we have different types of brand and clothing and fashion, we believe Motorola Razr will stand for that and be as elegant and sophisticated for that consumer as well as other consumers. But we believe that there's going to be a tremendous amount of interest, as we've actually seen from some of our early site visits and pre-registration emails. We just know there's a tremendous amount of interest, even at the price that is announced at $1,500.
Who do you think this phone is going to be for? Is it going to be for the people who remember their original Razr with nostalgia? Is it going to be, are you targeting millennials who want to try the newest, coolest thing? What's your audience look like?
Yeah, we really can't define the audience as far as age. There's just a segment of consumers that are status shoppers. They want the finest things, whether it's the finest fashion accessories, the finest cars, you know, the best clothes. So those type of consumers, they want to seen and be seen, and this is the device for them. And I think it'll span different age demographics and also gender as well. So.
All right. Well, you know, the Motorola Razr was actually supposed to go on sale today. Pre-orders were December 26th, but you had to delay it. What's that about?
Yeah, we had just an overwhelming amount of demand, and the way that we measure that is just with our website visits and pre-registration emails. So we had to delay. The delay is not going to be terribly long. We'll give an announcement soon as far as the exact date, but don't expect it to be.
But you're not going to tell me the exact date right now,
unfortunately,
are you?
today I don't have the exact date to share, but I just want to reassure it won't be delayed too much longer.
Oh, one other thing I wanted to point out, though, with that price is that Motorola has made the decision to have just one camera on the device. And when you look at other competing foldable phones, like, for example, the Samsung Galaxy Fold has 6 cameras. The Huawei Mate X has 4 cameras on the outside. And here you just kind of have the one camera on the inside that is mostly for video calls, and you're taking most of the shots with this camera. Right. But I think that, what do you say to consumers who expect that for $1,500 they're going to be able to take macro or telephoto shots, wide angle lens? What do you say to them when they look at this and say, why should I buy this phone that only has one main camera?
Yeah, it's a great question. And when we designed this phone, it was all about the design, the compact, and the portability of the device. So every single engineering trade-off decision we made, it went back to how pocketable is this device. And so when we looked at the cameras itself as well, whether we put 1, 2, 3, or different types of camera features in, we wanted to put the largest possible sensor, but still maintain that very slim and compact design. And that's what we were achieving with this phone. And you'll see that there's one main large sensor camera on the outside. But the great thing about this form factor is that when you have it closed, it becomes your selfie camera. And it's a lot of photos are taken as selfies or groupies right now. So that camera will be an excellent selfie and groupie camera. And when you have it open, you still have that same interaction. We've actually done a lot with app continuity as well to make sure that, for example, if you're on a video call, the outside camera will be used, and you can quickly switch to the inside camera without any interruption. So we put a lot of work into making sure we maintain that design, that slim and compact form factor, and then we provided that continuity for what consumers expect. Now, future revisions of the device, obviously the device will continue to expand in capabilities and growth as years to come. So it's something we're looking at, but again, it's going to be a design decision related, whether we put certain components with higher resolution cameras or multiple cameras or not.
So is this the last Motorola Razr, or are we going to see more foldable phones from Motorola?
Great. So this is definitely not a gimmick. We've seen just a tremendous amount of consumer interest in this device, and I think with this it gives the consumers different choice about how they want to use their phones. At the same time, we know screen sizes are becoming bigger and bigger, and you have all these design constraints because the screen itself is taking up almost all the real estate of the phone. So with this particular foldable, we can then integrate bigger displays. It's going to, of course, it's going to challenge the industry to basically invent certain other technologies that complement this. So whether it's cameras and display, audio and display,
foldable glass, for example.
Yeah, exactly. And
that's
then
the big one that I'm waiting
and long
for.
term, maybe even flexible batteries as well, just to make sure that we can support this. But we believe that this is just not a gimmick, but there's a whole new product category that Motorola will keep producing this Razr, and there'll be future generations, and taking such things as like different network technologies and fusing those in the device, and really be able to pull out those great consumer experiences while still having that foldable form factor.
Excellent. Well, I know that I am not the only person who is excited to get my hands on this phone, and I can't wait to review it. Doug, thank you so much for bringing it to us. And up next, everybody stick around, because up next we have the future of gambling tech. Stick with us.
When you visit Acer at CES, you know you're going to see something different. We had to start out in this, the Thronos Air gaming cabin. I'm going to tell you more about that in a bit, but I want to start out now by showing you something that Acer just announced. This is the Concept D7 Easel Pro, and not a gaming thing, but certainly a design that you're not going to see anywhere else. With this cool display that has the articulated hinge, kind of a new take on a convertible tablet. Acer clearly thinks it's onto something with this distinctive articulating hinge display. Previously, it was exclusive to the company's Predator Triton gaming laptops, but it's now added a modified version of it to its Concept D line of hardware for creatives. Starting at $3,100, the Concept D7 Easel Pro swaps out some of the Triton's gaming-specific features and gives you all the things that will make hardcore media users happy. The display makes it easy to work in laptop or tablet mode and collaborate, and the keyboard is always face up. The hardware is heavy-duty workstation fare. Think Xeon processors and RTX GPUs. But there's also a non-pro version that starts at $2,700. So on the other end of the spectrum, we have Acer's new Swift 3. This has Intel's new Athena processor inside, which is going to give you performance that's a little bit more like a smartphone and less like a laptop. So when I open this up, it'll turn right on. Acer's Swift 3 has been around for years, and it's usually a pretty ho-hum affair. But 2020's Intel Athena upgrade changes the equation for this otherwise pretty standard $700 business laptop. The instant wake-up feature could seal the deal for folks frustrated with waiting for their PCs to turn on. But there's also significantly longer battery life, in the range of 12 to 16 hours, according to Acer. So next we have Acer's Predator X32 display. This is not the largest display that Acer has at the show this year, but it's definitely its most advanced. Gamers who want to play on the cutting edge want a display that can hang with the rest of their hardware. And the Predator X32 has specs in spades. HDR 1000, VISA Display Certified 1000, up to 1000 nits of brightness. What does any of that mean? Individual pixel control, peak brightness, super dark blacks, and superior contrast. But it'll cost you. It starts at $3,500. Of course, that's nothing next to the Thronos Air, the streamlined follow-up to Acer's ridiculous $30,000 Thronos gaming cabin. First announced at IFA, the $14,000 Air is insanely expensive for a gaming chair, but a relative bargain next to the $30,000 original. And though it's stripped down and less motorized, it still delivers a compelling and immersive experience that's sure to attract a crowd, whether it's parked at CES or in your living room. So this is Acer's Thronos Air. This is the follow-on to the first generation Thronos, which was about $30,000. They call it a gaming cabin. The goal here with both of these Thronos things is to create an extremely immersive experience. So you can see I'm in the special gaming chair. I've got these car door looking things that open, 3 panels here, supercharged gaming hardware in the back. The goal here is to make you feel like you are not even playing a game, but really racing this car. This will be available in March for $14,000, so start saving up.
Here at LG's booth at CES 2020, they're going really large and grandiose with their biggest and boldest display yet for people who are coming to the show. It's called the OLED Wave. Let's just take a look and experience it. Made up of 200 TVs, some concave, some convex, and some just flat. And they're all displaying a number of different sequences, from anything from ocean waves to overhead views, to jungle footage, and waterfalls, of course. This is the second year that I've been here, third year actually, that I've experienced an LG experience like this.
The waves. Okay, I'm going to stop talking. I'll tell you a little bit more afterwards, but just watch and experience for a little bit. This is such an intense experience. Like, I hope you could feel that a little bit, because it was super loud and super immersive thanks to the curvature of the screens, those undulating lines. Just when you walk a little closer into it, it really makes you feel like you're kind of in space or in the middle of the jungle or watching a waterfall right in front of you. To give you a sense of scale, it is 20 feet high and 82 feet across. It's a lot, and I definitely feel very, very small in the midst of all this. Now, as I was saying earlier, this is the third time that I remember that LG has had such a showstopper. There's been the OLED tunnel, then there's also been the OLED waterfall from 2019, but I think this is just edging those out in terms of, you know, an amazing experience, just to have a look at all of the different beautiful images that are on the screens. And the sound. I mean, you're getting to see this before the crowds are in here. And there will be crowds, trust me, because every year there are always crowds at the LG booth. So if you want to find out more about the OLED Wave, plenty more CES 2020 coverage, keep it locked to CNET and make sure to subscribe for lots more.
Welcome back to CES 2020. You're watching CNET's continuing coverage here at the live stage. We're in Las Vegas, and there's a lot of gambling going on. But the future of casino-style gaming might use your face. And with me to talk about that is Tom Sukup and Sina Miri from Konami Gaming. Hello, gentlemen.
Hello.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
So we actually got to visit some colleagues of mine. Not me. I didn't get to visit. Maybe next time. They got to visit a facility where you're showing off this new technology that could be how you guys here in the audience and at home are going to be gambling and using a reward system in the future. So let's take a little bit of a look at some of the footage we have from this trip. And we're going to talk about what you're seeing. So this is Sally. This is one of our amazing New Yorkers. She's come to check out the technology. It's scanning her face.
Right. So this is a welcome kiosk. So it's scanning her biometric face and welcoming her to the casino.
Recognizes her and says, "Hey, it's you, Sally. How's it going?" And then she comes over to one of your slot machines and sits down. And then what happens then?
So typically for player tracking, you use a card and insert the card.
Right, you got your rewards card. You sign up at the casino, and then you get a free buffet if you spend enough money.
And how many times have you gone and forgot your card?
All the time.
So
I don't want to carry it.
Now you just sit down, and it cards you in.
Okay, so it says, "Oh, you're Sally, and you're part of our reward system.
Welcome, Sally, and you can do everything you can used to be able to do with
And
with your face.
This is the third thing, which is I think this is very interesting. This is a full table that has projection technology in it, and also the camera technology, the face scanning technology. So talk to us a little bit about this table.
So what you saw at a lot of the exhibitors' booths here was about displays and interactivity with the displays. Here what we're doing, we're bringing that interactivity to a traditional table game, so a blackjack table, baccarat game, and make it that you have a new communication channel with the player. So if they want to order a drink, for example, it's about convenience. They don't have to look for a host to take their drink order. They could potentially touch an area of the table, which will dispatch the host.
Bring me a drink.
Yeah, and then for like the marketing aspect of it, the loyalty program that you participate in, on table games, we didn't have a way of communicating with the player about the bonus, and you don't want to just award something to somebody without them knowing and having the excitement and the celebration. So we're extending that to the existing table, again, without changing the physical table. It's the same game and the same game experience. It's just augmented with these new capabilities.
And would I be able to, as a player, go into my profile and be able to say, oh, my favorite drink is Captain and Coke, and then if I just hit bring me a drink, like they just know that's what I want. That's what I like the best.
Yeah, we
They
already
can do
currently do that today on slots because we had a rich communication interface to communicate with the player, allow them to go in there and say, rum and Coke is my favorite drink, and with one click they could order that drink. Now you would be able to do the same thing at the table.
Interesting. So does this also track mood?
Because
So look, guys, everybody out there, I'm unlucky. I never win when I'm in Vegas. And I will be sad at a table, or I will be angry at a table. So will this look at my face and be like, hey, how about I just give you a little jackpot, make you happy so that you'll keep gambling? Like, is that legal? I don't think it's legal, right?
Right now, the regulators are still looking at using this technology to replace the card. But it is possible to also look at emotions. And that would be more for looking at game performance and saying, you know, this game is good, this game is bad, people like this bonus better. So it's more analytics for the manufacturers.
I see.
To understand.
So
using
no,
that
I don't
data.
get a cash payout if I'm sad.
Correct.
That's okay. I just want to double check. I just want to make sure I can't, put on my saddest face at a slot machine and just cross my fingers that that big jackpot will hit. But I might get something like a reward, right? So it might be like, wow, you are terrible at this game, and maybe we'll get you a buffet.
There's always a reinvestment when it comes to player tracking, just like a mileage program. You get so many miles and you get a free flight. So, this is your way of logging into the machine when I forgot my card. And
that's what Sally's doing right here.
Right.
She's sitting down and it says, oh, hey, welcome. It's good to see you again. Here's your credits.
Absolutely. And now those are...
hey, that's you.
That's me. Yep.
What are you doing at this casino? What a conflict of interest. Okay, so are there any plans to also monitor signs of gambling addiction? Because I think this is very interesting that, yes, of course, like your data is used and the casinos get a lot of information about that. There's a clear benefit for the casino, but for the player that maybe gambles a little too much, is there some tracking?
Absolutely. So in certain jurisdictions, you can sign up with the state to be that I have a problem with gaming.
You can self-ban.
You can self-ban. That's a self-barred player. And that can be uploaded into the CMS. And when you sit down at that slot machine, it locks the slot machine.
And it says, no, hey, you.
You've signed up as a self-barred player, and you've said, I don't want a game. So it can really help in responsible gaming.
That would also apply for casino-banned players.
Correct.
So you card counters.
If it's a card
get
counter,
out of here.
Yep, they sit down at the table and it notifies and doesn't.
Got one of those quarters with a string on it, right?
Right. Or sometimes it'll notify security. It depends how the operator wants to use it. So this is the tech. What Konami is doing is providing the technology. The operator themselves will protect the privacy of the patron as well as anonymous players within their four walls.
Okay.
So we're providing a solution. How they want to implement it
is up to the specific operator. Okay.
Absolutely.
So privacy-wise, I'm very curious about just really briefly, how far away can these see you? just about
So,
ballpark?
you know, typically when you sit down at a slot machine, you're within a certain range. So you tune the camera. Yeah, you tune the camera to recognize the person that's closest to the slot machine within, 2 feet.
Okay, and then the welcome kiosk, is that like a little farther away?
That's a little farther away, and you had mentioned that you went on cruises.
Sure.
So we see this technology already used for line breaking. So imagine being able to go to the cruise, you're already a known player, or you're signed up in the manifest. Now you can use your face to enter the ship.
And it knows it's you.
And it knows it's you, as well as when you stop at Barbados and get off the ship. Now you just walk through, it recognizes you. Airports are using this a lot.
Yeah, I've seen. We've done some stories about facial recognition to check into flights and as you're getting on the airplane.
Absolutely.
So, is there a way for people to opt out of this? Because I know that there is a lot of discussion being had about consumer privacy, and we've seen California pass new, stronger privacy laws. The EU has the GDPR. Are people who come into casinos obviously to be able to see the people who are signed in, you also have to scan the people who are not signed up. And so what happens with that information?
So right now the technology is set that it will make a temporary account for you if you're not part of the loyalty program. So you might be guest 2305.
Like a shadow account where it's anonymous data assigned to a number.
The only thing it knows is maybe your age. It guesstimated your age as well as male or female.
Okay.
So if you decide that, you know what, I don't even want that level of tracking, opt in or opt out.
Opt in or opt out, okay.
Right, so it would take that account that's stored and say this person opted out. They don't want to be contacted, but now you don't know their name and address because as a player...
They haven't signed up yet, they haven't given that information.
But if I do want to sign up later, it's going to have all my play history, so everything I've done, I can start getting points on that retroactively.
I see. And so what about the reverse of that? When somebody has been in the program and then they say, you know what, I want to cancel my rewards membership. How do I get rid of all that data?
So with GDPR as well as North American casinos, it's a matter of going up and saying I want to be purged, and they will take your name, address, and make unknown. So get rid of all of your privacy data. We don't keep any credit card data, so that's already not there. But if you had hit a W-2G, the Social Security number would also...
You'd have to fill out a 1099 for your gambling and things like that.
That also would be purged from the online system.
So when will we start seeing systems like this start showing up in casinos?
So there's bits and pieces of this that are already in production.
Oh, wow.
So in Australia, for the large casinos down there, they're already using that welcome kiosk, in a sense, to get access into the VIP rooms. Or they also have private gaming salons for the top tier members.
The really high level players.
Instead of having to disrupt the player and say, oh, I need your card, and you can't get in, they just use their face to enter.
Okay. So what about here? Like, will I be seeing this by next year at CES in Vegas? Am I going to be able to go and sign up with my face?
There may be some prototypes that will work with one of the local operators. And probably at probably in the high limits room. And various places before it hits the entire floor.
So and just to be clear, so as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is a technology that you would kind of license out to each individual, either casino or casino group, who would then utilize their own infrastructure, IT infrastructure, to protect that data.
Absolutely. And whether it be a commercial operator like on the Strip or a tribal operator, that the casino management system already has your loyalty information, your name, address, etc.
And they are also already scanning our faces every second we're out down on the casino floor.
Absolutely. So the operator puts behind firewalls all this privacy data, And then as far as the biometric matching, it's really just a one-way hash of the 150 measurements of your face. You can't reproduce the face, but that biometrics database is kept separate from the casino management system. So there is no privacy data, name, address in that biometric database.
Okay. Is there anything else you guys think people out there who are watching who maybe are thinking about coming to a place that has a casino with this type of technology, and is there something you think they should know?
I think the benefit for the player, for the operator, and for the regulator. We're in one of the most highly regulated industries. We have gaming regulations, banking regulations that we have to abide by. The security, the transparency this creates, the convenience it creates for the user to say you don't have to have a loyalty card like you described it with your mom and a stack of cards, for the operator to have people stand in line and print new cards every time. Picture if the airline would come to you and say, you had not signed up for a loyalty card, but we know you've taken 5 flights with us. Here's the total number of miles you have. We're going to give you credit for it. These are the kind of things that this is going to enable. It's going to make it that the rewards, the better insight we get about our customers makes it that the rewards are more likely to be tailored to that person. So we don't give the same prize to somebody who's 55 and a male versus somebody who's 32 and a female.
Makes sense.
The benefits are most likely going to make people comfortable to look at it and say it's like the one-click shopping. It's convenient. I like it. I will do it. We are in a very tightly regulated industry. We already have to abide by GDPR laws. We're all over the world in 1,000+ casinos. So we'll take care of all the privacy issues. And if somebody says, I don't want to be part of it, there's already mechanisms to do that.
Well, makes sense.
And one last, we looked at the slot machine. We looked at gaming tables. We looked at entry and access. That biometrics database, your Face ID, could be used at the hotel system that's integrated, at the point of sale system. So you come to Las Vegas, instead of sitting in a line to register.
It knows you're there.
It knows you're there. It prints your room key, or maybe even uses your face as your room key. You get a buffet or a spa treatment because we were part of the loyalty program.
Sure.
Go to the spa, use your face instead of having to remember your card or a voucher.
That makes sense. Well, Tom and Sina, thank you so much for talking about this new technology. I would say I would be keeping my eye out for it, but it looks like it's going to be keeping its eye out for me. So thank you so much for coming and talking about it. That is all the time we have to talk about the future of gambling, but do not go anywhere because San Francisco 49ers legend Joe Montana will be here to talk about sports, fitness, and tech. That's up next.
And oh my gosh, here I come. That's me. This is me, and I am not embarrassed about that at all. That is just fine. I'm at LG's booth at CES, and we're taking a look at some cool future tech, including a door with biometric sensors and a mirror that can help you shop for clothes. This ordinary looking wall behind me, that's a door, and we're gonna see how it works. So I'm with Sarah from LG, who's gonna show us how this works and how the door can help you keep your packages secure and use biometric sensors to open and let you in. So we're gonna look at the package stuff first, right?
Yeah, yep,
Okay, so let's see how package deliveries work with this door.
So if you're a delivery person, you would just come right up to the door and you just press this box right here, and it's gonna ask you for a QR code. It's also scanning video right now for safety reasons. So you can just hold the QR code right up to the door, and it's gonna scan specific for that package. You can choose whether it's a regular delivery box, which is gonna go down below for your regular packages, or the Fresh Keeper, which is actually for perishable items. It is a refrigerator that can keep your food fresh for a few days for things like grocery deliveries and HelloFresh and things like that. And then you just close them right up, and that QR code cannot be used again.
So that's pretty cool. So both regular packages, and I like the fridge that's built into the door too. Okay, and so then the door also helps you get in, right?
Yes.
Okay, so let's see how that works.
So the door actually knows my face and my hands, so when I step up to the door, it's gonna recognize my face and then ask for my handprint, and it uses the veins in your hand to scan and open, and then you just press the button on the door, and it's gonna unlock and let you right into your house.
That is so cool. That is like, I'm pretty sure I've seen this in sci-fi movies.
Oh yeah.
So from my understanding, this is a future concept. This is still being developed, so unfortunately you can't run out and buy this right away, but there's more cool tricks on the inside of the door, so we're gonna take a look at that. Okay, so is there any other elements? We're done with the biometric stuff, right? Like this stuff will just open?
So this opens automatically. There's lights on the side that'll tell you if you have a package inside, and you can just open it because you're on the inside, and then you can access it straight out from inside.
That's cool.
It'll also show you what the order is up here, so it displays everything that's going to be in your order. And once you shut it, it can also tell you about next orders that you might have on the way and where it is in the delivery process. And then you can just hit that home button.
Right, so this is a full-on touch screen that shows you a variety of things, sort of like a smart display on the inside of your door, again, of your future spaceship home. And so you get your packages here, you can set settings for the Fresh Keeper, and then apparently if there are strangers that are outside, you'll be able to see them, and you're able to talk to them like a smart doorbell thing.
So this is the intercom. It will also pop up if there's an intruder. It shows a video of the door, and you can actually talk to them so you don't have to open the door to communicate with whoever's on the other side.
So in addition to talking to whoever's at your door and grabbing your packages, this functions as a set of smart home controls, and you can hit away to turn your lights off or whatever away settings you have set so that your smart door helps make your home smarter. So thanks, Sarah. This tech is boggling my mind a little bit, and now we're gonna go take a look at a mirror that's just as crazy once the door lets me out. There we go, I can leave. Here we go. Now I'm taking a look at the LG ThinQ Fit. It's a smart mirror that can help me shop for clothes. It uses 3D cameras here and here to scan my body and figure out my measurements, and then I can actually use the avatar that will appear on screen to look at how I look in different outfits. So let's try it out. Okay, so I'm gonna stand on the weight plate, and I'm gonna go ahead and hit start. I've got to agree to all, sign all of my rights away and whatnot. And then picking my style, we're gonna go men's style. Position my body. Okay, I've got to position my body, stand still for a moment, and then I gotta hit ready. Bah! All right. It's gonna use the two cameras to figure out and come up with a 3D map, and then it's gonna take a picture of me. Cool, okay, so I did stand still enough. So I'm great at this. Here we go, taking a photo, and I've gotta look at this camera. I'm gonna give it a nice smile. All right, and it took a cam, and that is my face. Great stuff. All right, moving on. And now we're gonna get the 3D image scan of me, and these are the measurements. We're just gonna skip right past that so that we focus on those measurements as little as possible. And oh my gosh, here I come. That's me. This is me, and I am not embarrassed about that at all. That is just fine. So here's the 3D rendering of what I look like, and then I can use this to try on a variety of outfits. And then, I can go in here and look at other clothes, and I can switch to a fancy sweater and try on the fancy sweater, and try on like different pants, like jeans, and even get like a nice coat on. Sure, we're gonna get a nice winter coat on. It's CES, it's January. And then cool, take a look at this. And then I come back here to the actual lookbook, and there I've got my fancy new outfit on. The cool thing about this rendering is that it's very interactive to touch. So like I can spin myself around and see how everything's looking here. With the fit map, I can get a really close look of where they're expecting it to be loose versus comfortable, and I can even switch to different sizes and like try out all that sort of gadgets here, and I can even switch to different sizes and try that out. And then I can tailor based on, let's say I want to wear some cool fancy brown shoes, and then I can adjust the length of the pants. And then if I really want to, go out and it's like flooded or something, then there, I've got this here, and then I won't get my pants wet, which is what I'm really looking for. So, here we go. This is me with a good deal of style, and I can then check out, and it tells me the price, and then so there's a variety of different clothes in here, and I can use it to pick a nice outfit and be super stylish. So that was the LG ThinQ Fit, and me and my buddy here can use it to try on all sorts of clothes, which along with that door can be part of your future sci-fi home. Neither of these are going to be on sale for a little bit. They're prototypes. They're experimental from LG, but it's still a cool vision into what your future home might look like and might be able to do. If you like the video, please like and subscribe below, and thanks for watching.
Another really cool thing we've seen here at CES 2020 is garage tech, smart locks, and garage door openers. Here at the LiftMaster booth in Las Vegas, I'm seeing a lot of new cool products that have just been announced. One of them is this garage door opener with a built-in camera. So I've never actually seen anything like this. Usually there's a garage door opener and you buy a separate camera to watch your kids come home from school, or to make sure that your garage door is actually closed when you leave for vacation. But in this case, it's actually built into the device itself. Now this is a little bit pricey. It starts at $450 and it is a dealer installation, but think about the convenience of having the camera literally built right into the garage door opener. But that's not all. If you don't happen to have a LiftMaster system like this, or you already have a garage door opener that you like, they're also offering a standalone camera with a magnetic mount that you can literally just attach to the base here, and it can do essentially the same thing. So it's not built in, but it has this really, really simple magnetic mount that is compatible with all LiftMaster garage door openers and other magnetic garage door openers. So that's a really cool option. And then, in addition to that, they also have announced a lock integration with Yale Lock. So if you want to have some smart lock integration straight from the MyQ app, you can see what's happening with your garage door. You can control it, open it, and close it, see what's happening with the camera live feed, and also control your lock. You can also set it to automate so that if the garage door opens and someone comes in, you can actually have it automate so that the lock closes so that someone can't get inside your house. There's also an Amazon Key integration, so through the Amazon Prime app, if you have the feature where Amazon Prime will deliver packages inside your garage. When they come inside, these cameras will actually track that delivery and lock that door just to make sure they can't actually get inside your house. So this is just one of the many cool things we've seen here at CES 2020. For more, subscribe to CNET on YouTube.
This is the Nevo Start, and it's
CES 2020. I'm very excited to welcome our next two guests. By the way, I'm Connie Guglielmo, Editor-in-Chief of CNET. Thank you all very much for coming to the CNET booth and for following our coverage. Today, I am thrilled to be with football legend, Hall of Famer, dad, entrepreneur of sorts, sous chef, which he'll talk about, Joe Montana, and the CEO of the AARP, Joanne Jenkins. Okay, we're here to talk about a topic that is very interesting to a lot of Americans, and that is technology that will help older Americans continue to, as you guys have been saying for the past couple of days, stay in the game. About an hour or so ago, the AARP had a startup pitch session, and they had a bunch of companies come out and show technology that will help, I'm not going to say senior Americans because Joe Montana here is of a certain age, which I'll let him tell you, but that will help people of all ages, but particularly people who are older, continue to be mobile, active, live their best lives. So I'm going to start out by asking Joanne to talk a little bit about the technology sector for older Americans and what you're seeing.
Well, I think what's so exciting about AARP being here at CES is that we're seeing that people are living longer lives. Think about this, a 10-year-old born today has a 50% chance of living to be 104. And so as we think about how we're going to live our whole life course, if we have 100 years to live, we certainly aren't going to just stop living at 50. And so being able to live vibrant, healthy lives and stay active through the use of technology or through the use of living healthier, eating healthier. And we were so excited to see some of the ideas that were presented today that really were addressing not just issues that older people have, but people, what I like to call ageless solutions. So, you know, some of the products that were presented today, like the one who won, was around balance. And we know that that's good for anyone who happens to be on a treadmill or is running or walking or just, you know, casually living their lives, that knowing how to use that technology and to stay vibrant is so exciting and so important.
One of the things that you said earlier was that there are more Americans over the age of 65 than there are Americans under the age of 5. Is that right?
For the first time in the history, that is the case. And so that's why it's so important that 10,000 people a day are turning age 65, and that's going to continue for at least the next 10 years. And so if you think about that occurring here in the U.S., there are 30 other countries that those statistics will apply to over the next 20 years.
And the AARP has a booth downstairs. They've been working on an innovation lab and all sorts of solutions, so I invite you to go take a look at those. Okay, let's talk about the pitch competition today. And the product that won is right here from Zibrio. I thought it was fascinating. It was developed by a woman who worked at NASA and originally worked on balance issues for astronauts. So why don't you tell us a little bit about the winning device? You particularly liked it, right?
Yeah, it was one of those things where when I thought about it, I was going, well, you know, first of all, I never thought I'd have a balance issue. And then I was at home working out. My wife was doing these things on a piece of equipment that she had bought, and we were following this. And I usually do, because of my health, I usually do things that were straight ahead. So I started doing things sideways, and some of them had to do with balance. And I was shocked how bad my balance was. I mean, I couldn't do one rep and stay on one foot with these things. So when I saw this, it made a lot of sense to me to see that there is something that can help you work on it to let you know. I mean, otherwise, unless you test yourself, you don't know whether you have that problem. Hopefully I never fall, but without somebody knocking me over. But it's one of those things that really caught my interest, and actually was fun speaking to her about it after on how exactly it works and interfaced with your phone and on the internet, so that it'll give you exercises on how to help those things. And I've had one of my legs has been numb since '87, so it's probably part of it, but it'll help me get some of that corrected, and I look forward to it would be fun to try.
Just to recap, it's a scale that you step on. It tells you how much you weigh. It's a scale. But the thing that it does is tells you what your balance is like and what the odds are that you're going to fall. And so if they think that you're at high risk for falling that day, I think you mentioned if you have a bad night's sleep, the odds that you're going to fall the next day go up exponentially. And then it offers suggestions through an app, or I think this thing talks to you, and tells you how to correct so that you don't fall. So if Joe Montana has balance issues, I think we can all benefit for something. You have been interested in tech for keeping people in the game, as you've said, 27-ish surgeries.
Somewhere in that number, unfortunately.
And there's a lot of tech out there now that people are looking at to bring forward, including to help injuries. And one of the things that we saw earlier had to do with light repair. Can you talk about the kind of tech that you were able to see or to have access to that you would like to see brought forward?
Well, I think one of the unique things about being an athlete is you get to see a lot of technology early, especially when it comes to healing or performance enhancing. Somehow they want to test it with the top tier athletes, and so you will get approached with a lot of things. So we had opportunities, and one of the other contestants in the event today also was dealing with heat and light, which we had done many, many years ago, but it has been, how far it's come in development was amazing to see. And yeah, I got involved, you know, I played in San Francisco, I lived in the Silicon Valley, and got involved in technology right after I retired with some fund-to-funds venture. Ended up a couple years ago starting my own seed stage technology fund called Liquid 2 Ventures with one of my sons and 2 other partners that had started companies in technology and sold, one to Google, one to IBM. And we've been off, we closed our second fund, and it's so fun not only to see the new technology, but to see the excitement that comes with the entrepreneurs when they're telling you about what they're doing. And it just, you know, it's one of those things that they say, things that keep you young feeling, but just learning and watching these people, when the ideas they come up with, you sit there and shake your head and go, wow, and what a great idea. Why didn't I think of that?
Okay, so 2 questions for you. Number 1, how big a tech user are you? What are you into?
I play a few games here and there, not very good at it. I end up giving up because my kids beat me so bad and I don't like to lose. So I quit doing a lot of things with them. I figured that out quickly. But I spend most of my time more at work on technology things.
So no smart Fitbit, activity trackers?
I tried it a couple times. Honestly, my wife will tell you that I have a great watch collection, and she'll be shocked I have one on today because I hardly ever wear them. I'm not used to things around my neck, around my hands, and so those kind of things, I can't get used to. Plus, I know how bad a shape I'm in. I don't need someone to tell me. But they are fun and they are useful for a lot of people. But I love seeing it and I love working and trying on it. But it changes so fast; it's hard to keep up.
So we were talking backstage about how tech is going to help you live a better life. Again, the theme at AARP has been about staying in the game and tech that lets you stay in the game. So Joe Montana, tell the world, next year when you come back to CES, what kind of tech you would like to see and that will impress you and help you live that better life and stay in the game.
Well, if somebody can come up with a way to get me back on the football field by next year and negotiate a new contract, I'll give them half of it.
Okay, you heard it here first. Does AI count?
Any way I can get there, I'll take it.
Okay. That's pretty funny. We were looking at a lot of the tech downstairs. One of it was a thing called Smarty Pan. You can put food in the pan and it'll tell you the nutritional value and all of that. You help cook at home. You said you're a sous chef. Why do you like that?
Well, it was pretty interesting because if you're trying to watch your calories, it tells you how much you put in. Like a lot of times, like last night, I was helping in the kitchen. Like Jennifer and I usually cook together, and it said 2 tablespoons, and I was like, nah, it looks like 2 tablespoons. And you never know how many more calories you're adding by adding extra than what the recipe calls for, especially if you're calorie counting. And this pan not only weighed, but you talk to your app and say olive oil, pour in the olive oil, and it'll tell you exactly how much you put in. And for every item you add to it. And I thought it was pretty interesting to see that the technology, I forgot to ask if you could wash it in the dishwasher with the technology built into it. But it was pretty interesting also to see, as I haven't seen anything like that.
Smart home tech at home? Connected lights, thermostat?
Yes. Oh, yeah. Are you kidding me? My wife had the Christmas tree light. We had one Christmas tree out on a little porch that we had, and we had another one in the living. She had names for them. And so as soon as she'd wake up in the morning, she tells someone to open up our drapes, and the drapes open, turn on the Christmas lights with the names. So when we got downstairs, they were all on. And yeah, she uses it a lot more than I do.
Last sports question. No, not really. I have a couple of sports questions. But some of the technology that helped you become a better athlete, we talk about this in sports today, how much measurement of sports there is. And there's even in a different sport, baseball, talking about having umps measure pitches and things. What's your view on sports and tech in general?
Well, I think there are a lot of things that help sports, and I think there are also you can get inundated by how much information you see. One of the things that was so funny is like you see, if you look at the quarterbacks today, when they get to the side, they get to their tablet and they're looking at the plays that are on the pad, and they're replaying the play and they're looking at defenses. Well, unfortunately, I hate to say this all the time, but back when I was playing, we were in New Orleans, and the way we used to do it then is they would take a picture way up at the top of the dome, and they had a wire. They had a clip, stuck it on the clip, sent it down the wire, and by the time it got to the field, then the play was already over. But the technology has changed the game and changed the ability to look at information and be able to process it quicker and make changes quicker. Obviously, workouts have changed. Pitch count stuff is interesting. I don't know. They're talking about letting the technology call balls and strikes there. So I don't know how far we really want to go. It's slowed down the NFL a lot by replays and things like that, but I'm sure there are ways to fix that. But technology is fun. It'll only help the game in the end, as long as we don't get caught up in it.
What about the 49ers? How are they doing? What do you think their odds are?
I think they're doing pretty well. Yeah, they're hanging in there. They are. I think they're playing well. They got everything going on both sides of the ball right now, and I think one of the biggest things is you hear about other teams talking about injuries, and they're pretty healthy. And it's really important to have that extra week off and rest for just to get the guys. I mean, if you used to see the linemen, they were the worst because they had bruises on their arms from the beginning of the year till the end. And the ability now to try to keep these guys healthy for Sunday instead of beating them up in the week, and this extra week hopefully gives them a little bit more rest. And I think they'll play well Saturday. I'm looking forward to it.
And what about beyond? What are their odds?
Well, I
Super
think
Bowl,
I look for them to make it to the Super Bowl. I'm not sure who they'll be playing, but I think they make it. And they're one of those. They're having that kind of year right now.
What about coaching? Joe Montana, going back on the sidelines.
I have 4 kids. I don't need 57 more. so I've given up on the coaching side of it. I enjoy watching the game, and that's about my extent right now.
Okay, one more question for AARP. We saw a lot of great technology, and you were talking about some things that weren't in the pitch competition. What is your favorite piece of tech? Without, calling, I know they're all your favorite children, but the categories of tech that you're seeing that you think we should all be paying attention to?
Well, I think what's important is, as we're seeing, particularly with our 38 million members, it's around medication management. And how are we going to assist people who are caregivers, who are taking care of people who are in their homes or are doing it through telemedicine? And so you can see it. I can see some advancement from last year's products, but I think there's still a long way to go. So I would say in the medication management and helping people to be better caregivers and better patients.
That's great. Okay, we have just a few seconds left. 2 more questions that my team wanted to know. You were talking about trying to get back in the game. Technology can keep people in the game longer. How do you know when it's time to walk away?
Well, for me, it was more physical. At that point in time, I had just suffered another concussion in one of the playoff games in Kansas City, and I was looking at not only my life but my family. And at that point in time, my boys were starting to hit the impressionable age, starting to play sports. The girls had kind of grown. I missed a lot of that part. Unfortunately, I feel absolutely horrible about. And I really wanted to be able to spend the rest of that time as healthy as I possibly could be going forward. And I knew that the way the game was going and the way the beatings I was taking at that point in my career was going to lead maybe to something more serious. And so I just decided that it was time to take care of myself and step away. And I missed the game of football. I kicked myself for not going back for that 3rd year with Kansas City, but in the end, I think I did the right thing.
And the other question that I'm being asked is, you play some games. Are they sports games, or are you like a chess player? Sudoku?
I can't tell you the games I played, but they're not sports oriented at all. They're more mind stuff. I deal with numbers on some of them, and some of them you're just knocking down buildings. So, but yeah, I don't. Jennifer will disagree with you, but I don't spend a lot of time on the games. I spend a lot of time on my phone with work and the business right now, but more so than I'd like.
All right. Well, I think we all do, but fair enough. All right. Thanks very much for joining me today, Joe and Joanne. We're going to take a short break, but then when you come back, we have the first ever CNET scavenger hunt at CES. It's going to be a lot of fun, so please stick around. Thank you, Joe Montana. Thank you, Joanne.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
A lot of fun.
Here at CES 2020 in Las Vegas, we were checking out a really cool piece of kitchen technology. It is actually a device that replaces a traditional garbage disposal. So instead of having a lot of food waste and stuff go down your disposal and out of your house, this thing actually routes your liquids and your solid foods separately. So it hooks up, in theory, just like a normal garbage disposal hookup. It's supposed to be pretty simple. That seems a little intimidating, a little scary to me, but the guy tells me it's pretty easy. And then it actually has a separate drain that takes your liquids, and then your solids just go straight down into this bin below. He says that it doesn't have any odors. You can keep the food in there for up to a month. It'll tell you when it's full, and then you can take it to your composter outside. Or if you have a curbside pickup where you live, you can have it set out in your curb, and it'll pick up your food for you, so you're not dealing with as much food waste as you otherwise would. So this right here is actually a status indicator. It means that the bin is full and that you're ready to take out the food, so that you don't have to keep checking it, opening it, and closing it to see if it's full and ready to be emptied. So what you just do, when it reaches 4 full bars, you open the machine, you take out the bin. Hopefully with a little more grace than that, it would be full of food, and then you can take it to your compost in your backyard or wherever, or to your curbside pickup if they have that in your area. It seems like a really handy, convenient way to not waste a lot of food. And the thing that is really interesting is that he said a carbon filter on the top actually mitigates any food smell, so you can leave this in here in theory, he said, for about a month. Seems like a long time and that your food would get kind of stinky in there, but he said the carbon filter actually mitigates that so that you're not dealing with any weird odors. And then again, you have a separate sink hookup that takes the liquid waste separately and takes it through your plumbing like you regularly would. So then you just, once you empty it, you just put it back in, and then it resets. In order to get your leftover food into the bin, all you have to do is press this button that you mount on the top of your countertop, and then it'll separate so that it's not the liquid waste going through to your other system, it's your leftovers going into the bin itself. So you just put it in, it goes straight into the bin, and then again, it just sits there for a month or however long it takes to fill it up. When these bars light up, then you take it out. It seems pretty simple and kind of a convenient way to avoid food waste. I think this is a really smart solution. It costs $340. It's called Sapura by Anvi Technologies, and it's available now on their website.
Burrito emoji, bacon emoji, fire emoji.
We are here at the Google booth. It's gigantic. You got friends of Google Assistant stuff over there. You got Pixel stuff over there, Nest, Stadia. You know, you actually see this stuff pretty much at every Google event, but the real thing is an experience. We're gonna go up these stairs and try out something new. So we've been waiting in line for a long time. Now, I don't know how great this Google Assistant journey is, but it better be really great for this line. Now, we got in early, so this line isn't as long as it could be. Who knows how long it would take for anybody else to get in. We're very lucky to be able to get in eventually. We're finally going to go into Google Assistant journey, and the first thing we see is a washing machine and dryer.
All 6 of you will have an opportunity to speak with the Google Assistant in different environments. Is everyone ready?
Let's do it.
Awesome. Let's head on in.
There's a second door.
There we go. Watch your step right here.
So this has been hidden behind the door the whole time.
Another group of weary travelers. And yet, in their eyes, somehow, a glimmer of curiosity remains.
That's me. I'm number 1 apparently. So I'm going to say, hey Google, play some music.
Okay, playing the Change of Plans soundtrack.
Go ahead and grab whatever seat you would like.
Calling shotgun. Shotgun will apply, even in fake cars. The doors are bolted open.
There we go, and with that, they're off.
So last year they had a roller coaster. Today they have a simulation.
Whoa! Trippy! We're in Brooklyn. Now, as they accelerate at an exhilarating pace towards their destination. What's this? A call from Jen. Could this be a change of plans?
Hey, so little bit of a huge problem. I just called Burrito and they're out of bacon and Brussels burrata di bufala risotto burritos. What are we gonna do?
Nature's Bounty Grocer. Let's go. The grocery store? But of course! We'll make the burrata burritos ourselves. Burrito emoji. emoji, bacon emoji, fire emoji.
Well, that was the change of plans, and now we're going to the grocery store. Come on through.
Are so astounded by the Google Assistant's helpfulness that they break into spontaneous applause.
Yay!
White wine, Italian parsley, flour tortillas, chicken stock, Parmigiano Reggiano, red pepper.
I need a store that does this when I look for stuff. So make sure if you're going to use Google Assistant this way, you go to a supermarket that has lights everywhere and your oven is connected. Otherwise, this doesn't make a lot of sense.
Reading, chop through your business fears on Google Play Books. I'll go back to where you stopped last time.
Have you ever been to a kid's play? That's what this feels like. It's just like, oh, let's go do this thing. Watch your step.
Wait, I think, team, I think that maybe possibly you did it!
You don't.
Wow, we made this happen all together. You actually did
You're
it.
magnetized.
Even Miriam.
So we just finished a change of plans, a Google Assistant journey. We had ups and downs and cornball dialogue and everything. But the whole main idea was to see what Google Assistant could do for your daily life. And there are things I hadn't seen before. Smart ovens, smart Instant Pots, smart faucets. If things work as well as it did in the demo, I think life will be really easy. Do things really work that well in real life? Maybe not, but we'll get there someday. We're gonna end the Google experience the traditional way with the slides. Let's do it. Whee! So this has been the Google booth at CES 2020, and it's wonderful here. Wonderful. Souvenir, you think I should take this with me? Probably not. I think I have to hit the lady.
Well, we're getting a glimpse into the future of Jeep here at CES 2020 with plug-in hybrid versions of their popular Wrangler, Renegade, and Compass SUVs. Now, these look pretty similar to their gas-powered counterparts, save for all of the blue badging. We've got a 4xe blue badge in the back. Rubicon has got some blue highlights around it, and of course, blue tow hooks. Now, Jeep has plans to electrify its entire lineup by 2022, but don't worry, this doesn't mean that Jeep is only going to offer EVs. This means that it will have plug-in hybrids, standard hybrids, EVs, naturally, but also mild hybrid systems like we've seen already in the Wrangler with the 2-liter turbo with e-torque. Now, we don't know much about these plug-in hybrids. I mean, battery size? I don't know. The gas counterpart of the engine? I literally have no idea. I don't even know if each of these vehicles is going to use the same engine battery setup or if it's all going to be different. We should know more later on in the year at the Geneva Motor Show, the New York Auto Show, as well as Beijing Motor Show. All I can tell you is that a lot of plug-in hybrid SUVs get around 20 miles of pure electric range. And that's going to be pretty awesome when you're off-road because you can access that sweet, sweet all-electric torque and help you get up and over obstacles. We should know more about these 4xe vehicles at the Geneva Motor Show, the Beijing Motor Show, and the New York Auto Show later this year. All right, I would like to know what you all think. Is a PHEV Jeep like sacrilege, or do you think it's going to be kind of cool? Let me know in the comments, and be sure to like and subscribe so you don't miss a single video from CES.
All right, guys, I have an interesting one for you here on the show floor of CES 2020. It is the Koei Bidet Mega 400, a new smart bidet that does all sorts of things. So unlike a traditional bidet where it's the whole unit, this thing is actually just the toilet seat that retrofits over most standard US toilets. And it has a lot of different functions, and that apparently separates it from most bidets in the US, which have maybe one function, one temperature, not a lot of customization. But this one has a lot of built-in tech to kind of clean all your areas, to make it nice and clean all over. That's as specific as I would like to be about that. But if you head over here, they actually have a demo where you can see, you can choose a rear wash or a front wash. You can choose the water pressure. We're gonna give it a go right now and see how it does. Let's see, we're gonna turn up the water pressure and it is not cooperating. Ah, there we go. We're switching between the basic mode. This is the active mode. And now we're in soothing wash. They don't seem particularly soothing to me, but this is the display that they have set up, so I guess it would shoot the water up really high. This doesn't come with an app or any other sort of functionality like that, but it does have a remote for customization, so you can change the temperature, adjust where the water is going, and actually how it moves. They also say that the water itself has bubbles inside that's supposed to aerate it and make it more comfortable for you. And then it's supposed to last about a minute to go from clean to dry, which is really interesting to me. But overall, this is a new product from Kowei. They haven't said yet how much it's going to cost, but again, it is a retrofit thing that goes over your existing toilet, and it's going to be available in the US in a couple months. For more bathroom tech from CES 2020, check out CNET on youtube.com.
back to CES 2020. You're watching our live coverage here on CNET. I'm Ashley Skeva, and joining me, Patrick Holland, Lexi Savitas. Today, we have a first. The very first ever, the first annual, and maybe the last annual, CNET Scavenger Hunt at CES. Here's how this is going to go. We have Bridget Carey, Ayaz Akhtar, and Jeff Bakalar over at the Las Vegas Convention Center, each in one of the 3 massive halls. North Hall, Central Hall, South Hall. Okay, we have these, they have envelopes, we have envelopes. These are our envelopes. Here they are. So the envelopes have a list of items or maybe activities. I don't know, they're sealed. Each hunter has an envelope that contains the same list of items to collect or tasks to complete. So whoever gets the most done wins. We'll figure it out if there's a tie. And up for grabs is $200 to the winner's favorite charity.
That's good. Is your envelope scented? Mine is.
Mine smells like winners. Okay. Are we ready to open the list and go? Are we ready? Let's go.
Ready.
On your mark, get set, open, and go. All right, they cannot hear us.
Yeah, we're not racing.
Excellent, so we can say anything we want.
So we can say anything we want.
All right.
All right, number 1.
Take a nap and do so.
Yeah, they can't hear us. They need a photo with someone in a costume, which is unfortunate they're not here because I saw the Energizer Bunny earlier.
Oh, that would be a good one.
He just keeps going and going. So they've got to find, they're going to photo with someone in a costume. Okay, let's take a look at what's going on down here. We've got Ayaz, we have Bridget's running. I want to talk a little bit about our contestants, okay? Bridget Carey, I don't know if you guys knew this. She is a gold medalist in the Nintendo Ring Fit World Championship. She's amazing. She is a certified Prancer size instructor. She also was the captain of her high school scavenger hunt team. She lettered in scavenger hunting, so I feel like she has a real advantage here, you guys.
And she was varsity for 2 years.
She was varsity for 2 years. She lettered. It was amazing.
I love it. So you can see they're actually in different halls, so they're not in the same hall. We should clarify. They are in South, Central, and North halls of Las Vegas Convention Center. And let me tell you, I think the South hall is the biggest one in terms of floor space.
So here's the list, the full list, because they can do it in any order, is that right? So they have to take a photo with someone in costume, dance with a robot for 30 seconds, find a place to take a nap and do so, not on the show floor, picture with an animal, any kind, real or not, eat some free food or free drink in a booth, you can't buy it, find a wearable and put it on, it can't be something they already own, pretend you work at a booth for at least 30 seconds. Bridget has gotten pretend you work at a booth for at least 30 seconds. Congratulations, Bridget. Bridget is in the lead. She has 1 point. Find a piece of free swag for your kid. Gather 5 corporate branded pens from 5 different companies. And get the business card of a company executive, VP level or above.
So could they double up? Like if I had a dancing robot that was an animal, could I take a picture with it and knock out 2?
That's a good question. We'd have to ask the referee about that. That's serious.
Okay. Is that
okay. Oh,
Jeff's stealing water. He's got food or drink. He's like, thank you very much. Goodbye. Goodbye. I don't know if you know about Jeff Bakalar, but he is our youngest member of the CES team at just 14 years old. This is his first CES. We're very excited to have him here. He also holds the NHL world record for getting hit in the face with stray pucks and surviving. It is incredible. He's an incredible man.
And Wayne Gretzky has that restraining order against him because of that incident.
He does. So. He has to stay at least 100 yards away from Wayne Gretzky. His favorite video game console is the PlayStation 5 logo.
And you can tweet at him about that.
Yes, it is. Okay, so guys, what are we seeing here? Walk us through what's happening. It looks like Jeff is talking to a very nice lady about, he's trying to get something. What is he trying to get?
Probably a business card. It sounds, looks like kind of pressing the flesh.
Is she executive level? Is she VP or above?
I know exactly where, he is at the Bell helicopter desk, and there probably are some high-level execs there trying to tell him about the flying helicopter. Let's see if he can
here, look at this. Ayaz, is he working at the booth?
He's working.
He's working. They're working at the booth.
He's telling everybody about flying cars at the Bell helicopter booth. That's in the North Hall of the Las Vegas Convention Center. Look at Jeff. Look at him.
Ayaz is giving out Nikon straps.
there you go.
He's giving out
Ayaz
Nikon
looks
straps.
Great value.
Ironically, he has a
amazing
Canon cameras, but
you know
we
what
should
they're
keep
never
that
good
between
at?
us.
Cracking
This
safe.
jacket
I know
even
that doesn't make
matches
any
the
sense.
Nikon color scheme. Look at that.
It does look like he
could
works
not
there.
have picked a better booth if he tried.
Fun fact about Ayaz Akhtar, he was named after his great-great-great-grandfather, Ayaz Cubbington Akhtar, who invented the scavenger hunt in the 1800s.
Look, Jeff is still going as the booth worker. He's
1807
still
is
just
specific.
hanging
I
out
think
there.
Jeff is about to take a nap at the booth.
I feel like
What's Bridget? She's got an animal. It's
got
a
it.
shark, a robot
It's a
shark
robot
with
shark?
a laser beam on its frickin' head.
So this goes back to my question. Would that count as animal? She gets a picture with it.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah?
She still selfie with a shark. A robot
amazing.
shark.
She got the selfie.
She's got the selfie. She's got the selfie. She's looking at the list. Ayaz is, I think, giving out literature. I think Nikon just handed him a paycheck.
So
I'm not sure what's
He's
going on.
done.
Actually,
He is
Lexi,
done.
if you had to put money on who'd win, who you think's gonna win here?
I mean, I feel like,
They can't hear us, by the way.
man, I gotta go
Be
with
honest.
my girls. Let's go, Team Bridget.
Yeah.
Team Bridget.
Bridget is hustling, but I think Jeff's asleep on the job.
Jeff's got, look, he's taking a picture with a
Okay.
teddy bear.
Yes,
He's got the
he's got the
animal
teddy
right
bear.
there.
Oh,
He's got a
got an
teddy
animal.
bear. He's
Nice.
got a teddy bear. Ayaz is just running. Ayaz is just running. I don't know where he's going.
He's a man on a mission. Look at him go. Look
He's
at him
headed to the
go.
Bosch
Pens,
booth.
corporate pens,
He is in, that is the central hall, because I've walked that show floor many times and my shoes need replacing after this CES, so I can know exactly where he's
But he
going.
has scavengering in his
sleep on
blood,
those
though.
things.
You know,
He
that's
does.
something that's has been around
What
for
do you
decades.
believe the most difficult of these challenges is?
Of
I
all
feel-
of these, let's see. I think dancing with a robot, because not every hall will have a robot that is kind of danceable.
That's a great point.
So here's the thing: if we want to kind of open it up, it technically could be a vacuum cleaner, right? You could
Why don't-
technically dance with a vacuum cleaner
That's
if you
true.
wanted
Look,
to.
I think we should tune in to one of our contestants. Why don't we go to who's got what? Let's go to Ayaz. Can we go to Ayaz? Can we hear what's
I just
going
need a
on with
business card
Ayaz?
from him. Or her. Do you have any branded pens? Yes. Okay.
It looks like he's trying to convince him to
Photo
work
with an
on
animal. You have any animals here?
I think
Okay,
he's just
free
running through the
food.
list asking if they have anything they could give him.
Photo with
Now that's a
animal.
smart strategy because he can bundle up. He can bundle up, and that's a smart strategy.
This is a classic scavenger hunt strategy, everybody. You've got to ask people for everything on the list, just in case you don't know if that lady has a robot in her pocket. There's an animal!
Yeah,
It's an
yeah,
animal! He's going
Works.
to take a picture with an animal.
Nice.
It's a tattoo. That's so creative.
Actually, can we go to the telestrator? Can you show us the strategy he's implementing here?
Yeah.
So we're going to go to the telestrator here, and Ashley's going to show us the strategy that
I'm going
Ayaz
to show
is
you
implementing
Ayaz's
here.
strategy. Ayaz, this is Ayaz right here. Ayaz went to the booth. He asked the nice ladies, hey, how's it going? Do you have any animals? And I'm going to try to draw, this is a cat.
You should put legs on those ladies because it might look like something different. Thank you.
Those are people.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so he tried to draw a cat. Let's get back to the action. And then he took a picture with a little pig tattoo. Jeff's taking a nap. Jeff's taking a nap in a car.
Now, a lot of
Jeff,
people
he's
don't know
got
that a nap is
Jeff
Jeffrell's
Bakalar in
natural
his-
habitat is him taking a
Is
nap.
napping, yes.
Default mode is nap
His
mode.
nickname was Snorlax in high school.
Well, and he used to lead the nap on the beanbag contest too.
Oh, excellent. I'm a little concerned for Jeff. He may actually fall asleep and lose. We may lose Jeff.
Someone hopefully
He
is
will
timing
take a nap
him then.
anywhere,
Actually, we're being told that
anytime.
Jeff is definitely falling asleep. That's what we're being told right now.
I feel like this is previously used CES footage of Jeff sleeping in a car.
Did you guys know that scavenger hunts are
Bridget's
illegal in
found
many
a
countries?
robot.
Yeah.
Oh, are they? They're illegal. My
Illegal.
goodness, I
Yeah,
did not
outlawed in
realize
many
that.
countries.
Bridget's got a robot. What is she? Is
She's
she
gonna
gonna
dance
do
with
the
it.
robot?
Come on,
gotta
Bridget. Come on,
dance.
boogie with
Okay,
the
here we
robot.
go.
Yes.
She's doing ballet with a robot.
Oh, plie.
Very on point.
Oh,
Very on point.
all right, Bridget.
How long do I have to dance?
I feel
with
like
the
Bridget was born
She's
to
doing
do
a
this.
hustle.
Look at this.
With a robot. Oh,
She
she's
got
doing
this.
a robot with a robot.
If they ever
She's doing the
remade Dirty
robot.
Dancing, I think we have a proof of concept here.
These guys are doing a great job. Jeff is marking stuff off. He's gotten a business card. Jeff's got that executive level business card. Here we go.
The robot's going to be
Crossing
tough.
things
Find a
off the list.
wearable.
Wait, now, do they have to could they have their own business card? Is that cheating?
Yes, you can't use your own business card.
All right.
A company executive.
None
VP
of
or
these,
higher.
none of them are VP
Now we're
level.
working seeing that we're
Well,
probably
there you go.
bad.
Well, if maybe whoever the
Go
winner
find
is,
Lindsay
that's
Turntine.
actually,
I
they
bet-
will
I
actually
bet
get a
that's a
vice
VP
president
level card.
title
Come to our booth.
at CBS Interactive. Would be.
What's Bridget doing
trying to get
here?
away from
She's
my
at
kid.
the John Deere booth.
Oh, is that one of the things?
Yeah, one of the things.
Ayaz
one of the things is swag for
I'm
a
not sure
kid.
what's
I don't know
going
if John
on
Deere's
here.
got
What
swag.
it is,
The
but-
classic technique of praying. Praying to God that he could get his product.
Prayer is a much-used scavenger hunt technique. Let's see if it pays off.
Bridget is in front of the giant sprayer. That's at the John Deere booth. She's looking.
I went to school for this.
Oh, she's asking. Maybe she's asking to get on the sprayer.
What could she be doing there?
Oh, maybe the sprayers are free swag. She's going to get it on your track.
Maybe is she looking to?
Ayaz has a business card from the VP. Here we go. That's Jeff. I think Jeff's got his card.
Okay.
Jeff's got a business card, I think, from a VP as well.
Oh, we're good.
Do we have a score? What do we know who's got what so far?
Let's bring up the big board.
The score.
It looks like Ayaz is almost done.
Wow.
He just needs to take a nap somewhere, find a robot to dance with, collect 5 corporate branded pens from 5 companies.
Ayaz has kind of come up from the back, and he's wow. Could he do this?
Bridget's got to catch up. She's still dancing. Is she still dancing with the robot? What's going on
if
here?
you've ever danced with the robot, you know you just can't stop until the batteries run out.
That's true. That is, you're not wrong.
Okay, cool.
I see
All
some
right,
picture
cool.
taking.
All right, we're waiting on a T-shirt. Boom, my kid is gonna work
They
out
only
in a
have
pen.
about 15 minutes left.
you
I
have
think, I mean, it's close between Jeff and Ayaz.
I think at this time, Bridget's just mocking the other contestants to the fact that she keeps on dancing. You
That's
know?
true.
Just, it's just,
I think so.
it's just dance mock.
She's just
by proxy.
She's just dancing. I'm not sure what's happening.
T-shirt from our customer of John.
Yeah, let's hear what's going on with Bridget.
Planning company. This is our swag. You got one down at least, and a bottle of water is coming your way. So you are solid.
Oh,
My
a swag
daughter
high
is
five.
going to
That's
absolutely
swag high
adore
five.
Silent Shade Planting Company.
Bridget's got
This
swag.
is
Bridget's got swag. And indeed, she does have swag.
Indeed, yeah. Also known as a dance in South Carolina. Oh, that's the chat.
and water. Thank you. All right. Water. Oh, and you have a pen?
2 in 1. She's got a
No
bottle
more
of water.
pens.
She's got a 2 in 1? She's got a 2 in 1?
She's got free food or drink from a booth.
To interview someone right
Oh
now.
wait,
Thank
I
you.
can see
All right,
Jeff
what was
is.
the water?
Is he in North Hall? Is he at Hyundai?
Yes, Jeff is in North Hall.
Let's go back this way.
He's going to
So
take
that-
off in the SA1. Bridget has water. She's got 5 on the board.
Yeah, we gotta update this here. Gotta update.
Ayaz has a robot. Let's listen in. I want to see Ayaz what kind of dance move. Oh, I think he asked if it could dance and it doesn't.
This is number.
He's
I don't know.
We're taking it live.
This is where it could go south for Ayaz here. Nah,
Doing the
he's
twist.
dancing with a robot. It does say
30
actually
seconds.
dance
2,
with a
3,
robot, not
4,
robot dance with you.
5,
So
6,
this will
7,
count.
8, 9,
That robot looks
10,
upset.
11.
I would be upset too if Ayaz dances like that near me.
That robot looks like it has seen some stuff, you guys.
It looks bewildered. That's the Chloe robot. That's at the LG booth, and it just looks like, it just looks like CES is over.
Now the
In the
question
background,
is,
it's
does
just
that-
like
the question is, did that count as dancing? Because it looked more like skipping and waving his arms.
That's a good point.
I'm being told it
you're
is.
not wrong.
They're ruling dancing. Yes. it is
Ayaz
dance.
still has to take a nap somewhere. He's got to put on a wearable that isn't his, and he needs to still collect 5 pens total from different booths. They have to come from different booths.
I think that's the toughest
I
one.
still need the branded pens. Is
Yeah,
the hard
writing
one.
pens. He can't just pick up like a little stylus or anything like that. I don't know if you know this about Ayaz. He has a deep phobia of bananas.
I did not know that.
Okay.
I did not know that. Is it the shape or is it the fruit itself?
It's the color, so I'm very concerned
color.
he might look in a mirror and freak out.
Yeah,
today.
I'm surprised he survived the Nikon booth.
He
Yeah.
may not survive the hunt. He
Yeah.
may not survive the hunt.
He also gets sick listening to that Coldplay song "Yellow" as well.
It's
Just
so
a
true.
reaction.
It makes him very upset.
Very upset. I get
Okay,
sick for different reasons than Coldplay though.
Bridget's looking for the card. She's explaining
have a
what's
VP
going on.
card.
She's got her swag over her
But
shoulder.
you are a VP and you have
She's
a
doing
business
good
card.
job. What do you think Jeff's looking
Oh,
for?
president.
I think
Oh.
dignity. He's looking for dignity. He feels he may have lost time on that nap and where.
That's the extra point on Jeff's scavenger card. Sure.
Well, you know what? It was a pleasure meeting you, Corey.
Me too.
Oh, you got to move on.
Yeah,
Jeff
I'm
just
live.
got
I'm
a
live.
wearable.
I gotta
He
go.
tried it on. Jeff checked off the wearable.
How did he do that in North Hall? Because it's all the
So has
cars. How did he
Ayaz.
get a
So has
wearable?
Ayaz. He has also gotten a wearable. It looked like he
we're
was
getting-
about to try on that LED top hat, and I gotta tell you,
So it's gonna come.
up on the board it says that Ayaz has a wearable, but I
Yeah.
think that should be Jeff. I think
Yeah.
we have to move that over to Jeff.
So it's really going to come down to pens and I think costume.
Yeah.
I think those are going to be the 2 hard ones. The 5 pens. That's.
Well, Ayaz already has the costume knocked out.
Yeah,
but he
I
has
mean-
to find somewhere to take a nap.
So I think you're saying Ayaz has the advantage here.
You know Harvey Dentist? You know Harvey Dentist?
Ooh, sad, you guys.
Oh,
Breaking news. Bridget did
Branded
not
pen.
get a business card. They did not have one. It is too late in the show. They gave out all their business
I
cards.
am putting on my shameful glasses now. That is.
Actually, I'll ask
that
that.
is
Sorry.
They have 11 minutes to keep
very
going.
sad.
Oh, she's still looking. She's still looking.
You know, a lot of people don't know this about Jeff, too. He likes to eat chewing gum and then use it to stick to the back of his ear for some reason.
Well, it's a good place to keep spare food,
It
Patrick.
is, yeah.
It's a really good place to keep spare
Absolutely.
food.
Absolutely.
He can also run the 40-yard dash in just 3 seconds.
Not happy about that. Okay,
The world's fastest man.
He hates charity. Okay, let's go.
He hates charity. Let's listen to Bridget negotiate.
I got some nice beat. Base there.
Is that Jeff trying to dance?
Oh, here we go. Busted a move.
I don't know if we can count that.
is
That
this
is the
considered-
saddest dancing I've ever seen. Look at him.
not
And
Look at that.
he's too far away from that
Jeff.
robot. If
He's way too far away from that,
that is
robot.
not. I don't know.
I don't know if we can count that.
Are we counting that?
Are we counting that?
More effort
Oh,
needed.
they're deliberating.
More effort
Give a
needed,
second.
right?
Are they going to allow it?
We're going
Let
to
the
booth.
judges deliberate.
Oh, there's some. Wow, someone's getting slapped in that booth.
That was the most half-hearted dancing with a robot. When you
Oh,
find a
man.
robot on the show floor at CES, you get happy.
I do not like this call, but they're going to include that as a dance with
They're
the
going
robot.
to allow it. They're going to allow
Shame
it.
on the booth judge.
Crazy
Shame
thing on this
you.
list. This isn't Comic-Con. Nobody's got a costume, right? They're gonna find a costume.
Ayaz is sleeping. Ayaz has taken a nap. He's
And-
almost done, guys. He's only got to collect
Oh,
5
Bridget's taking a
pens.
nap
It's
too.
gonna
They're
come
going
down
for
to
the same
pens.
time.
Bridget's also napping. She's found a massage chair. She is
So
in
relaxing.
the lap of luxury.
Does she get
Thank
some
you.
extra
Tuck
points
me
for
in.
doing
Thank
the
you.
snoring noises? I think so.
Yeah, can you do like a bonus?
All
like
right,
snores?
nap over, everybody. Get up. You got to keep moving. Ayaz just needs 5 pens to solve it. Can Ayaz? Can he maintain the lead and keep it going and win this competition?
No, they wouldn't have pens. You're not Jess.
That is actually surprisingly one of the hardest things to find on the show floor because no one writes anything down.
It looks like Baclar is getting swag for his kid. I think Baclar has received some.
Unfortunately, it's a charity thing. It's live. It's a race, but we'll try and come back. Take care. Thank you.
I don't know if he's communicating it right. It sounds a little like he.
I'm going to use that excuse at every booth at CES. From now on, I'm just going to grab their swag and go, I'm sorry, it's a race. I got to go.
Actually, to find people business
A
cards.
lot of people don't know this about Bridget, that her smaller sister, Sarah, is actually a dill
I'll
pickle.
be sure to email you my
Her
thanks as
sister
well.
is a dill pickle.
Have a great show.
Bridget, so polite. I'm loving this.
She's so polite, but she is not moving fast
Vice
enough.
President of Marketing.
Very
at
different strategies.
There it is. Bridget got a
Jeff is
business
this
card.
in your face.
That was a VP. Well done.
Bridget needs to move faster.
So who would have thought it would come down to 5 pens?
I mean, 5 pens is going to be it. Can I just say, people are really
All right,
stingy
we're
about
okay.
pens.
We're okay.
Really stingy about pens. Jeff's got some pens. Look
Three.
at him.
They
He's
think we
put
can never
some-
see that pen. We haven't seen that pen.
Yeah, I
believe
want
the
to see
most-
all 5 on camera because I think it's going to come down to pens and I think you're right. Pens and costumes.
It's
It's
just
the
like
most,
life. It comes down to pens and costumes.
It's so true. Most low-tech thing is going to be that unraveling, I think.
Just going to ask
Did you
real
get
quick,
bonus
do we ask you
points
guys
for
already?
cookie
Now, okay, here's what's going on, Bias. I got
We're on
pens.
Scavenger Hunt, of course. You know, I'm Aya's actor with CBS. Does anybody have a branded pen?
He dropped the
Either
CBS.
Jasco,
He dropped
anything
the
with, like-
CBS, not CNET, CBS.
And I'm sorry, we're Viacom CBS now.
Yeah,
so
we're
he
Viacom
even got
CBS.
that wrong. He even got that wrong.
Bridget's
From
got a
water
brownie.
to
She's got
brownie.
food. Bridget
Actually,
has
at
food.
this
so
point,
much.
can I
Do
ask
you
you a
have a
very serious
pen?
question?
Let's listen to this. She's asking for a pen. Is she going to get one?
It's a wearable account.
I think headphones count as a wearable. Jeff wore a wearable. Oh, Jeff.
We would not put that under wearable
We're
on our
getting
website.
really close.
I don't know. We would
What-
count that
what were you
at.
gonna ask me?
Well, I was to say I don't know if we count headphones as a wearable because that would actually go under the headphone categories on CNET. Wearables are like fitness trackers.
I think
and
we're giving it to
rings.
him.
Well,
'Cause he
I'm
wore
disappointed
it.
in that. But let's ask. What happens when the competitors run into a ghost? What do you think is going to happen?
Tell people all
If
we
they
want's
run
a
it-
pen, and they're like, "Oh, I don't know what you mean. A pen. Thank you. We need one more. Beautiful. Thank you so much. Okay, we need one Xperi. Wow, it's like they just make up brand names. It's not even a thing. Come on.
It's like they make up the brand names.
Little stand-up comedy.
Jeff's getting a
during
little
the Scavenger.
cantankerous there. He's getting
Yeah.
upset about the pen.
Well, I would be too.
It's very serious. I mean, they're all working so hard.
And I have to find a wearable.
Okay.
Put on the wearable, Bridget.
I know somebody who does have pens. Have you checked them out? They have pens with spacemen on.
Royal does?
Yeah.
Thank you. This is what we got to do. We got to keep
He's asking people
Thank you.
where he can find pens. Bridget's got a wearable. Bridget's got
That
a
is a
wearable.
wearable.
Check it
That
out.
is a wearable.
This is
That
really
would be a
coming
wearable.
down to the wire.
We're gonna go back on the headphone call because if that's the deciding factor, I'm not gonna like that. I think that's cheap. Someone applauded.
I like that Bridget found AR glasses. I mean, that's
Which
pretty
is a-
impressive.
that's a really good
Look at, they're
wearable.
opening up the cabinet.
She
Are
got
they
a
going to
pen.
get some pens out?
So it's stuck?
I think they're unlocking a cabinet.
Is there one?
You got to
Okay,
lock
we gotta
down
keep
your
going.
pens
Thanks.
at CES. You can't let them free.
ADT.
They will take off
they
and
might have
never
some?
see them again.
No, that was
Now he's talking about other news networks.
ADT might have pens. Okay, thank you. If you find a pen, just throw it at me.
Sir?
We do not recommend throwing pens at other people. People listening to this, that is dangerous.
What is Jeff? Jeff is talking to a
Would you have any
mannequin.
branded pens for this for iHome or anywhere?
Is that a man in a
PVC
costume?
That's
does
a
that
costume.
count?
No,
What
it's
is it?
not.
Not
It's
a
a-
costume?
No,
No,
it's-
it has to be a living person in a
That's
costume.
a mannequin in a costume.
One
Do
more
you
pen.
go talk to
Mannequins
I
does count.
I am not happy with these judges today.
I won't accept it.
They're making this way too easy.
Yeah.
I don't accept it. I don't accept it.
Hey, and we're sure they can't hear us, right?
Overruled. Must
That's
be a
really
person,
important.
a living, not a dead person. It has to be a living person in a costume. We're being very clear here.
How many dead people have you seen? Oh, they got really dark. All right, let's keep on the pen topic.
We got 5 minutes left and 5 pens apparently. Look
Honestly-
at everybody's got to find 5 pens.
I think Ayaz is doing the best because
Mark
he
Mark
is in
Lycia
Central,
seems to
right?
be on the phone. Is this illegal interference? Mark Lycia on the phone helping Jeff Bakalar? This seems like collusion. I
No,
don't
it
know
does,
about
there's no
this.
rules against that.
Oh, they're teams. Okay.
Oh, they can blow it out their butt. That's ridiculous.
I am
Are
sorry.
you kidding me?
I am sorry you had to hear that, ladies and gentlemen.
He's
That
very
is
mad about that
inappropriate
mannequin, you guys. He's
commentary on
really
the
mad
Scavenger
about
hunt.
that mannequin.
Pens.
Jeff's got 5 pens.
5 pens.
5. He's got 5
Read
pens.
it and
Too
weep.
bad he doesn't have a wearable.
We got a costume. Come on. Time is money.
They think they found a costume. They've got 5 pens. He's heading for a costume. Here we go. Wow, Ayaz is making someone write the company logo on a pen.
That works. That works.
Thank you.
Is that
Is there
permissible?
any way I can?
That works. It just
I don't
says
know
it
about
says
that.
the name of the
Corporate
company
branded
on the
pen.
pen.
Hey, can we just take a
Bridget
photo?
thinks, oh, this isn't going to work, Bridget. No. Oh, she's in a costume. That's sort of a
Oh
costume.
yeah, that's
Take
a real
picture with
person.
her.
A costume.
Creative designer.
That's a food
Scavenger
costume.
hunt. We did. Thank you so much. That's
Oh,
it.
was
That's
that a
costume.
costume?
It's a costume.
It's a fabulous jacket
They
one way or
create
the other, so I would allow that.
designs for shopping malls interiors, but who would wear this?
We got a costume.
This is
All right.
sold. We haven't really sold it. We're
All
not,
right.
it's
Well,
not
thank you. I'm gonna give a high five. I'm on a scavenger hunt.
Again,
It
she
counts.
gives
Thank
that
you.
high five.
It counts. That's
Other
a
competitors
costume.
are not
Get
taking the
out
time
there,
to
Bridget.
thank their-
Bridget's got a
thank
costume.
the
We
people
got
that
5 pens for Ayaz and Bridget, and Jeff's got to find somebody in a costume. It's the last thing. He can't. I think that was just somebody in like a company jacket. That doesn't count as a costume.
It was fabulous though, so I mean I would accept that if I
It
was
was a very
rolling
lovely
it.
shade of blue.
Thank you for the, oh, what
He
happened
might
to
have a
it?
costume. He's looking around. He's looking
Stress me
around. I
out,
think he's looking
man.
for like a race car driver.
Let's
That
over
does
here.
not count. That is a booth shirt that somebody
Fame
printed.
and fortune in the form of a digital
That is not a
exposure.
costume. That is not a costume. No. Nope, not a
No,
costume.
that is not a
That
costume.
is branded.
Get him out
The
of here
audience
now.
says no too,
The audience,
Bonnie.
is it? Audience, what do you think? Is that a
Boo.
costume?
What about
Boo,
wearable? Are
everybody
headphones
says
wearables,
boo.
guys?
Headphones? No. I'm with
Oh,
you,
no.
Patrick.
Yeah, right, yeah. This is our charity.
Does
it's
this
a
count
charity
as a
scavenger
costume?
hunt. We-
Or is that, I think
That's
it,
corporate attire.
It's for the kids.
it is.
It's for the
In
kids.
CES context.
It's for the kids.
No.
Let's let the audience decide. Is that a costume?
They're saying no.
No, they say no. They say
no.
that's not a costume. Bridget found a lady in like a costume.
Like you're supposed to?
Yeah, like you're supposed to. Like a real costume. Come on, Jeff. You can't just find a booth girl or some guy in a
I'm live
corporate
on CNET
jacket.
right now.
A company T-shirt is not a costume, my friends. It's just not.
And did you know that George Clooney got his start with scavenger hunts?
Did he really? And that's how he was discovered and hired on ER.
Yep.
It's
Well, he
amazing.
was on Golden Girls before that.
He was on Golden Girls. That's
and
so
another
true.
show called ER before ER. So.
It's so amazing. We have 2 minutes left. You guys have 2 minutes.
They're screaming. This is awesome.
This could be a tie, a three-way tie. Somebody has
pen?
got to find 5 pens. Come on,
Is
Brittany.
that a
Come on,
corporate
Ayaz.
branded
Look,
pen?
Jeff's I've never seen Jeff Bakalar move that fast, ladies and gentlemen. I have never seen him move that
We
quickly.
asked them, we said, are you wearing costumes? They go, yup.
Well, he did run more fast that one time someone was trying to take
Ayaz
his
has
speed.
got pens. Ayaz got pens. 1,
That one I
2,
can
3,
take.
4.
Yeah.
5.
I win.
That's it. Ayaz
Let's see,
wins.
did I do
Ayaz is
everything?
the winner. Ayaz Akhtar has won.
I did the costume.
I believe Ayaz has won. Oh, Ayaz has won with 1 minute remaining. He got 5
by the way,
corporate
normally
pens.
we play We Are the Champions. We're not allowed to because of royalties. So you can just think
We
about that in your
cannot
head right
afford
now.
Imagine that going on.
Playing, just feel that.
Yeah, just feel it in your heart.
Your
I
heart
won't even.
doesn't
I
have
can't
to
even
feel
hum
it.
it. I can't even. I'll get a letter in the mail from a lawyer, an angry lawyer.
Oh,
It's
well,
not
okay.
good. Ayaz, are we going to
Here, you
interview?
can have
I'm
this
going to
one.
ask him how he's doing. Can we go to Ayaz and tell him congratulations? He's good. He's done. Jeff's angry.
We did it?
No.
We got the pen. And thanks to that lady, the lady who gave us a photo with her pig tattoo. Wow. Okay.
Count me in.
It sounds like Ayaz is saying his success is because of that woman's tattoo. That is
Ayaz did it.
Ayaz, go. Now.
Look, Jeff Bakalar is really pitching a tantrum.
Ayaz won the crowd is cheering.
Yes.
There you go.
Yes,
He's our
victory
winner,
lap.
everybody.
I did it.
Good
Am I
job,
on?
Ayaz. Great job.
All right, guys, I got the pens. I took a nap. The swag, maybe not the coolest thing for my kid, but he likes pins, and I have a pin for him. Thanks to the lady who had a pig tattoo, that counted. Is it real or not? That's not a real animal, but it's something. So that counts. And that lady, thanks to that model lady who's dressed like I don't know what, like she was going to the ball or a queen's.
We love you. We saw it. We saw it,
just like to
Ayaz.
call
We
her an
saw it.
employee,
We all
but-
watched. Yeah, we all watched. That was amazing. That was really fun. I think we should do it next year. We'll do it
Agreed.
next year.
That was one for the books right there.
I will agree as well. That's unanimous. We'll do it next year.
One for the history books. Ayaz is now the world champion, CES Scavenger Hunt champion. Well done, Ayaz. All right, CES 2020 is winding down, but we still have a little bit more to show you. When we come back, we will crack open a super thin Samsung TV to see how much tech is packed inside that thing. So stick around.
I thought you were going to say a beer.
I absolutely love shooting video and pictures on my iPhone, and I'm always looking for ways to enhance that. Enter a company like ShiftCam. So ShiftCam is a case that also comes with camera lenses. So this is a really neat little add-on to your phone that lets you have different lenses for different situations. So yes, the iPhone 11 Pro has 3 lenses on it already, and you're probably asking, what could you possibly do with something like this that you can't already do on your phone? Well, let's take a look. So the first thing they have here is they have these telephoto lens. They've got a fisheye lens that's 180 degrees, the 4x telephoto lens for that zoom if you want to get in there. And then you can always shift over to something a little bit tighter. So macro, if you want 10 times or even 20 times macro, you can just click that in right there. and take your shot. And then, of course, we're here at CES, which means we shoot a lot of screens. And if you're not familiar with camera technology, one of the best things you can have in your kit is a polarizing lens or a filter. And that, my friends, is what this is right here. And with just a small adjustment on this ring, you're able to shoot a screen without having it flicker or have it go dark on you, which is really helpful, especially for us here in Las Vegas. So ShiftCam is actually already available. You can get this case right here for about 80 bucks. And they're also going to be working on this guy right here, which is, in fact, not just a grip, it's a battery grip. It's gonna have a battery on the inside of this, so when you slide your phone in, it'll start charging. And the finished prototype will have a shutter button right here, so you can use it exactly like a camera. If you're not interested in having telephoto or more specialized lenses like those macro lenses, well, ShiftCam also has you covered with all of these other lenses that they have available, just like this one that goes right into this slot, just like you would put this little guy right here. So it's really easy to add all kinds of specialized lenses, and they've got about 14 of them available, and they range anywhere in price from about 80 to 120 bucks. Not too bad if you consider the price of actual lenses for your mirrorless or DSLR camera. Pretty cool. We'll be bringing you all kinds of great technology from the show floor here at CES 2020. Stay tuned on CNET.com.
So I'm at the LG booth at CES. I'm taking a look at a washer that can tell what clothes you're washing. We're also going to look at an instant view fridge that makes cool spherical ice and an InstaView oven. Starting with the washer. If you're like me and you're not super precise when you're washing clothes, you just tend to throw stuff in there, this washer can actually help out, which is amazing. Throw whatever you want in the washer. It will detect both the weight and the fabric of your clothes, and it will optimize the cycle for you. That's really neat. And it could come in really handy for someone like me who isn't super careful when I'm washing the clothes, and it might make my clothes that much cleaner. So the AI will both detect and optimize the cycle, and I can put a bunch of detergent in here and it will measure out and distribute just the right amount for your specific cycle. Then when the washer's done, it communicates all that info to the dryer, so the dryer knows what's coming and can optimize the cycle there too, and boom, all of a sudden I'm a laundry expert and my clothes will come out spotless. That's the idea, at least. This is also a twin wash, so it has this bottom drawer that you can pull out and wash an extra load, getting laundry done twice as fast, which that's something that sounds really appealing. LG hasn't actually announced the price on any of this yet. It's brand new to CES this year, and it could be really cool if you don't like sticking around and sorting out all your clothes beforehand, but just want to throw everything in and still have it come out spotless anyway. We're gonna look at kitchen stuff now, specifically the LG InstaView fridge. If that sounds familiar, it's because LG has announced the InstaView fridge like a number of different times. But the cool twist this time is it makes spherical ice. So if you like craft cocktails, these spherical ice cubes are balls that are clear that go into your cocktail. They melt slower. I have a couple of cocktail snobs back at the office who are super excited about this thing, and if you like your cocktails a very specific way, this fridge is going to be up your alley. And then again, it has this InstaView thing where the door lights up, you see what's inside. It's cool. We've just seen it before. Spherical ice. And they're bringing the InstaView feature to the oven as well. Which didn't work that time, but in theory, if I knock on the door, boom, it lights up, and we have an InstaView oven as well, which allows you to check on what's inside the oven while it's cooking, so you don't have to open the door or let out all the heat. So LG is spreading out the InstaView stuff for its smart appliances. It's a cool trick. We've just seen it before, but we haven't seen the oven before, and the spherical ice was announced a couple of months ago. Still cool, still exciting, and a really nice feature if you like cocktails at home. So between the washer that knows what clothes you're washing, and the fridge with spherical ice, and the oven with InstaView, LG's got a lot of cool new features on display here at CES, and a lot of these feel actually smart and actually useful to make the smart kitchen practically smart, which is really important. So we're looking forward to testing them all out, and we don't know the prices on any of them. I'm assuming it'll be a little bit more than your typical fridge, and I'm hoping that these features will make them worth the extra buck. If you like the video, please like and subscribe, and thank you very much for watching.
Oh man. This is amazing. For 13 years, I've been coming to CES. We always torture test stuff out here. I never get that call to do that. And now, now Vegas has a hockey team, so now I get the call. Now I get to torture test something. Finally, it's my turn to do something poorly, but maybe well. Let's go. I picked the right job. I did. So what we're doing is not very scientific. We're gonna shoot frozen rubber at gadgets, and they're probably gonna break. So it's not really an indication of how rugged something is, but more just us finding a fun way to break stuff. I'm here with Shane Knighty. He's the color analyst for the Vegas Golden Knights. Professional career that spanned well more than a decade, Stanley Cup winner.
This is gonna be fun.
It's gonna be a lot of fun. We're gonna shoot some frozen rubber at a couple of gadgets.
I don't like the gadgets. I don't like their chances.
No.
But that said, it's you and I. I haven't shot in a long time. I've been on the ice for a while.
Not
Not quite what I used to be able to do. I'm expecting you to have that pinpoint accuracy.
Wow, you're a former NHLer. I play in a beer league. What we have here is a basically 6-foot wide piece of plexiglass with some Velcro, and we're about to attach all these to the Velcro. It's sort of sadistic in a way. This is a Hero Black 8 by GoPro. That's the Sony Action Cam. Then we have a Osmo Action Cam. Here is an iPhone with a rugged case, which is just sort of like a death sentence.
A rugged case.
Yeah. Here we go. This is a LaCie drive. We'll see how you go, bud. Okay. This is the Cat thermal phone. It's got a thermal camera on it. Check it out. Whoa, look how frosty and warm Jeff is at the same time.
3, 2, 1, go.
All right, hey, that was a good test. Didn't fall down. So that didn't work so well. All the gadgets fell off, and that Velcro's a little too weak for the strength of a Shane Knighty wrist shot. So what we're gonna do is, Hockey MacGyver over here is gonna hang these from the crossbar, which is brilliant. We should have thought of that earlier. Round 2 or 3, whatever this is, now we have to shoot a little higher. That could be good or bad, let's see. There. Ooh! Did I hit the tape? Little. Oh! That one, there we go. There we go. That one I got. And they're all down. All right, right now Shane and I are going to play a little bit of crossbar. Just try and hit these gadgets off the crossbar. Because why not?
Why not?
Why not? We got them here. Let's do it. All right, this is what? GoPro? I'm sorry. All right, this is the Osmo. Oh. This is the Sony Action Cam.
Oh, that was close. That screen keeps popping out. There we go.
Ding dong.
Whoa! That did not hit the crossbar. That was pretty good. You got some loft. Oh! Woo!
I'm telling you, that thing is fine.
Okay, the iPhone, I feel bad for it.
Ooh.
Oh! Is this still alive?
It's alive, man.
That is impressive.
It was on when I shot it. Ooh, that looked okay.
This is the heaviest product.
This thing is a brick. We've got the Cat thermal phone. It's real heavy, so it means it's gonna hit hard too. Let's see. Crossbar.
1-0. You can tie it up.
Oh. Yeah, it's tough to shoot.
That's tough to shoot. Oh, good shot.
Ooh, did that hit the thing? All right, we're gonna take these back to the stage and see if any of them can turn on. My money's on that Lacey drive.
I think the drive has a real good chance. These went through a test that normally you wouldn't see.
Yeah, I feel like they don't do this in the factory.
No, the players, I've played hockey a long time. I've never had gadgets out to shoot with.
Yeah, so this again is crazy what we just did, but let's take it back to the stage and see how it turns out.
So I'm at the LG booth at CES. I'm taking a look at a washer that can tell what clothes you're washing. We're also going to look at an instant view fridge that makes cool spherical ice and an InstaView oven. Starting with the washer. If you're like me and you're not super precise when you're washing clothes, you just tend to throw stuff in there, this washer can actually help out, which is amazing. Throw whatever you want in the washer. It will detect both the weight and the fabric of your clothes, and it will optimize the cycle for you. That's really neat. And again, it could come in really handy for someone like me who isn't super careful when I'm washing the clothes, and it might make my clothes that much cleaner. So the AI will both detect and optimize the cycle, and I can put a bunch of detergent in here and it will measure out and distribute just the right amount for your specific cycle. Then when the washer's done, it communicates all that info to the dryer, so the dryer knows what's coming and can optimize the cycle there too, and boom, all of a sudden I'm a laundry expert and my clothes will come out spotless. That's the idea, at least. This is also a twin wash, so it has this bottom drawer that you can pull out and wash an extra load, getting laundry done twice as fast, which that's something that sounds really appealing. LG hasn't actually announced the price on any of this yet. It's brand new to CES this year, and it could be really cool if you don't like sticking around and sorting out all your clothes beforehand, but just want to throw everything in and still have it come out spotless anyway. We're gonna look at kitchen stuff now, specifically the LG InstaView fridge. If that sounds familiar, it's because LG has announced the InstaView fridge like a number of different times. But the cool twist this time is it makes spherical ice. So if you like craft cocktails, these spherical ice cubes are balls that are clear that go into your cocktail. They melt slower. I have a couple of cocktail snobs back at the office who are super excited about this thing, and if you like your cocktails a very specific way, this fridge is going to be up your alley. And then again, it has this InstaView thing where the door lights up, you see what's inside. It's cool. We've just seen it before. Spherical ice. And they're bringing the InstaView feature to the oven as well. Which didn't work that time, but in theory, if I knock on the door, boom, it lights up, and we have an InstaView oven as well, which allows you to check on what's inside the oven while it's cooking, so you don't have to open the door or let out all the heat. So LG is spreading out the InstaView stuff for its smart appliances. It's a cool trick. We've just seen it before, but we haven't seen the oven before, and the spherical ice was announced.
We're back live from CES 2020, coming to you from the Sands Expo, otherwise known as Tech West. I'm Jason Heiner, and next to me is Bill Detweiler, who is about to crack open a Samsung TV. And also here for color commentary, we've dragged in CNET's TV legend, guru, analyst.
Please, Jason.
David Katzmeyer. David, thanks for being with us.
Yeah, so we've never done a television at CES. We've done all kinds of things, right? We've done the Apple Pencil. We've done a BB-8 from Sphero. We've done all kinds of things, but we've never done anything this big.
Yeah.
And so we figured that would be a lot of fun to take it apart and to see the tech inside of a TV, since not many people want to crack open the brand new TV they just bought. Now, a little bit of forewarning. We're doing this a little live. I have tried to pre-cook a little of this by loosening the back panel, but what you're going to see is we haven't seen before. So we're going to rely on Katz here to help us dissect a lot of the technology that's inside this.
And we did crack open. So Bill's been doing cracking open. While you do that, I'll add a little bit of commentary. You did crack open a Samsung TV about 8 years ago.
We did.
Because you've been cracking things open on Tech Republic since 2006, starting back with, I remember the Xbox 360 and the first iPad, one of the first iPod minis.
There we go.
And so when you cracked this open back in 2012 or so, when you cracked open a Samsung TV, it was one little small board, motherboard in here. And what we see here is a lot more than that.
Yeah, there's a lot more tech in these TVs than there were in the past. In this TV, on the overhead camera, I hope they're able to show, we've got the power board over here, so the power cord comes in here, and you've got all the circuitry required to that. And then you have all the signal processors. We're going to lift this up a little bit and show everybody out in the audience, too. So this is upside down. The speakers are here. The power board is over here. I'm not going to touch any of that stuff really sort of purposefully. It has never been powered on, so it's not going to shock us. But you won't always want to be careful with power circuitry. And then the main circuit board for all the signal processing, the smart technology, if it's got embedded streaming services, those are all going to come out of the chips on that. So we're going to try and remove that, remove this, and actually maybe even get to some of the LEDs that help light this thing up.
Yeah, this is a QLED TV. It's got edge lit local dimming around the back. It might actually have a full array. We'll see what's going on back here. But the QLED is interesting too, because this is a QLED TV. It's actually a pretty high-end 43-inch TV. We looked it up. It's about $600. So this TV uses Samsung's quantum dot technology. So on the LCD module itself, which I think Bill's going to probably drill all the way down to see, that's the thing that produces the picture, there's going to be a quantum dot film on there. I don't know, we're not going to be able to see it. They're really tiny, but it's something else that's pretty cool about the inside of this TV. Right here, look at this. We got our speakers. These are downward firing speakers. Straight down the bottom here, you can tell you got a little driver here.
Yeah.
That, again, these things are not on the side. They're straight down, and they take advantage of the way the cabinet kind of curves down here.
Very good. So, Katz, you mentioned this is about a $600 43-inch TV, which is pretty expensive. I think we got this before we came to CES on a holiday special, under $500. But most of the time, they're not that inexpensive. This is a good example of, because you do advice on buying TVs every day, this is not a product you would necessarily recommend people to buy.
A lot of times with the smaller screen size, and again, today 43 is pretty small TV. They're not going to have as good of an image quality as the larger ones starting around 55-inch and up. That's where the manufacturers put their very best technology into it. Samsung's Q60 line here doesn't have the full array local dimming, backlight control that its better TVs like the Q70 that I like this year have. So at the end of the day, this TV is relatively expensive for the screen size. I'd recommend a step-down model like the TCL. It's about half the price. Again, the picture quality is not going to be that much worse. Again, unless you really want to spend that extra money at this screen size, it's probably not the best value.
And tell the audience what the local dimming and those high-end features, what do they do for you on like this 43 versus like a 55?
Right, so on those other TVs, you can change the backlight or across the screen. You increase your contrast depending on what the screen content is. So that full array local dimming is actually the best picture quality improvement available on these TVs today. This one does not have that, but the backlight, again, we'll see what kind of controls there are in here if we can see any. This has a standard backlight that doesn't have that sort of, customized look depending on what's on the screen.
Okay, so Bill, tell us where you're at here.
Yeah, so we've got the back off, obviously, and now I'm trying to take this plate, this probably EMI shielding, off of the main circuit board. Now the problem is these things really aren't made to be taken apart, disassembled by your average consumer.
Can I use the
We
heat
might
gun?
be ready for the
Can I use
heat
the heat
gun
gun?
just in a minute. I'm not sure, but we might be there.
All right,
I'll
put
let
it
you
down
know.
for now. All right.
Well, we might do that when we heat the film too. So what I'm going to try to do though, so this has plastic tabs in it, just pop tabs, and there isn't really a way for me to get these off without actually probably cutting the tabs or breaking them, which is fine. I'm going to do that. But it's going to take me just a second to pop these off here so we can see the chips underneath, because that's what I really want to do.
Yeah.
Let you and Katz take a look at that while we keep taking this apart. Look for the LEDs, look for those panels.
It's a good point, because when you take these things apart, Bill, you're usually taking them apart to put them so that you can put them back together. Yeah. I'd say over the years, 99% of the things you've taken apart, you've put back together in working order, because part of the reason you do it on Tech Republic is to help people who are interested in technology to learn about the technology and also to be able to repair the technology, not just to better understand it. We do it so that the audience can better understand it and so that they can, if they have to repair something in their own device, they can do it themselves. So, one of the things, you've talked about over the years, as we've done it on the CNET stage and as you've written stories about this, is one of the things you need is a lot of patience in these things. So,
yeah, so you can see this is being really kind of annoying.
Yeah.
It's a little plastic piece that I'm trying to push back through there. I'll probably just in the essence of time, cut it and break it, but that's fine. It won't hurt. It wouldn't hurt the TV.
It's a rare thing that you're going to do here, but for the purposes of learning about this, we want to see what's under there. We want to see what chips are in there.
We do.
We should expect to see probably a Samsung processor under there, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
And a lot of these things, they're all in the same integrated circuit these days. The most efficient way to make it. I'm really curious to see how many chips you're going to see under here, but I'm guessing it's one or two maybe. There's a lot of HDMI ports you can see. Maybe Bill's got it under his hand there, but there's 4 HDMI on this thing, and all the signals for the video come in straight to that board, and then they get the processing going on. And of course, there's a lot of processing in these TVs. There's a lot of smart TV functionality for streaming and things like that, but there's also a lot of picture processing going on. So here we're going to see what we got
here. So there we go. I'm going to set this here so we can kind of see with the overhead camera. So you can see the main processor here. You can see a variety of other chips. It's really hard to see what they are, but more than likely you'd have you'll have the DSP, or the digital signal processor. You'll have a wireless chip in there as well. I don't know if we can see them really close. Let me see if I can take this off. There's some thermal paste on here, so this little goop helps keep the processor cool. It helps transfer the heat from that out toward the EMI shield.
So it was using this thing with that paste. It was attached to this, and it was using this thing to help dissipate some of the heat off of that
Your eyes might be better than mine. I can't read what that is. That's why we usually use little magnifying glasses and microscopes to see what they are.
And we should probably assume that's a Samsung branded semiconductor.
One of the few companies that basically does their whole vertical integration, from soup to nuts, including the panel, obviously made by Samsung Display. Actually, they do outsource a lot of the panel stuff. Let's see what's. Yeah, it's really hard to see here. I don't think it's clearly labeled at all. There's a SanDisk I see. That's got to be memory.
A little bit of storage or memory on there.
No, I can't see how many gigs it says, but.
And interesting enough, Bill, you did get this off to the point that you could probably put this back on.
Oh, yeah, I can put it back on, no
job.
problems. Now I'm going to take off the speakers. They just sort of pop off.
Great.
It's interesting with the speakers. They have these little rubber mounts that help dampen vibration. Last thing you want is a fuzzy screen. There's also a lot of these little thin, flexible cables that are on the TV that we're going to try and remove.
Yeah, one of the interesting things about speakers in TVs is they notoriously sound like crap. So one of the issues with TV speakers is that everybody wants a TV with nothing around the edge. They don't want anything facing forward. They don't want any forward-firing big speakers on the side. Sony tried that a couple years ago. You know, people complained about it. So this is a downward-firing speaker, which means it's not ideal for the sound to come at you in the room. These things are pointing straight down, and so, you know, most of the sound is going to be bounced off the floor, off the walls, whatever you got there, your cabinet, and it's not going to have that ideal direct radiation right into the audience. Now, there are some TVs that do have more forward-firing speakers. Sony's been talking about that this year at CES. They actually showed me their modules that are 2 or 3 times as large as these.
Interesting.
And I heard the demo of that in the room, and I was actually playing with these larger, modules, and it sounds a lot better. You know, between the large size, which obviously increases your bass, and the forward-firing nature of the speakers, you got a really good sound. Most of these TVs, a TV at this price point, put a sound bar on it, forget about it. Especially if you spend $600, spend another $100 on a good sound bar. It's totally worth it.
Yeah.
But with another, higher-end TV, sometimes they have better sound.
And so there is, we've also removed the
I can hold
power
that up.
board too. So be careful with that one. I don't want you to shock yourself.
Hold that up there.
And there's a little bit of insulation because, again, this is the power board, so the contacts don't need to touch the metal on the actual display. And if you look at the TV, so that's kind of it. That's the tech inside the TV. There's the main circuit board, the power board, and then the rest of it is just the display, right?
Yeah.
So it's just the screen. So they're also a lot lighter than they used to be. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to flip this around. So what we're going to try and do is remove the front bezel and see if I can't find the LEDs that are actually on this TV.
Oh, yeah.
Cool.
See what we can do
Actually,
here.
Cass, could you hand me that one? I'll hold up both
Which
of
one
the,
do you want? You want
other
the
board
panel?
there.
Okay, here you go.
So again, when we cracked one of these open, a Samsung TV about 8 years ago, there was one board, and it was
See how it's
about
put together.
the size of a quarter of this. So I'll hold up both of these so you all can see that. So there's
You just want to
there's
use
a
the
lot more
heat gun.
technology than there used to be.
All right, let me see here. There's a metal strip at the bottom of this. It pops loose, it looks like.
This looks like a controller. We see some more circuitry here. This is probably what controls the backlight, controls the LEDs. It might be controlled to the speakers, although no, those came off of the main thing, so that's my guess. And of course, the LCD itself needs control. All those 4K pixels need to be controlled individually to create the picture.
Well, that came loose. Well, unfortunately, we have our first bit of damage, but that's okay. This is for entertainment. This is for science. One of the little cable connectors came loose. That's not something that I could fix, but this bar. So if you were doing it on your TV, it's probably sending it back to the manufacturer, buying a new TV, honestly, because this is for the controller for the LCD panels that are on here.
So this kind of activity probably not covered by warranty?
Not covered by warranty.
Maybe we're violating
I've tried it a few times, but
I'm not
no,
a warranty
I
expert,
don't. I don't actually encourage people to do this unless you know it's already broken.
Right.
If
Okay,
you
there
know
you go.
something's already broken, if you feel confident, then go for it, right? So you can see these are the little controllers for each of the panels in here, or each side of the panel. We're dropping things all over the pit place. And then what we're going to see is if I can get this bezel off the front, and we can kind of see the... let me see here. Then I think we could see the LEDs under here.
All right, we're so captivated trying to see what's going to be under here. You know, like Kat said, it's going to be interesting to take a look at these LEDs that do this, because this is one of the things we don't normally, get a sense of. So it's very interesting. As we said, these TVs have a lot more technology in them than they ever have before. They are a lot smarter. Remember that these things are not only powering all the backlights, there's all those chips down there, but because they're smart TVs, they need storage, they need software. There is a whole software stack that runs in these things now. So you've got, on this TV, Samsung has its own proprietary software that it's running. This is a TV that can run as I recall, this can run is one of the few TVs that can run the Apple TV app.
Yeah, they were first to launch with Apple TV app last year at CES 2019, and Samsung got that. And then, of course, throughout the remainder of 2019, other manufacturers came on and added the Apple TV app. So that was a big announcement for them last year. But Samsung has their own proprietary smart TV system, Tizen. They built it up, themselves. They're proud of it. There's a lot going on with that system, but there's also a lot going on to control the TV itself,
Yeah.
They have, again, the backlight control, the color control, the OSD of the TV itself. Oh, we're going to get to the module here. Let's see.
We're going to tilt this up a little
Yeah,
bit.
this is cool.
If we
You
just
wanna pop this off?
Pop that off
It's a little
like
cracked
that.
right here, Bill.
That's fine.
All right.
I think this, like I said, this is for science.
All right, yeah, we're just going to
The
rip it
bezel's
off.
going completely
Yep.
down on this
All right,
one.
Yep.
There it goes.
Oof. Wow. All right.
Hey, we didn't set anything on fire this year. That's good.
Not yet.
Not yet.
That's right.
The day's young.
All right, so we took the bezel off from around the
pull the rest of
display,
this.
and we can actually, I think, Cats, if you want to lift that up, I don't want you to
And
be real careful. We're going to set it back down again.
Pull that off.
Get this out of here.
So Samsung, in a different, we're talking about software. Of course, there's a lot of other software on this
And
that's
then I
stored in
think-
this. YouTube,
Be careful with the glass.
Hulu, and a lot of other pieces of software powered by this as well.
Let's see what we got here. So this looks like
that's the LED
this
panel.
is so this is the LED backplane. I don't know if you can see it here, but you can actually. I'm pretty sure those are individual LEDs along the edge here. They're on the side, right?
If you tilt it like, let me see here. I don't know if we can get it through, but if you tilt it just right.
I've been reviewing TVs for 20 years, and I've never done any of this. I've never gone inside one of these things. I honestly don't know how these LEDs are embedded or what exactly is going on here. I actually expected more like little light bulbs kind of thing, not kind of sunk into this substrate like we have here.
Here.
So
Pop this off.
Is it white because it's bouncing the light off of that, and then it's pushing it up?
What you want to do with any of these TVs is maintain efficiency, and that means capturing as much light as possible, projecting it out through the LCD module, which is buried under here at this
Which
point.
we're going to
We'll get
show
to
you that in a minute. So you can see the LED strip.
Yep. Oh,
down
that's
there
what
at
it
the
is. Okay, so this is not, the LEDs are actually here on the bottom and the top.
Yeah.
Are they
well,
on the top or just
let me
the
see.
bottom?
Set her down, and then we can pull. I think we can pull this off.
Yep, you got it.
Maybe. All right, it's caught.
So LEDs have
here we
been,
go.
a big breakthrough from LCD. Just LEDs, as everyone knows, I think is familiar. They use a lot less power. They put out a lot more light, and they are a lot more flexible in the color of the light that you can use.
All right,
Be
so
careful.
I think we
This
found
one's
some
glass.
LEDs, though.
Yes, and if we tilt it forward enough, I think this panel will come off a little bit and separate in our hand, maybe. Yep. And
Wow.
you see the LED strip at the bottom.
Okay, so there's a strip you can
And this is a
on
piece
the very
of
bottom of this.
clear plastic.
There you go.
And then a white backing there to help reflect the light up.
Yep. So I don't know if you guys can see this, but right here we do have the actual LEDs along the bottom here.
Why don't we
There's
turn
a
it around?
handful
Why
of
don't
them.
we flip it, put this at the
Hey, go
top
for it.
so we can see it.
So if you see, Cass, you want to do a pointing?
Yep. Right here, along the bottom here, these are individual LEDs. This is the whole source of illumination on these TVs.
Yep.
And they are the thing that creates the light. And then, of course, that light gets bounced around and shines through the LCD module, which
is...
That's,
We'll move
speaking
this
of...
enough, and we'll be careful not to hurt ourselves on this.
So LCDs are basically a sandwich of all
you
these
have
materials.
all these different layers here.
I know there's diffusion layers. I'm not going to speculate on which one's which. There's light guides. There's ways that they're kind of focusing the light from that bottom strip of LEDs. And then revealed finally is the actual liquid crystal module.
All right.
This is the actual liquid crystal
Yeah,
part
this
of the LCD.
absolutely. This is the thing that if you were to just run power to it right now, there'd be a picture on here. And, it'd have to be illuminated by light, but, there is something there, and that's what creates the image on these TVs. Remember, 4K resolution, 3860 by 2140 resolution on here, and, that's 8 million plus pixels, and it's all contained in this thing.
Now, how is that technology different from the OLED technology, right? So these are basically LCDs illuminated by a strip of LED lights. With OLED, that's not the case.
No, so OLED TVs, which by the way, Bill, would be a lot less dramatic if you pulled it apart because it's really thin. It's just, the glass and the OLED module. Those use direct lighting. So each of the pixels, the 4K pixels in an OLED TV is its own illumination.
Okay.
And it's direct lighting. They just shine right through. There's no backlight involved. There's no LED strip lighting involved or liquid crystal module. Nothing to shine through. A much smaller stack. And that is why the picture quality is so good because there's no diffraction. The viewing angle is much better on OLED. And of course, the pixels can each turn off individually, which creates that contrast and black level.
It's a much
like
simpler
you were saying,
process.
Instead of just this one little strip that runs along the bottom, every pixel is putting out light, its own light. It's not just using this little strip to illuminate up the entire display.
And it's amazing, actually, that this little strip illuminating straight up from the bottom can magically make the entire picture look relatively similar illumination. Yeah, LCDs do have uniformity issues where some parts of the screen will be brighter at some points, but generally, that little strip along the bottom is all you need to create this bright image, and the TVs themselves are pretty bright given that and very efficient. So that's the key, is this efficiency of the LEDs, not just the slim form factor, the way that they can create a really bright image. We talked about the higher end LCDs before, LED TVs, they have a backlight behind the entire thing.
Yeah.
So they're, again, illuminating everything coming through this stack and creating a picture that's a lot brighter. So that's the big difference between this TV and step-up TVs with the full array local dimming. This is a little bit dimmer, but those TVs can get really, really bright.
So there's a lot of complicated stuff that this thing has to do to create a really great picture. Maybe next year at CES, we can crack open an OLED and take a look at all those individual pixels.
A little more.
The price needs to come down a little bit. I'm not necessarily sure we're up for footing the budget on that one, but maybe we'll see.
$400, $2,000,
$2,000, and this one's probably, unfortunately,
very
toast.
good. Good work, you
but
guys.
Cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun to see what's in these sort of everyday devices, and I think that's one of the things for us that we like to see at CES every year is sort of the devices that we use every day get smarter and smarter. There's more tech crammed into them. TVs, smart home devices, they're all getting more technology as technology gets smaller, as battery life gets better. You can do more, and it becomes ambient. Technology is just in the devices that we use every day all around us. It's ambient technology.
Very good. All right, you ready to crack something else?
Yeah,
open,
so
Bill?
we actually brought one more kind of cool thing to try if we had time, and Jason's got it right here. So this
maybe the exact opposite of a TV, a small thing.
This is a Rismo. Now, Bridget Carey did this earlier in the year in September. This was a kind of a hot toy this Christmas. It's a toy that evolves as as kids and they expect their toys to change over time. They're used to video games. They're used to games where they can download new skins. They can buy new they can buy new cosmetics. They can get new weapons. So increasingly, toy manufacturers that make physical toys are having to incorporate that type of technology into them. And this is one of those kind of devices that it actually sort of adapts and changes its shape as you interact with it. And so what we thought is, I'm sorry, Rismo, it would be kind of fun to do a little bit of an autopsy and see what it really looks like on the inside.
All right,
so
let's do it.
Let's get
Break
started here. So normally you would I'm also going to say, so like this toy, it has some moving parts. It looks like a little fuzzy ball right now, but it actually has these parts that come out. Now you're specifically told not to do what I'm doing. Doing this can break the motors, can break the servos.
It's supposed to be part of the natural evolution of this
thing, right?
Right.
But as a kid, I was always the kid that, I'm immediately going to get this thing and start going, ooh, let's push this down. Okay. So we're going to actually kind of move this. We're going to try to remove this and see what it looks like inside. first thing we're going to have to do, again, I'm sorry, we have our makeshift scalpel here.
Gotta
we're
cut it open.
cut the casing off of the Rismo here.
This is like one of those things in the Alien movies where you like cut open one and then all the whole fleet comes for you. So you know.
I just keep seeing Gizmo from Gremlins.
Yeah.
In the whatnot.
Yeah, don't put this thing in water.
Yeah,
exactly.
don't feed it after midnight. Don't get it near water.
Don't feed it after midnight. You just got to
scary.
pick the right time zone, I guess, to feed it in.
So we're going to cut this off here, and then let's see what we can do. It's still going to make noises.
That was a chirp of.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I don't think.
Do my best here to cut the. This one we did not pre-cook at all. We decided we would sort of do it live to give everybody that kind of experience that we have. A lot of the times when we take these devices apart, we're very sort of slow, we're methodical.
Yeah.
Like Jason said, I don't do this to destroy devices. I don't like doing that. It does pain me to have the TV that's probably, well, it's not going back together. Who am I kidding?
A few years ago at CES, we did another toy, and we had to use with the BB-8 Sphero device, and we had to use a Dremel to cut that thing in half. Oh boy, the audience was not happy about us cutting up BB-8.
Poor BB-8, man.
Yeah.
Maybe they like him better than the
there hasn't been the same reaction
here.
to
No one
Rismo
cares about the
as there
Rismo.
was to BB-8.
Well, it's the fact that we've all had to deal with so many of these motorized toys. It's a little bit of revenge. Ooh.
And again, we do some of these to see that the fact that a lot of these devices, even toys, and this is a fairly, if I remember, reasonably priced under $100 kind of toy, maybe even under $50.
I think it's $30. I think
$30,
$30 something like that.
But seeing how much technology in the chips there are in some of these things is really interesting, and it does get to the fact that the technology revolution is touching more and more parts of the world.
Yeah. So we can see our first look inside Rismo here. This hard plastic shell.
It's still
a
talking.
kitty. Okay, now it's meowing at me. That makes me feel even worse. Oh no. Let's see what we can do here. So you can kind of see some of the plastic parts. This part was designed to be a tail to pop up, and it looks like it has these kind of little plastic parts that move. Here are the feet.
I don't know, Cats. We might need the heat gun.
We might have to bring the heat gun out.
I got to say, I encourage my children to watch the videos.
Maybe not this one.
No. They're not going to see this one. This would ruin a lot of toys around.
A lot
the
of
house.
toys for them.
Either that, or would encourage them to go find my razors.
That's right. Yeah,
right.
Break it unsafe. No, we want the kids to be safe.
This video will be banned in the Katzmeyer household.
Yeah. No.
All right. So here we have a de-skinned Rismo or something like that.
I think you activated Rockstar mode there.
I don't know. Everybody can kind of see that. That's kind of creepy
looking. It was like this, but you can also see like how it unfolds.
Oh, that's
cute. It doubles as a hand puppet as well.
It's now a hand puppet.
Not
okay.
intended use there.
I might take this with me. It's a little.
Rismo lives.
Rismo it's still going.
I think Rismo might be happier as a hand puppet.
It might be
as a little robot device.
Rismo's,
very expressive.
Making his ascension.
Yeah, maybe he's going to help disembody his own robot interior.
That's right.
Give him a heat gun. You think he'll be able to work it? I don't know.
You never know.
There's only one way to find out, Jason.
That's right. Let's do it.
I'm gonna try to pop off some of the plastic so that we can see the actual circuits that are inside of this thing. They're more than likely through the bottom here. Jason, I'm gonna grab one of the screwdrivers. We've used a variety of tools over the years to actually crack things open. And so we used to have to find them, on the internet or order them specialty. But now the maker community and the sort of the DIY repair community, they're much easier to find nowadays. It's also easier to find information online about how to fix your own gadgets.
There's a great
batteries included.
Batteries definitely included in this one.
There's a great picture. Okay. There's a great picture on the internet of when Bill cracked open the first iPad. And in it, this was before we had these great tools. So there's a spatula and a butter knife and all kinds of things just sticking in the sides where we were trying to pop free the screen from the back. So that's probably our most famous, most viral cracking open photo. Although, actually, we've also cracked open the very first iPhone in 2007. And that photo, this was before these teardowns were really popular. And that photo actually got picked up by Time magazine and was used at the time when people used to actually buy magazines back then. And so that was used and popularized from that. So cracking open on Tech Republic has a really great history. And now the cracking open stories and the galleries of photos published on Tech Republic, and then the videos for cracking open published on CNET. So it's been a really good partnership.
Channel,
yeah, especially on the YouTube channel.
So Bill, you're trying to get to the servos here? What
I'm trying to get to, so what we've been able to do is we've been able to take the two bottom parts off here. And what you find with toys, I often find with kids' toys like this, they're often pretty rugged. I mean, they're designed to be kind of thrown around and dropped. So where you saw in there, the plastic was kind of flimsy. We could bend it, we could take it off. This is pretty heavy-duty stuff. And so that's because, you know, kids are going to drop these things and they're going to be rough with them, and manufacturers don't want them to break. So the first time you drop it.
This Rismo's still fully functional, right? You haven't really broken anything.
I haven't really broken anything, I don't think. But yeah, we're probably going to get there to the part where I will.
See.
So I want to. It does have several sort of sensors in it. I want the light, the eyes light up. I'd like to see the circuit board. There's a circuit board. Looks like a speaker in there.
I see a circuit board peeking out under there.
So we're going to see if we can't poke that out. Yeah, well, I suspect the brain is not up here in the head, and it's down in the body.
Oh, okay.
It would be safer to put it in the body.
Oh.
Let's see if this can come out this way. No, it's not going to come out that way. I'm not going to be able to pop that loose. It's probably servo-driven that actually makes this pop and go up and down.
There's some other toys. One of the toys you cracked open for CNET magazine a few years ago.
Oh, we've cracked open all kinds of things. We did the Sphero. We did we've done the Snapchat goggles or glasses. We did those.
Connected soccer ball.
The Adidas connected soccer ball. That was really popular. That was a lot of fun. We've done all kinds of devices here.
There's that circuit board.
Yeah, so I'm going to take it off from the back here. See if I can't get this to pop loose.
Very good. We're on a race against time.
Yeah, we're kind of rushing here, so I can get it as far along as
I'm just impressed that you're not even using a power drill, just going in there with the hand thing and taking it right apart.
Let's see.
And you still haven't deployed the heat gun, so just want to let you know it's warmed
I
up.
still haven't
ready.
deployed
The heat gun.
Let me see what we can do with this. Let's see if we can make the screw go out more.
Oh, yeah, okay.
That's not going to help. Let me see if I can.
Oh, here it goes.
Let me see if I can do this.
Just the cracking open right here. Ooh.
When we say cracking open.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So I'm going to be a little rough with it.
It's not that tough.
Oh.
Things thrown in the audience.
This is like a first. First time I've ever seen Bill force one open.
I usually don't do this. I really don't. But we're running low on time.
How
so
does
you
Rismo feel about that?
Probably not very good.
He doesn't want to see this.
No, okay.
He doesn't want to watch this.
I had to give him nightmares.
So here we can actually see the servos now.
Cool.
So you can see the motors here, over here, and over here that run the gears for the various flaps and the little spring-loaded sort of ears here and things like that. You can also start to see the circuit board.
There's a bunch of little
inside.
circuit boards.
Yeah, there's a bunch of little
there's
circuit boards down in there. I don't know if
I want to say there's at least 6 circuit boards in this, which is pretty amazing when you think about a $30 toy. Again, it talks about how far the tech revolution has come to where these things are so
are those long screws?
Inexpensive.
Yeah, they
are.
You
can put them in a lot of different places.
It's like plastic. Yeah, so you can clearly tell this was not meant to be taken apart. The plastic is also really, really sturdy. So I'm trying to do it and not hurt myself. That's what I'm trying to do. But you can kind of see that one of the circuit boards here, and that's what I meant about the circuit board's probably not going to be in the head of the brain.
Right.
It's going to be down here. So all of the circuits that are doing the motion detection, doing the signal processing, is all on this circuit board here.
Yeah.
The speaker that the sounds play for are on this. So even your little tool, even this little toy is packed with all kinds of technology, and now it just looks creepy. It kind of looks like the Rismo skeleton there.
There's the Rismo puppet. Yeah, it's not going to stand. All right, there it is, Samsung TV and Rismo toy. We've done them both. Thank you, Bill Detweiler. Thank you, David Katzmeyer, for your insights as well. Yes.
Can you thank
And your
Rismo, everybody?
puppeteering.
Thank Rismo. He's
All
good.
right,
He's good.
that's all the time we have, and that's the end of our live programming for CES 2020. We hope you had as much fun watching as we did covering this show. Thanks, everyone, and we'll see you in 2021. Thank you.